Okay, choose an account. Well, that's not what I asked it to do. Use another account. We're wanting to create another account? Oh, okay. I'm ready to log in. These are all lowercase? Okay, yeah, I don't need to. J, M, C.
Did he graduate? It looks like he was my coach.
Okay.
Well, waste time.
Yeah, I mean, I could type it in all caps. It doesn't matter, does it? I'm a little bit flustered. Yeah. There are 2 existing Google accounts for J. McCutcheon at McCutcheon Law Firm. Which account do you want to use? The Google Workspace account or the personal Google account? You think it's Workspace? Joey just said it's Workspace. Enter your password.
Capital J.
Okay. I believe we're going to start a few minutes late. I just looked up at the screen. Everything that's being typed in is being projected publicly. Well, I'm not streaming it at least. Oh, get a verification code. Yeah. Well, there's a choice. Either text him or call. Yeah, he's close by. Oh, yeah, his phone just dinged. Let me see if I can find his messages. Yeah. Can you hold on just a sec? Okay, I'm going to check his message. Yes, sir. Okay. Oh, okay. Are you still there? Okay. Yeah, they texted the code, and now the computer is trying to load up the Google Workspace. Waiting. I need to check my phone and see how the stream is working. While it's doing that. Okay, yeah, it's live.
We're streaming. Well, actually, we have it in here. We're waiting for the computer. It's not dead yet.
Account unavailable. Let me try reloading this page. There we go. All right. So I'm in his email account. What? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Thank you. I think we're good from here. All right. Thanks.
Get those out.
Go back to let's see. What did I look first?
Yeah.
Yeah, the quotes.
Quotes are good. Can we put one up?
Yeah. There we go.
There we go. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to. Leave that one. Yeah. Let's leave that one up.
Okay. When we go back to your email, it'll.
Do we want to? Can we? Is that? How do we get it where it takes the whole screen?
Well, let's see.
I'd like for it to not show all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, when we go back to the inbox, let me just see here. Your battery's running low. I just got a message to that effect.
Where does this thing? I guess we plug her in.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and get the quote up for now. So
Okay.
We can figure it out.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
We're going to get the quote up and then we'll be ready.
Yeah.
Go down to Stephen Naparino last night.
George. I was just kidding. You look a lot younger guy. Now, you all were classmates together? Is that we were classmates?
All right. I'm sorry. I'm re-record.
I'm still looking for that. I had it a while ago.
No, it was one of the last messages. Well, now we're back on this one we were before. Why have we gone away from this? That doesn't look like mine. Looks like we're back off on the wrong email chain.
Oh. Huh. I don't know how that happened. Do you want to take the helm?
No. You're doing great.
Okay.
We'll be finished in just a second, Bill Ray. Okay, I think I sent that to myself, so let's go to the quotes.
Okay.
Morning, guys.
We're almost there.
Yep. There we go. We'll leave.
Oh, this is your PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, the PowerPoint
good.
quotes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can you plug that in so we got some power?
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been nice to do this last night.
Hey, that's all right. This is why we myself, I would never do this.
Where are we sitting, Billy, right here? Bob River. Yeah.
All right.
Until we get the microphone moved out here just a second, if you all will, we're under a little time. Thank you for coming. Boy, I like that necktie. To take that off, let me buy that for you. Who's that good-looking guy with you there? Michael? Mike, how you doing? If you all will, take a look at this and fill this out. There'll be a Wendy, after a while, just in a few minutes, would you collect these from everybody, please, ma'am? This will give us an idea of what you might like for lunch in terms of pizza. You can sign your name if you want to. If you don't want to, you can sign my name, I guess. Judge, I can do it either way. But we'd like to have these. Wendy back here, will pick these up shortly. That'll give us an idea as to what you might want for lunch. And if you would like to go down and fill that one.
Okay, all right, sounds good. What's up, Marty? Hey, they all had a great meeting today. Great turnout. Do you all consistently have that kind of size? Yes, sir. Wow, it's not even getting all the time. It is. We were a little disappointed, honestly, the first time. That's what I'm like.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you can, you get this in through the first one. Well, those forms are all right, just to let people set
See. Kevin, are we live?
Push the button.
Both? Thank you. I'd like to call your attention just a second. Thank you so much for being here. We may have some more come in a little bit later. If you will, though, to help us get a count on lunch, I'd like to have you be sure and fill this out. And Wendy Moore back here at the back will pick these up in just a second. And Wendy will call this in then to the restaurant here. If you will, my name is Bill Ray Lewis. I head up the chapter here in Harrison. We started about 2010. I'd like to call your attention real fast to an agenda that's at your place sitting there. Take a look at that. There are also some biological sketches on all of the people that typically would be speaking today, some here, some not here. But take a look at that. Kind of gives you some interesting background. We've got some pretty high level, pretty knowledgeable people on FOIA issues. So take a look at that. In any way we can help you, in any way if you're interested in FOIA work, we'd sure like to call your attention to our being able to work with you. We come totally free, and we'd like to help you any way we could. Also, you'll have a copy of a letter from a Kathy Valentine. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later to show you what we think is the makings of a good FOIA request. Short, simple, straightforward, and very easily understandable. You'll also see a note about lunch. At the very top of it, it just says note, a few little paragraphs about that. You'll also see another FOI request. At the top of it, it will have or request that's been answered. At the top of it, we'll have the logo for the city of Harrison. I'd like for you to take a look at that. That probably, Jim Parsons, is the best answer to an FOI request I've ever seen. I told someone a while ago, if I were teaching a college course on FOIA, I would use this as an example. That's a almost perfect example. I don't necessarily agree with what it's about, but that's a perfect example, I think. And the gentleman who wrote this is our chamber president, CEO here, and he did a good job in responding to that. I'll call your attention also to a document that has several, two little columns. It's headed by the Arkansas Transparency in Government Group, ARCTIG website. If you'll go on your computer, go on the website, our website, all of us, about 9 chapters, we call ourselves the Arkansas Transparency in Government Group. And Joey, I hope I won't leave out anybody, but we've got a group at Jonesboro. We've got a group at Conway. Conway's represented back here with Bob Gregory. We've got a group at Hot Springs. We've got a group at Fort Smith. We've got a group at Bella Vista, Colonel Jim Parsons. We've got ours here at Harrison. We've got a group in Washington County. We've got a new group that just started in Gravette. And we've got a group at Ozark. And bless her and his sweetheart back here, we think we may have one started one of these days at Oak Grove. Thank you very much for being here. So we're growing. Our goal really would be, Jerry, to have one in every county, at least one in every county. So those are documents I hope you'll take a look at. And as you go about today's work and today's study, I think, and today's listening, I think you'll find out that we will do anything we can if you or your community, your group wants to start an FOIA group. We'd do anything we could to help you out. I think, Judge DeLay, that probably the state's FOIA is one of the most precious, enduring statute that I think we've ever had. It gives us, as citizens, the right to expect meetings of public bodies to be conducted in certain ways, and also it gives us the right to access documents from public entities. So with that in mind, anything we can do to help you or your community get started, we would sure love to do it. At this time, I'd like to call on one of our members here at Harrison, George Geir, for the invocation. George Geir. The only negative about George is he's from New York State. He's not a Southern boy like some of us are. We don't hold that against him too much, but George has been a valuable member of our group here. George, if you will lead us in our invocation.
Thank you, Father, for this day and every individual who's here. Thank you for our nation, the USA, and for all it means to each of us. Thank you, Father, for allowing us to meet and giving us life's blessings, and thank you for giving us all that you do. Now, I'd like to just spend a moment to meditate, to ask our Creator to talk to us. Okay, so be it.
There have been a few changes just recently about the Pledge of Allegiance, and I think maybe looking at football games and different athletic events and political events, maybe people still don't quite understand, but still in civilian clothes, and as a civilian, why it is hand over the heart for the pledge. However, for military veterans and military personnel, even in civilian clothes, it is proper the hand salute. So here's our flag, and so I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right, I want to thank everybody for being in the room today, but I also want to thank those people who are listening on YouTube and on Facebook. We're going to be streaming this live today on both of those channels, and you can go to www, I think it's only 3 W's, but .arctig to watch this live. Before I get to my friend Gunnar DeLay, I would like to say that there's a reason that we're having this today. We had bannered about having this on a Saturday where we would probably have more people in the room, but our leader, our fearless leader, Bill Ray Lewis, suggested, and we all thought it was a great idea to have this on March 16th. As some of you may know, March 16th is Freedom of Information Day. You see it's on the birthday of James Madison, and you see his quote up here, which quote is, to me, very, very important. One of our founding fathers, the president of, sometimes known as the founder of our Constitution, and more particularly our Bill of Rights. Knowledge will forever govern ignorance, and a people who mean to do their own, who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power which knowledge gives. And I think that's why we're here today. So with that said, we also salute Freedom of Information Act Day, which is, in fact, March 16th today. I want to thank Kenny Wallace for him being here today, who is an expert in Facebook channels. I want to thank Kevin Dooley for being here today, who is our technical person who's doing a wonderful job. Is going to have this out on YouTube channels. We're also going to take bits and pieces of different speeches, and we're going to pump those out on Facebook today because we appreciate speakers like Judge DeLay being here today. Judge DeLay is a friend of mine. First of all, we grew up together. We went to school together at Fort Smith Southside. He is a circuit judge in Fort Smith, Sebastian County, and is running for the Arkansas Supreme Court. It goes without saying, he's got my vote. He's done unbelievable things over his career. In addition to being a fine lawyer, he went on and as I said, is now a circuit judge. Before that, before becoming a circuit judge, he was a Republican state representative and state senator from Fort Smith. One of his quotes in his bio particularly impressed me. It says that the Supreme Court is the last line of defense for protecting the rights of the people. Rights that include free speech, the right to bear arms, and due process of law. That's very important. Today, Judge DeLay is going to speak about the right that we're all here about, and that is the right to know. And with that, I present to you Judge Gunnar DeLay.
Sorry about that. Well, Joey and I have known each other a long time, really even going back to grade school when we competed in boys club athletics. And then, of course, Joey was the quarterback of our football team at Southside. And believe it or not, Joey in high school had this wonderful head of hair. It was just amazing. I was jealous, but the tables have turned. Joey and I are good friends, and as luck would have it, at the current time, we're next door neighbors. And he approached me a couple of weeks ago about if I would be interested in addressing your group? And I said, well, absolutely, because Freedom of Information Act is something that I was passionate about well before I became a judge. I myself, as an attorney, a private attorney, represented an individual on a Freedom of Information Act request. It concerned the Department of Health. That case is probably 30 years old, and it went all the way up to the Arkansas Supreme Court. And we prevailed at the local level. Our local circuit judge agreed with us that we were entitled to those records, and in my opinion, the High Court twisted itself in a knot to figure out a reason why those records should not be disclosed. And the reason is because those records concerned statistics about abortions that were performed in and around our community. So I'm familiar with the act as an attorney. I'm also familiar with the act as a legislator, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. But even as a judge, I've only been on the bench since 2018, but I have had a Freedom of Information case that has appeared before our court, and I'll discuss that also here a little bit later. Today I was asked to kind of give a judicial perspective on the Freedom of Information Act. And I think a good place to start in addressing that topic is to kind of give some context about why transparency in government is vitally important to the survival and to the preservation of our representative democracy. And obviously, James Madison has stated it very well here, but it appears that a fact that there's something about human nature that as governments exist, they tend to drift toward elitism, authoritarianism, and what our founding fathers called tyranny. And it really doesn't even matter what form of government you have, whether you're talking about a socialist type form of government or a democracy. It seems over the course of time, they tend to drift toward those things. And so I want you to fully understand what I mean when I talk about elitism or authoritarianism or aristocracy or tyranny, whatever words you want to use. What I'm talking about is the idea that in a society that there are two sets of rules, one for the governed and one for the governing class. And when that happens, the effect of that is that ultimately that form of government cannot survive, because people ultimately will throw off the yoke of tyranny. And we know that from our own nation's history. If you go open up your history book, that's where the seeds of the American Revolution were sown, in that the colonists were not treated by King George and Parliament the same way as British citizens back on the other side of the Atlantic were being treated. They were really being treated as second-class citizens, and they were being deprived of basic human rights, private property rights, the right to due process in the judicial system. And of course, we know about the taxation without representation. They were being deprived of the right to even protest how they were being treated. So all these things set the table for what really became the American Revolution. And so this is a critical subject when we talk about openness in government, because I'm going to explain why and how that ties in to this historical context. But ultimately, a form of government cannot survive when there are two sets. So let's talk about historically, how did our founding fathers respond to this idea that there were two sets of rules, one for the governed and one for the ruling class? Well, we know they adopted the Declaration of Independence. That's one thing. But after they fought the War of Independence, then they came back together and they, as a group of men, they said, how do we make sure that this doesn't happen again? How do we form a new government that guarantees that we won't be under that same yoke of tyranny? And so the founding fathers, after they adopted the Constitution, came up with the Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights, the whole idea behind that was, we simply want to state what we think is a known and understood fact, that because of we were granted certain rights by our Creator, those rights exist whether they are stated in a document or not. But we're going to put them in our governing document just so people know that we recognize that these are fundamental human rights and they exist and they should not be trampled upon. So the idea was this, that if you want a government that can exist over the course of time, you've got to take that dual form of government and you've got to empower the people. You give power back to the people so that everybody is on the same playing field. That was the idea behind the Bill of Rights. And as you go through each of those 10 amendments, you'll see, oh, that was ceding government back to, or power of government back to the people. And I don't want to go through every single right, but I just want to kind of hit some high points. Let's talk about the First Amendment. The right of free speech is about giving each one of us the right to speak to power. The right of the press gives us the right and authority to publish our thoughts and conscience to power. The right to assemble gives us the right to protest against power. And the right to petition the government gives us the right to complain in person to our governing authorities. And then we know in the Second Amendment, that gave us the individual right that we can protect ourselves without having to ask for the governing power to protect us. The Third Amendment says we've got a right to protect our personal property, even if the ruling elites want to use our farms, our crops, whatever the British Army was doing at that time. They were basically denying the right of personal property ownership. The Fourth Amendment, due process, the right to hearing and a notice of a hearing and an impartial tribunal to guarantee our rights in the judiciary. The Fifth Amendment right of against self-incrimination, that we don't have to can't be compulsed by power to testify against ourselves. The Sixth Amendment, a right to legal representation. You know, those kind of fundamental rights were being denied, that we have the right to help from a skilled attorney if we find ourselves on the other side of power. Of course, I know Joey cares a lot about the Seventh Amendment, but that was huge, because that transferred the right of the judicial system from out of the hands of the crown to the hands of the people, a jury system, fundamental right. The Eighth Amendment was that we have a right to bail, reasonable bail, if we are ever charged with a crime, that we can't be held for months and months and months and months with our liberty being deprived, without the ability to get out. And then the Ninth and the 10th Amendment, which I think were key. And that was a simple reminder that we are a government of enumerated powers, which means that unless a government has been, unless a power was specifically delegated to the federal government, it belongs to the people. So all these things, as you look across those 10 amendments, the whole purpose of that was to level the playing field for the governed in this country. So, as we look around today, do we have elitism? Does it exist? Do we have an aristocracy that exists? I would submit to you that the answer to that question is yes. And who is it? I would say that generally speaking, you could look at the celebrity class. You could certainly look at academia. You could look at the deep state bureaucracy, social media platforms, And unfortunately, all too often, members of the judiciary, they see their primary function as defending the edicts of the ruling class instead of defending the rights of the people that is guaranteed through the Bill of Rights. So yes, it does exist. And now we know, yes, it does present a danger. So how do you address it now? How does that inequity in power get addressed? Because we already have the Bill of Rights. Well, I would submit to you the best way to address it is through transparency in government, through the Freedom of Information Act. Because again, that is a mechanism that levels the playing field, that the governed can now at least get access to information that tells them a lot about the decisions that are being made that affect their lives from the local level all the way up to the federal government. It's key. Although the right to information is not specifically granted in the in the First Amendment, I believe that it is the first cousin of the First Amendment, because there's this inextricable link between the right to speak to power, the right to confront power, the right to challenge power. That all stands on the foundation of being granted the ability to get information to start with about decisions that affect education and our quality of life and in all manners of government. And I think that this dual system that is now percolating in our country was on full display during the COVID crisis, as we had governors at all levels, federal, state, and local level, issuing edicts for the people that they themselves had no intention of living by. Whether that was a travel ban, and yet we would see these mayors or governors traveling about, not going by their own rules. Of course, the mask ban. I mean, which governor from a liberal state didn't have his picture taken somewhere in public where he wasn't going by his, or she going by their own rules? The vaccine mandate, all these different things where the ruling class was pushing it down, but the idea was, well, that's for you folks. That's for you guys, us elitists that run the country, we'll do it as we please. So that's why the Freedom of Information Act is important at all levels of government. And I think you even see that at these confrontations that we see at school board meetings, where parents are shut down, they're silenced, and sometimes even arrested for just trying to speak to power, because they care about their kids and they care about the education and the things that are being presented and discussed and want to know what the agenda is. They're absolutely entitled to that information under any state's Freedom of Information laws. So, in my experience as an attorney, I mentioned that I have filed a case and I took it all the way to the Supreme Court. One of the things that I took out of that experience is that we know under the Freedom of Information Act that things move along very quickly. They have to respond in a timely, very quick manner. And then if you file a legal challenge, you get into court very quickly, and that case is heard in a short time frame. And that's the way it should be. But the problem comes in if there's an appeal filed. And guess what? There's nothing in the statute or in the court rules that requires a fast-track hearing to this Freedom of Information request. It can languish for months and months and months, and even up to a year before the court finally rules on that appeal. Well, that's what happened in my case. I mean, we got a quick decision, but in my case, we waited this huge amount of time. And I said, you know what? If I ever get elected as a legislator, I'm going to correct that. I'm going to file a bill that amends the act that requires a fast-track hearing on appeals. That's one of the first bills I filed when I got elected as a state legislator. So I went to a hearing to committee, and they said, that may be a good idea, but Because of the separation of powers, that's really a matter that has to be addressed by the judiciary, because they make the rules in terms of how they handle appeals and the time frame and all that. So it was shot down, and they said, you know, you need to go address that with the courts. Well, of course, didn't get too far. Well, guess what? I'm running for the Supreme Court. I'll have a seat at the table. I'll be one of the people that now decides those rules. And yes, I'm going to suggest to the rest of the members of the court that it's time that that change be made, because it makes absolutely no sense. The whole legislative intent behind the quick response is that if you want good government, they shouldn't sit on a request indefinitely. We need a prompt response to that information requested. So I'm excited that I could have that opportunity finally to address what would seem like a very common sense approach. In terms of being a judge and having a case involving the Freedom of Information Act, I've only had one of those cases, and it's been in the last year or so that I had that case. I will say that to me, those cases are not incredibly difficult if you're willing to follow the law. I am a strict constructionist, which means that when I interpret statutory language, it's all about following the plain language. And so in that particular case that I was presented, it was very clear that what was being sought was a public record. Our local city said, oh no. In fact, that records that are being sought, they don't even exist. You know, we can't. It were a series of emails that were presented to board of directors group. And it's like, we don't present that, so we're not going to grant that request. The funny thing was, when they put their own IT guy on the stand as their witness, he testified, oh yeah, we can produce those records. I'm like, why are we here? You know, your star witness here that you've called to testify is saying, yeah, we've got them. I can produce them. I can get them this afternoon if you want them. So obviously that was a fairly easy and straightforward a case, and so the plaintiff in that case prevailed, and ultimately those records were provided. But again, there are judges and justices that don't want to follow the plain language of the statute. They think it is their duty as a judge to protect the ruling class. That's why I've been put in place, to make sure that they can decide these matters as they want to. So I think in terms of our responsibility as voters is to make sure that we know what rights we're entitled to under the law, but certainly that we make sure that we elect the right people to the bench that fully respect the laws as they are currently written. Now, one of the problems that we also have is with activist judges. And in that particular case, one of the issues that was brought to the court's attention was that, you know, if a particular record doesn't exist, let's say, for instance, you wanted to know how many times the city has cut the lawn at the city park. How often is that getting done, and how much are we paying for it? Okay, you submit that request. Well, maybe they don't keep records on that kind of thing. Well, that presents an issue, because under the statute, there's no compulsion that says they have to respond back and say, you know, Mr. Jones, we don't have that record. We don't keep that kind of record. Instead, they can remain in silence in perpetuity, and the citizen has no idea whether that record exists or not. They have no idea. Are they just not responding to me, or does it exist? And so in that case, it was suggested, well, it's implied that there's a response due. And I said, well, as a strict constructionist, there's no such thing as implied law. It's what's in there. And obviously there's a hole in the law that needs to be addressed, but it needs to be addressed by the legislature. And so there are always things that need to be cleaned up in the Freedom of Information Act. And I would submit to you that's one. I would also submit to you that the attorney's fee portion of the statute needs to be cleaned up a little bit. because there was another Freedom of Information Act that got filed in our court system that was assigned to another judge. And it had to do with the public meeting part of the statute. It wasn't a records request. It was that the city had had an illegal meeting, which is also forbidden by that act. But the way the attorney's fee statute reads now, it says that you basically have to get most of the documents that you've requested in order to be entitled to attorney's fees. And it doesn't really tie into that challenge of a public meeting and whether a meeting should have been public. So again, if I were an activist, I would get with legislative people and say, hey, we need to kind of clean this up, because I think the intent was originally that attorney's fees should be awarded regardless of the nature of the case to the plaintiff if they prevailed. And that includes a challenge to public meetings. So think about all these things, and I think that, again, I hope that I've underscored how important it is to the preservation of our federal government, to the preservation of our state and local government, to have open, transparent government, because once you pull that out of the equation, you're on your road to totalitarianism, authoritarianism, and all those things that are really destructive. So with that, I think that's all my comments this morning. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to address this group, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
All right. Well, a great talk on our rights, and I think Judge DeLay hit on several important topics. You know, the judicial system on a circuit court level. Those two cases that he talked about were my two cases. One of them I will speak on later regarding open meetings, which is currently on appeal. And the case that he decided that we were entitled to records, we were entitled to information, it was also an important case. But we have got to, if we don't get our records, if there's meetings that are occurring illegally, we've got to go through the judicial process. Secondly, he hit on the legislative process. We've got to be aware of what legislators are doing. The FOIA task force is one important mechanism that has been created. The FOIA task force looks at every bill that comes through our state legislature and makes sure that it looks at the effect that it has on our Freedom of Information Act laws. Anyone in this room, anyone on these live streams can become a part of that task force, and I would encourage you to do so. The next legislative session will be in January of next year. I would encourage each of you to join the FOIA task force. Be a citizen on that task force. They allow public comments. It's a very important way to stay abreast of FOIA and, more importantly, protect our FOIA laws. we've got to work with legislators. That's what we're doing. We're going to hear from Senator Sullivan in a minute, which leads me to our next speaker, Luke Charlton, who is a citizen. I mean, at the core, he is a citizen in our republic, as are many. As Bill Ray Lewis talked about our chapters. We've got chapters in various cities, growing every day. We would encourage anyone listening to start your own chapter. We'll tell you how to do it. All you need to do is contact myself, Joey McCutcheon, or Dr. Bill Ray Lewis. And that's exactly what happened with Luke, Luke is a father of 6. He obviously is concerned, he and his wife are concerned about open government. I know that I first talked to Luke and his wife about an issue that was going on in Benton County, in the Bentonville Public Schools, about what I would consider to be an open meeting violation. Well, it wasn't 2 months later, Fort Smith was doing the same thing. So we have got to act on these. But Luke and his wife have started Defend Arkansas, in which they are involved with at least one ballot initiative regarding the Arkansas Medical Freedom Amendment. Look up that amendment. Look at that amendment. If you're inclined, like Luke is, that our medical freedoms are being violated through COVID or anything else, get involved in that. Learn more, gain more information. We thank Luke for starting a TIG chapter in Benton County. And Luke, we look forward to your presentation today, how to notify public bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. It's been a pleasure getting to know you and everybody else that's working in this Freedom of Information Act. But Joy nailed it. I'm a citizen. You know, I don't have a long history in even following politics, but the past 2 years I've really taken notice of what was going on around me and tried to focus on it. You know, we're a busy family. As he said, we have 6 children. My wife homeschools them. You know, a couple years ago when we moved into Arkansas, we were able to get my oldest daughter into the AAA program, where even though we homeschool, she can participate in the public school system, and she's now in the orchestra, excelling very well, and that has drawn us into more of the public arena, and we've seen more of the stuff going on. So we've had been to several meetings now where we've raised some concerns about how they're handling things. So. And we are getting more involved. As Joey said, we have a petition going for the Arkansas Medical Freedom Amendment. I will be able to talk about that a little bit later. As my wife was unable to make it, I'm going to fill in for her. So I got more time later. But right now, I did want to talk about how to notify public bodies. So as I'm coming into this and I'm starting to go to these meetings, I keep missing these special meetings. And I'm like, well, I didn't even know about that meeting. You know, I don't get on Facebook that much. I don't watch the news. I don't watch TV. So, you know, it was a struggle for me to even find out when the meetings were. So, most of this information comes from page 20 in the little handbook, the Foia Handbook that's at each table and is available for free through the Arkansas government. But basically, it's fairly easy, especially if you're obviously, if you're a media organization, if you're a newspaper, if you're a television station, if you're a radio station, all you're required to do is every year notify the public body, whatever governing body that is. If it's a school board, if it's a city council, whatever it is, you notify them and you say, you know, we want to be notified of all meetings. And they are then required by the Open Public Meetings FOIA to give you at least a 2-hour window before they can meet. So if they're wanting to have an emergency meeting, they have to notify the public, they have to notify the news organizations, they have to wait at least 2 hours before they can do that. So, but I would also say that, you know, the law is not very strict on who could be notified. I mean, it's pretty open. So I think, you know, if you are maybe I don't know, Moms for Liberty, or there's lots of different organizations, Facebook groups that people will go to for their information from news sources. So I think if you run a group like that, you could obviously request that information, you know. So we had some friends in a fairly local school district where, you know, there was an emergency meeting called during parent-teacher conferences. So all the teachers were in the schools and they couldn't leave, and they didn't know anything about the meeting. But, you know, if somebody had notified the public body of their desire to know about the meetings, you know, if they had a text chain or if they had an email chain, then, you know, they got that notice, and then 2 hours later, they could have notified everybody, you know, in their organization, in their group, and they could have had public representation there, you know. And that meeting happened to be the one where they, you know, they decided that they wanted everybody in the school district to wear masks, and like none of the teachers were there, nobody got a say in it. It was just one of those things that, you know, shouldn't happen. We have the ability for them to not sneak in meetings on us. So that was one example. I did want to, you know, I'm maybe a younger generation some. I know I don't read as much as I should, so I'm just going to read the short spurt about what I'm talking about. It does say, in the event of emergency, and this is in the FOIA law, in the event of emergency or special meeting, the person calling the meeting shall notify the representatives of the newspapers, radio stations, and television stations, if any, located in the county in which the meeting is to be held, and any news media located elsewhere that cover regular meetings of the governing body, and that have requested to be so notified of emergency or special meetings of the time, place, and the date of the meeting. Notification shall be made at least 2 hours before the meeting takes place, in order that the public shall have representatives at the meeting. So we have the right to be there. Open public meeting says so. They have to let us know about it. And then the only real requirements that it spells out is we have to notify them every year, and each governing body we have to notify at the beginning of every year so they can notify us. So that's pretty much how to notify your public bodies. You can do that in, you know, really any form. I would suggest email and certified letters in every form possible, so there's no excuse to why they can't do that. So any questions or comments on that? Or corrections from the more experienced FOIA experts in the room?
Luke, let me comment on something.
Please.
I experienced this one time. I was fired as high school principal here at Harrison one time. And the Board of Education, the reason I was fired is because I spoke out.
Ray, can you come up here
Right to the mic.
where the
Okay.
folks on the...
Online can hear you.
My name is Bill Ray Lewis, and I think I can speak to Luke from firsthand experience. I was terminated one time back in 1910. No, not that early. Back about 1979, 81, somewhere thereabouts, because I criticized a superintendent here for some things, and the day, Jeff, that I was fired, the day that I was terminated, the board called a meeting while the staff members were in session. So, almost like you're saying here. So many of the staff members couldn't come because they were already in session. So this is a very important thing sometimes, and I think what happened maybe in your community probably happened here, that the public was sort of shunted out and forbidden to come because of the nature of the thing and the way it was made. But Joy, this gentleman here has experienced, as you know, many of these same things over there. And Luke, we're glad that you all are starting in Gravett, okay, in Gentry.
Happy to. Thank you.
I just wanted to kind of reinforce some things that Luke spoke about, which was really, really important stuff in my opinion. Number one, and Dr. Lewis spoke about this, you know, the Arkansas Freedom of Information Handbook is really a wealth of information on the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. I mean, you can go into this and in five minutes or less, the public can see and learn about the Freedom of Information Act, the specific issue that you're interested in. So this is an important document that you need to have at your fingertips. Now the Foia Bible is much more in depth and is a brilliant work by currently when the first editions were coming out, I believe it was John Watkins, Richard Peltz, Steele, and Robert Steinbuck. But now Professor Steinbuck, who is the preeminent FOIA guru in Arkansas, has taken over this book. He's getting ready to have the 7th edition coming out, but you need to have a copy of this book, and it really spells out these issues. For example, and I should say, our friend and columnist Mike Masterson is in the room, and Mike recently wrote about the 7th edition coming out and the work that Dr. Steinbuck, or Professor Steinbuck, is doing. And we appreciate Mike Masterson, who'll be speaking a little later, for constantly writing about right-to-know issues. But as Luke said, it's very simple. But everyone in this room and everyone on the Facebook should do this today. You should, if you're interested in city government. I know we have a city government person here from Jeff's here today from Harrison. You should email, send a letter. That's Bill Ray's preferred. The stale mail is still his preferred choice. But send an email. But ask them, anytime there's a meeting, I want to be notified. Send me an email. Very important, because I think sometimes what we don't understand about FOIA is the media is our representative. And I want to say most of the time they do a great job and they cover the stories, but we the people need to know. And so not only at regular meetings, I'll get a notice of regular meetings, I'll get the agenda, for example, of city government, school boards, I want to know when they're meeting. If they have a special meeting, they have to give us at least, or an emergency meeting, at least 2 hours notice. And many times that's very important. If they're having an emergency meeting, I want to know about it. So just all you have to do is simply email and say, I want to be on that list, and it'll come to your computer. You'll see, okay, hey, that's one I'm interested in. I'm going to contact my friends and who are interested in that issue. They need to be there. I'm going to be there. So it's fundamental, but what Luke just spoke about was extremely important. And Bill Ray, are we going to? Do you have something else to offer, or I think we're right on schedule now. I think we're due for a few-minute break. Yeah, I think we're going to break. We're going to have a brief break until from 10:30 to 10:45. I see that Senator Dan Sullivan just arrived. We appreciate you coming today, Senator Sullivan. So with that said, Bill Ray, unless you have something else to offer, we'll start sharply back at 10:45. Thank y'all.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, and I try to stress to people not to abuse it. And it's, there's a bad apple in unfortunately in every crowd.
It definitely is. You run into situations where it's just, ethical-wise, sometimes it's used as a punitive.
Yeah.
I'm mad at you, so I want you to produce all this stuff.
We can't have that.
No, but we can't limit it. I totally get it. I get to receive again a lot. Hey, I've got another meeting I gotta be at about 11:45, and then I'm gonna try to come back around 1. Finish the afternoon. I appreciate you doing all this. I was telling Joey that, as good as this is, the sad part about it is, there's times that you get people that oh, yeah.
So, you just sent it to... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let me just double check that it came in.
I think FOI is a great thing. There's just times where we'll have people that are just using it as a nuisance, to be a nuisance. There's no real purpose, they just want to be a nuisance. They want to be noticed.
I know, they're coming. They're coming. I appreciate it. Okay, I got the link. Oh, you sure will. Okay, I got it. Thanks so much. Hopefully I won't call you again. Okay. Oh, bye-bye, thank you.
All right.
Okay,
We ready to get mine up so I can see if it's working or not?
yeah, I think so. I'm seeing if this Zoom meeting will launch.
Attorney says, no, you gotta send it, they want it again, you gotta send it.
But I believe I think when you put something like that, just a little slip of paper, stick it in there. My records show that I
I'm going to go ahead and open the Zoom meeting here.
Get that up, see if it's working.
Yeah, your PowerPoint, you mean? Yeah.
Well, that's okay. Let's see. You did. Right. Just on the attorney fees bill that was passed, the governor thinks that it cuts us out of getting attorneys to over the meetings, so violations. So I looked at this point, I think it's the next meeting. I had one that probably would have affected. I know I mentioned it.
Let's see here. Is it still loading?
Does this thing move forward or not?
It will a little bit.
Can we move it a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah, so you can see it.
Do we have a clicker or? I'm just, where does it? How do I control like get the next one up?
Should be
Plus?
either 8 pages. That makes it larger.
Okay. Yeah. How do I?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't use PowerPoint either. Is it the arrow?
I mean, I don't know if it. I hate to have to drag it.
Manually scroll it. where's the,
And there's got to be a,
yeah. I'm not sure where the remote even plugs in. Sorry, I'm not trained on PowerPoint at all. But usually there's an arrow over here that you can.
just minimize, yeah.
I don't know. I can stand here and scroll it for you if you want.
That's okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
Testing 1, 2.
Sorry, I'm not much help.
No, you're great. You're great.
Don't trip on your plug there. Your power plug. I have an extension cord. Let me grab it.
Hello. How are you? I'm Joey McCutcheon.
Nice to meet you again. Rushing,
Well, thank you.
Mr. Billy Ray.
Yes.
Is
Yes. Do you need to?
Well, I told him I was coming.
Awesome. He.
Physical therapy.
Well, thanks for coming. No, you're perfect. You're dressed perfect. Yes.
It's late. My appointment's fine.
You gonna be able to stay and join us for a little bit?
Not sure what time it is.
We're gonna start back here in just a minute. If you want to stay a bit,
How long do the last intervals?
I'm gonna speak for probably 30 minutes. Yeah. And then and you can leave at any time that meets your
That's what I
fancy.
wanted to make sure you're doing the right thing.
You bet you can. Yeah. No, we've got a couple of, we've got several. Bob, how are you? Where would you want to sit? You're welcome to sit here or over here. Come on over. I'm going to be speaking right here. Good. You want to sit right here? Give me your name again. It's Sullivan. Introduce you to the Pettys. They're All right, I think we're ready to get started back here. Everybody kind of make their way back to their seat. Bill Ray, I think I am next on the agenda here. But before I speak, I would like for we have the city clerk of Harrison here, Jeff Pratt, and we were talking during the break about Luke's comments about getting notice of meetings, and Jeff had I thought a very interesting and unique insight on what folks do here.
Well, the comment that I wanted to make, that I made to Luke and anybody else, that when you're dealing with FOIA and talking about notifications, I deal with the other side of that. I get the requests a lot and process those. One thing you might want to consider is not only being added to a list where you're receiving all the meeting notices, but also the documentation. We have two separate lists. We have people that want to know anytime the council is meeting, that the city's having any kind of meeting, and they're on an email stream that goes out. We also have another email stream where people want to be copied in on all documents, all data going out to the council member, to the governing body. So if you're dealing with a school board or city or county government, you may want to get those documents that are going out to those members prior to the meeting so that you would have a better idea of what's going to be discussed rather than just the simple agenda. A lot of times just a statement on an agenda isn't really do justice to what that topic's going to be. But that would be one of my suggestions.
What does it feel like to have some of these requests?
You know,
Bill Ray asked, what does it feel like to have some of these requests from the city government perspective?
from the city government perspective, FOIA, it really is a vital and a very good tool to the citizens, to the public. From the city side, it's really not an issue 99% of the time. But just like anything good in our world, you will have individuals that will abuse it. We'll have, there's what I would consider frivolous requests that do nothing but tie up taxpayers' time, money, government, officials' money, just trying to research. I've been doing this for 13 years, and I will get some requests every once in a while where it's someone that's just mad at the city, and they want to use it in a punitive basis. I want to know every time, I want a copy of every report where there was a person from Missouri stopped over the last 10 years. Well, that's fine, and I understand you may be trying to generate, and look something up, and it may not even be a police thing. I've had, anytime a person was referenced in a meeting over the last 10 years, that's fine, and we'll do it. But when you ask for the same request 2, 3, 4 times, that starts to get a little redundant. They're asking for the same document multiple times. To me, that becomes a frivolous request. And I was mentioning to Luke in the break, the other thing that I struggle with sometime in complying with FOI, but we do it, is companies that use FOIA to gather data to turn around and sell it to people. I may get an FOI request that wants very detailed documents put in a very detailed spreadsheet for them. They want to receive their documents in a very set way. Well, I don't have that report. It's my understanding I'm not required to generate that report. I can give you the data and you put it in your own spreadsheet, but sometimes I go back and forth with companies on that kind of stuff. But like I said, 99%, it's a wonderful tool for the public, and I would encourage people to use it anytime you've got anything you're needing. Sir.
How many hours would you say in a month do you devote, how many hours a month do you devote to dealing with FOI? Because some of those requests can take up a lot of time.
It really depends. There have been, this last month, I've probably spent, I don't know, 5 or 10 hours in the last month. There are months where it may consume everything I've got for that month, just depending on how punitive. Every one of those have been just some, I've got people sitting in jail that's just asking for silliness, and you comply with it, and you do the best you can. But it's funny how they understand you got to reply in a timely manner. They get that one down right fast, but it's like this arm list of stuff. And so we do have to explain that we can only do so much, and we'll get it to you as quickly as we can get it. But sometimes that 72 hours is tough.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Thank you.
You bet.
Well, I think that's a very unique perspective, and but one that our counties, our cities, and our school boards deal with. And I want to make a couple of comments on that. Your point on this punitive aspect is also concerning to me, because sometimes it's a fine line, and we need to err on the side of producing records, obviously. But I encourage anyone in this room or anyone listening, the thousands of people we have listening out here, never make a punitive request. Don't do something just to keep somebody busy, because what's going to happen is some of the colleagues of Senator Sullivan's going to say, look, we're going to have to cut back for you. We're going to have to create another exemption. We're going to have to create another exception, and it's going to hurt those of us who have good faith in mind. So I encourage people never to do that. I've counseled several people. No, don't do that. We don't want frivolous entering the vocabulary from our side, because believe me, we have government saying that we're filing frivolous. Recently I'll be talking about a case I'm involved in where they said I spent all day in court, yet it was a frivolous lawsuit and they wanted attorney fees from me. But as you commented on, we do have the right to records, but your issue about businesses wanting a detailed report, that's covered under Foia too, and they can charge you for that report if they choose to say, look, I'll produce you a report, but we're going to charge you an hourly rate for it. So I think that's a good protection. Although recently, in a case involving a records request that I made on the Fort Smith Public Schools, they started that noise with me about they were going to charge me for records, and it had nothing to do with a report. And I thought it was just an excuse in trying to intimidate, and they're not going to intimidate me, but they may intimidate someone if they start, well, you can have these, but we're going to charge you X amount, because that's not what FOIA is about. We're entitled to this information, and we've got it's a fine, delicate balance. With that said, I want to talk to you about the application, I guess I would say, of FOIA in lawsuits, because when Senator Sullivan creates laws, they have practical effects, and FOIA in 1967, Governor Winthrop Rockefeller, we got our Sunshine Law in 1967. It's been known as the strongest law across the country, although I think recently it's been weakened somewhat, particularly with regard to meetings. But that's another subject for another day, and that's why it's important that we work with our legislators to strengthen FOIA. And we're going to be, and we did last time, we're going to be looking to define what a meeting is, and we're excited for the next legislative session. We built some foundations in the last legislative session, and so we'll be defining what a meeting is. That'll be good for the citizens, and it'll be good for school boards and city bodies to know, can I talk to this person? Can I talk to this, can two school board members talk to each other about an issue that's coming before the board? Can three? Where is that line? So we hope to define that. All right. So I want to talk to you first of all about the Kristen Kitchens versus the City of Fort Smith case, which is a recent case. As you know, this was about and it's still going on. It is regarding a sales tax extension in Fort Smith involving millions upon millions of taxpayer dollars. What happened, they were considering basically how to allocate these sales tax funds, taking 1% of revenue coming in and how to allocate it. And I'm not going to get into the weeds with the details, but in essence, there was a decision as to how we wanted to allocate that money. One of the proposals did not involve parks and recreation, the other one did. So the city administration sent out a memorandum regarding, in essence, two options that they were going to set for a special election, and a special election that was going to be set in 3 months. So you can see I FOIA'd the documents relating to this matter through the Freedom of Information Act, and one of the first documents I got back was a memo from our city director, our city administrator, I'm sorry, to the board of directors, talking about how, since there are differing opinions among the board members, and since we do not want this topic to be bandied around in such a way that could deflect from the ultimate decision of the board, there are three options to consider. Well, when I see that, that's exactly what we want happening in our meetings. We want school board members, we want city administrators to be making the sausage in front of us. We don't want them talking on secret text message and email chains and at the back of McDonald's about the process to reach a decision. So, what we had in this particular case was what the Supreme Court said could not happen. A decision being made outside of the governing body, outside of their meeting. So what happened is that on the options, through a mechanism of controlling their agenda, they have a process where, maybe they don't want to hear a particular, don't want to hear this issue this month, so they kick the entire thing off and they control their agenda and they set it for next month. Well, what they did here is one of the directors asked that we had two competing options. We had option A and we had option B. So through their process, what they can do, and what they did do, is he called up the city clerk, who then polled every single board of directors. Do you vote for option A or do you vote for option B? And by a count of 5-2, they voted to do away with parks. You and I didn't get to see that discussion. That discussion occurred through a straw man, through the city clerk polling every board member. So what happens is, you know, they get to the meeting the next week, and I'm watching it, and I'm hearing these conversations that start to occur about, for example, Director Settle, one of our board of directors, he started talking about, I know it got pulled, and I'm not trying to amend it and put it back in because I know the board doesn't wish that, but I wish we could have had that in there. And I'm scratching my head, and I start scrolling back, and I'm like, when did they talk about that in this meeting? And then another director, Director Good, he goes through this conversation in talking about the parks money, and you know, so my wife's asked me, are you guys serious about doing this, something about the consent decree, or are you about playtime? And then he goes on to state, so it was a hard decision, but if we're serious about making this vote, then let's make sure we have the money we need to get it taken care of. So he's talking about making a decision, and again, I'm asking myself, where did this decision come? So, long story short, I FOIA'd the documents, got the documents, and I found out about this mechanism where the board had been polled the week before. And to me, and I think according to the law, that was a secret vote. In Fort Smith, we've got a sewer issue that's costing close to $1 billion to get fixed now. And so they're deciding how to divvy up the taxpayer dollars. So it's a huge issue. And one that our city said that, well, we can't talk about this consent decree issue because the various government entities have a protective order. So only the citizens can't hear about this. They said that for literally 4 years until I called their hand on it. I FOIA'd the protective order. We got the protective order, and it said it was subject to FOIA. So in other words, all of this should be open. So it's in that spirit. So when I found out these things, we filed this lawsuit. Professor Steinbuck, my partner Stephen Naparano, and myself, we spent the whole day battling the city over should FOIA take precedent over you setting your agenda when it amounts to polling of the board. They want to use all these fancy words about, well, it wasn't polling, it was this, it was that. You know, if it looks like a skunk and smells like a skunk, it's a skunk. So long story short, the court at the end of the hearing asked a couple of great questions. You know, what's stopping a city board from creating a laundry list of competing proposals in its agenda item and then whittling them down? That's exactly what they did in this case. Why poll all the board members when you only need 4 are required to remove an item? They polled all 7. And so, although he asked, you might have to come up here, Kevin. But maybe not. While the judge asked great questions, he ruled that the city had the ability and the right to control their agenda, so he ruled against us the next day in a written order. And I'm going to try this one more time. This is where I need that. Kevin, you might make your way up here. I'm probably going to lose it again if you've got a minute. So he raised great questions. Professor Steinbuck gave an awesome closing argument about the rationale behind FOIA. But the judge ruled against us. agenda formation, he put in his order. Agenda formation is authorized, I think I got it here, Kevin, sorry about that. Agenda formation is authorized by Arkansas statute. The Arkansas legislature had granted municipalities the ability to manage their affairs through the adoption of resolutions and ordinance dealing with board agendas. The city of Fort Smith has accordingly adopted an ordinance and allowing for the removal of business. And then he goes on to say they did not violate FOIA. Well, long story short, we've appealed this case to our appellate, and we think it's going to be an important decision. The only question I have is it going to get to the Supreme Court before we ask the legislature to do their job and say that you cannot usurp FOIA by setting your agenda. You cannot do this polling on two competing items that we do not have the right to see. So, you might think that's the end of the story, but I want to talk a little bit more about transparency here. What's the value of lawsuits? So, kind of a timeline, because it feels like what's happened here is while we lost the lawsuit, and I think we're going to win on appeal, we've won on the transparency front. And here's the reason I say that. After we filed the lawsuit, about a week later, we held a press conference. Western Arkansas Transparency and Government Group and Citizens Against Unfair Taxation. We held a press conference. And we pointed out why it was wrong what the board had done. That they trying to jam this down our throats. We had no public input, no public discussion. They want to extend this tax 20 years. A tax for 20 years, without one single comment by a board member about, well, what about 10 years? What about 5 years? So we pointed some of those things out. The judge makes his ruling, and then about 4 days later after the hearing, the board requests a study session to discuss the February 8th special election that they had passed this ordinance. And in our lawsuit, we had asked that the court strike the special election date, ruled against us on that issue. On December 21st, they had their special meeting. They listened to us, and they voted to stop the February 8th election. We've had various other meetings, and what they have agreed to do is to do several things. Number one, they agreed that there would be set up a special sales tax advisory committee with citizens being on that, who would get all the information on the tax, seeing how much was coming in, what they were spending it on. So that was a win for transparency. They also agreed through pressure of the Western Arkansas Transparency Group and others to shorten the period on both of these taxes to 8 years. We went from 20 down to 8. We went from 10 down to 8 on the other side. So that was a win. They agreed to put a freeze on sales tax. They agreed to put a freeze on raising our sewer rates. We had historic raises over the last several years in Fort Smith. They agreed to freeze the rates for 3 years, and anything past that, they would not raise rates for our citizens any more than 3.5 years. So they're listening. We've got their attention, and we're having this dialogue. And I think it's all because of citizens like yourselves who got involved. Many citizens across Fort Smith got involved and said, look, we've got to do our business in a transparent manner, in an open manner. So that's that case. Now I want to kind of shift gears and talk, I think Ellen Kreth, who is the Madison County Record, she writes for the Madison County Record, is going to talk some about a case that is in Huntsville, which involves some sexual abuse against some minor students in that school system. I've been involved in 2 cases. One of them that I'm going to talk today is a Foia case in which we alleged and got a court order on various Freedom of Information Act violations within the Huntsville School District. I think one of the things I want to say is many times that these Foia issues come up on major issues that affect our lives, whether it's taxes, whether it's abuse of minors, whether it's in Jonesboro, that I'm going to talk briefly about that case. In Jonesboro, Arkansas, the library having vulgar and what I would information on the library shelves. I mean, just all kinds of various issues. But Ben Reitzel was a concerned citizen in Huntsville. We filed this lawsuit on his behalf. We spent another day in court, all day before Judge Martin, and we now have an agreed order. There were a couple of issues that they did not agree to that we tried to the court, but the agreed order. Yeah, Kevin, we can turn those lights back on if you'd like. In essence, we found over 10 violations of the Freedom of Information Act that involved this issue. The first one we found involved disciplinary hearings of students in which they did not give notice to the public, just like we were talking about earlier. If you had asked to get notice along with the media, then the media should have gotten notice of this. They did not. A violation. We passed a law in 2017. Senator Sullivan was involved in that as a member of I think you were a state representative at that point, which requires that all public meetings be recorded. And thank you for that. That is a law that is so important. I talked about it a minute ago when I was able to go back and look at the video, and we have board members stating, we're no longer guessing about what they said. We know exactly what they said and how they said it. Michael Comet's back here running for mayor of Centerton. We had a law. We just tried a lawsuit on his behalf. Won that lawsuit, open records violation. But again, in the meeting we went to, are you recording this? Yes, we are. So they had various other instances of special meetings for the purpose of hearing recommended discipline of students. Again, no notice to the media, no recordings, or they say they recorded it, but they didn't keep the recording. You're required to keep the recording for half a year. They had a training session, same violations. Then we found, through Foia, we found a series of text messages where board members were texting each other regarding the COVID crisis. They're doing our public business. They're text messaging each other about what to do on the COVID crisis with regard to our students. Because the law is in such a state of flux now regarding open meetings, while they would not admit that that was a violation, they did admit that they would not do it again. So that's why we want a clarification on the law. We got into a tussle with them over various text messages that we received. They claimed that they were protected by FERPA, which protects students' rights of privacy, which we believe is very important, and the Arkansas Child Maltreatment Act. They made the claim that these text messages, if they gave them to us, they violated FOIA. Problem for them being is they had already given the same documents to the news media. Every document we asked for, they had already given it to the local news media. So we just said, we want the document. Long story short, the judge ruled in our favor on that. There were various text messages that had nothing to do with student privacy. The judge has ordered them to produce those. It was another violation of FOIA. In all of these orders, I insist that they get training. The judge in this case ordered training. You know, again, you see the history here. I mean, 10 violations of FOIA. So what do they do on the training? On day 61, Ellen Kreth calls up the superintendent and asks if you've had the training, and she says, what training? And, well, the court order says you're supposed to get trained. So the next night, I guess the lawyer fesses up and says, well, I don't think I told the superintendent that they were court ordered to have training. So we're going to have it tonight at the school board meeting. So, you know, they spend little, if any, time. I think it was 45 minutes, and, you know, get some training. But, you know, government has to understand how important the Freedom of Information Act is. I mean, you know, where we're dealing with massive tax dollars or we're dealing with abuse of children, you know, our ability, our right to know is so important. Okay, I think I've got a couple of more minutes. I'm going to cover very briefly another series of cases that we filed in Jonesboro, Arkansas. We got Bob Hester here today. I've known Bob for many years. We've worked together on many issues. A credit to Jonesboro, Arkansas. I mean, Bob just knows what's going on, and we appreciate you, Bob, and thanks for coming over today. We filed a lawsuit for Amanda Eskew. What had happened was there were several books in the children's section that she felt like were in the Jonesboro Craighead Library that were harmful to minors and contained nudity, although, you know, they argued that point. No matter what you feel about it, I know that the local, I said, you know, if you have any doubt about whether these are pornographic in nature, then here's what we'll agree to this interview, but we just want to hold up a picture of what the content is. After seeing the content, they declined to put the content up. But long story short, this was a FOIA case where she made a proposal to the board to create a review process and allow the board to make recommendations. Subsequently, there was a sensitive content subcommittee formed by the Jonesboro Public Library. Well, long story short, they met, this sensitive subcommittee met, violated FOIA, did not give notice to the media. I mean, clear and simple. I mean, give notice so that the public can come see what you're talking about. We filed suit. They immediately, you know, after, for lack of a better word, trash-talking my client, agreed that they violated FOIA and they would pay her attorney fees. And, you know, it's just, you know, I guess I would just call it, sometimes government bodies are just arrogant, and you know, and you've got to break them of that habit, and sometimes a lawsuit's the way to do that. Not to be outdone, however, several weeks later, the same Jonesboro Public Library refused to provide records to a local Jonesboro citizen. And not only that, they altered records that they provided, the back of a check. And so we filed suit, and, you know, again, they immediately agreed that they violated FOIA by not providing these documents, and agreed to pay attorney fees. But, you know, So sometimes you have to file a lawsuit, and to show that, you know, we mean business, and our rights are not for sale. Colonel Parsons is one of my heroes, Colonel Jim Parsons. He has fought battle after battle, and speaking of attorney fees, Colonel Parsons was ordered to pay, I don't know, Colonel Parsons, $10,000 in attorney fees for a case that he brought as a pro se plaintiff, which was frankly just wrong. But Colonel Parsons is fighting for the rights of everyday people, and I'm so appreciative of him. Bob Gregory is also in the room. We've mentioned various FOIA freedom fighters. If you haven't had a chance to go to the Faulkner County reports, please do so. Bob is fighting the transparency battles and has an absolutely awesome website, the Faulkner County Reports, in which he tracks county government in Conway. Bob and I went down the lawsuit. We filed a lawsuit. I guess it's been a couple of 3 years ago now. I think that was a record request that they just kind of thumbed their nose at Bob. We filed suit, again, an agreed order. They admitted they violated FOIA. I wish we had more teeth in FOIA. I think that's something that various legislators have talked about. But anyway, that's kind of from a perspective of a lawyer and how the judicial process should work. And I think with that said, any questions? If you have any questions, we're happy to answer any questions. I think that's sometimes the best part of the process. All right. So what we will do now is we're going to move to a legislator's view of FOIA with Senator Dan Sullivan, who is currently representing the Senate District 21 from Jonesboro. Senator Sullivan is a passionate FOIA advocate in the legislature. He's been involved, last session I know was involved in various open sunshine bills and legislation. He's been a three-term member, right? State representative, now is a state senator, but probably even more important than that, he spent 39 years educating our children, coaching, and then, gosh, he just the list continues to build. But then he was in healthcare, provided meaningful work. He's been married for 31 years. So with that, I'm going to present you Senator Sullivan. Let me get all this out of your way here.
Thank you, Joey, and good to see everybody here. Glad to see the turnout. Again, I'm from Jonesboro, Arkansas. Just got involved in the legislature because I got mad one day and ran and lost really close, and thought I will never go back to this. I just hate, because I hate losing, y'all. But decided then, when another position came up in the House, decided I'd run, and stepped up and run and won that seat. And as Joey mentioned, I was reelected twice, so 3 terms in the House, and this is my first term in the Senate. Running again for the Senate. I have a Democrat opponent, no Republican primary opponent. I'm thankful for several people for helping us work real hard in this time, because there are Republicans working hard to beat other Republicans. Thank you. In those primary elections. So I encourage you to really get involved, watch who your local people are, and running. I'm really thankful for this transparency group that we have. I think it's critical. We have one in Jonesboro. Matter of fact, they're meeting tomorrow night, and I'll be at their meeting tomorrow night, and this idea of transparency in government is spreading statewide. And you always have to ask yourself, why would a group like this, why does it spread? It spreads because it's successful. You know, things that fail don't spread well, except for viruses, I guess. But, you know, things that are good in government, good for government and limited government, it goes around the state because people find a use for it. And Joey mentioned several things about our local library and the issues that are going on there with Foia and other issues. But this idea of transparency is huge. And just to give you an idea, some of you may or may not know, you know, some of the other issues I've been involved in, free speech on college campuses. You know, for a while, our college campuses had free speech zones, and you had to get a permit to go talk in that zone. Well, a young lady from Jonesboro filed suit against Arkansas State University. And as a result of that, I became the primary sponsor of free speech on college campuses. And we passed that legislation pretty much overwhelmingly, and ASU actually worked with us. That legislation became model for all colleges around the nation. We were some of the first to file that. You know, I was one of the leaders in Jonesboro. Our business people came to me when COVID popped up and said, Dan, we're going out of business. We just can't sustain this. You remember we had 3 levels, level 1, 2, and 3. They said, we can't live on level 1. We're going out of business, we'll lose our money, especially our small businesses. So we got together and had a conversation with the legislature and with the governor, and we said, Northeast Arkansas is going to open up Friday. They said, well, we're not at level 2. We said, well, we're going to level 2. And we're not going to tell you how we're going to do it, but we're slowly going to open up. As a result of that, we became what became known as the Free State of Northeast Arkansas. And I'm proud of that. We worked real hard to let folks know the government would not tell us how to run our local business, and we would manage it. When the state closed down at different levels, and the governor said, and his attorney said in testimony before the legislature, that the governor can have emergency powers whenever he wants, for whatever reason he wants, and keep them as long as he wants. So I and several other legislators and a couple of citizens filed a lawsuit against that, and it wasn't about COVID. It was about the executive power in the state of Arkansas. We filed that lawsuit. It failed in a Little Rock court. We took it to the Supreme Court, and because of that kind of pressure, and Joey mentioned this too, sometimes you just have to file a lawsuit. You know, their checks and balances are there for a reason. And when the legislature steps up and we can't get what we want, then we can file a lawsuit too. So several of us did that, filed a lawsuit against the governor for the purpose of establishing a time frame for and limiting his executive overreach. Fortunately, the legislature agreed with that, and we passed legislation, I think because of the pressure that was on the executive branch. A bill was passed to limit the governor's executive power, whereas now he can call that emergency order, but 8 days later, he has to call the legislature in. Now, we may agree or disagree with him, but we want to have a voice. I think those same issues play out with Foia. It gives you, the citizen, an opportunity to see what government is really doing and how government is really working. During this past session, we passed Act 310, which is to photograph records. And again, some of you may think, well, who wants to do that? Well, in the library case, we had people that were FOIA-ing the library, and the library would say, you know, we can't get in touch with our attorney, and we're not going to provide that information right now because our attorney is not responding. So I called, you know, some of our citizens called me and said, well, Dan, what do we do? I said, walk into the library, tell them what you want, have them pull it out and take a picture of it. Walk away, pardon me. So it does have real-time application for when citizens know what their rights are and what they can do. And guess what our citizens did? They went down to the library, walked in and said, I want to see this information. And people would say, well, I can't get to that right now and right here. They said, fine, I'll wait until noon. I'll wait a few minutes until you're open, and when you're available, I want to see it, and I'll just take a picture of it. And some of it was a little bit lengthy, but again, that legislation that may seem like a small thing turned out to be a big thing in that case. We also worked, as Joey mentioned, on defining what a meeting is. And, you know, FOIA is may seem simple, it's pretty complex when you get into the detail and when you get into meeting with local officials. And I understand the comments that many public officials make that it takes up a lot of time. It does, but it's our information. And as a result of what we have done, I think our city council, our quorum court, our elected officials are having more FOIA requests. Well, guess what that does to their operation? They try to streamline their operation so they can meet those requests more efficiently. That's a good thing. When our request for information changes their behavior, that's a good thing for the citizens. And I like that our people are doing that. Again, we have some work to do on the open meetings bill, maybe tweak that some and adjust that some, but that's going to be very important going forward. It was also mentioned earlier that, you know, all of these things happen at the legislative level. And if people are doing requests for information that are too time-consuming for our officials, then there's going to be pushback from groups like the Municipal League and the county associations and different associations. Those folks who represent our county officials are going to go to the Municipal League and other organizations who lobby us to make it easier for them, not for you. That's their job. I don't blame them for doing their job. I understand it, but that's who lobbies and has quite a bit of influence at the legislative level. I won't ask for a show of hands, but I doubt if there are many of you that have a lobbyist or belong to a group that has a lobbyist. You just can't afford to do that. But our state and city officials do have people they pay to lobby for them, and they're very influential, donating, you know, tens of thousands of dollars to groups like this, so to legislators and state officials. So I think it's very important that you have advocates for the citizens and advocates for a group such as this. Every movement needs a champion. And if you don't know who your champions are, then you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You better know who your champions are and support them here at the local level. Help elect legislators who understand what FOIA is, who understand what transparency in government means. Help them to do that. You know what I do as a legislator? We ask for information quite frequently from agencies. I don't know if you heard, but PBS, I think, did some unwise things with your money, and I challenged that and took a lot of heat for it. But I asked PBS for a lot of information. You know, I didn't make that request just offhand. I asked them for how many people, you know, one of their big claims was, well, we provided television and programming during the pandemic for kids. I said, okay, how many kids watched it? So, well, we don't know. I said, so you're doing programming and you don't know how many people watch your program? I said, you spent $4.5 million hiring a company back east to do programming for you. Show me the bid. Well, they said, well, we didn't bid it out. I said, so you're spending $4.5 million and no bid? How many other no bids do you have? There were several other questions, and I actually got a whole bunch of emails from them. We don't have to FOIA because they know if I ask for information and I don't get it pretty quickly, they'll be down in front of a legislative committee in a week or two and have to answer publicly and account for and say over TV and the world that we do not bid our contracts, and we have no idea how many people are watching our programming. You know, they said, well, we do sports programming now, and we televise the championships of all of our state championships. I said, well, that's really great. How many people watch it? Well, we don't know, but you're paying for all of that. So when I say, look, you can answer it to me, or I will have you in front of a committee, the only way you can get that, two ways, I guess. One is call me, or call your state legislator to get that information, or you can do a FOIA request and find that, and then help us publicize that information. Again, that doesn't speak to FOIA. it speaks in a huge way to transparency. I can't tell you how many articles were written and emails that I got and angry people about PBS because they want to watch their cooking shows and Big Bird and those guys, and I'm fine, watch them. But there's a lot more down there than this, and if people don't know it, then they struggle. I have a clip from a very obscene, it was called The Gospel of Eureka. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but you can look it up on the web. That was promoted and published on our PBS programming. Folks, it is obscene. They are whipping Christ in loincloths and doing some things that are just really terrible. Our PBS people did that. So when people would email me and say, "Why are you after my cooking show?" I sent them a clip of that. And some of them didn't answer. That was it. Some of them said, "Sorry, Dan." But if that information is not public and transparent, then people get upset, and I understand that. Joey mentioned transparency in our school board meetings. I think, have you already had a speaker on CRT? Have you already covered that, critical race theory? No. Is that coming up later? It seemed like I saw it, but maybe not. But you're all familiar with critical race theory. Well, I'm getting multiple calls now from teachers and parents whose kids are being exposed to critical race theory. Now, folks, generally that's not discussed much in a school board meeting, but it is very prevalent in teacher in-service meetings. And as we passed, I think in 2017, we passed that you have to tape those public meetings, record them. I think the same thing ought to be done of teacher in-service. If they're doing teacher in-service, there's no reason they can't record that in-service and keep it for a year. I had a teacher call me and they said, "Dan, they're teaching critical race theory openly in the school where I teach. And we just did an in-service on Zoom, and it's very clear that it's out there." Well, I called the school and asked for the Zoom recording, and it wasn't recorded. So we have no evidence that that was going on. And it seems very easy that if you do a teacher in-service, you just click the record button, record that in-service, keep it for, and I talked to the Secretary of Education, keep it for a year, and then you can delete it. But there ought to be a record of what you're teaching our teachers that we're teaching our kids. That ought to be out there in public for you to do. I've made that request to Secretary Key of the Department of Education. We don't have to have a law. We don't have to have a battle. We don't have to fight. If it's the right thing to do, just do the right thing. Record it, and we're fine. We won't make a law. But there are folks who want to keep that private and secret. They don't want you to know how they spend your tax dollar and how they spend your money. And until we have groups like the Transparency Group who are talking about these things openly, recording them, and sharing that information, there's very little pressure on government agencies to do those kinds of things. I'm sure I've got a few notes here. Our library board, again, transparency. Our library board in Craighead County, and I don't know how yours operates, but our library board is autonomous. In other words, once that someone is appointed to the library board, the judge or the city mayor could unappoint them, I guess, but they're very hesitant to do that, and I don't blame them. I understand the politics of that and fighting that battle, but the way, when that board decides, like in Craighead County, our library just suspended the mask mandate last 2 nights ago. We're one of the last ones in the nation to do that, in the nation. Many states have ended mask mandates statewide, but our library, because the library board assumed that authority, kept that mandate in there. And they only removed it Tuesday. But guess what? They could bring it back tomorrow and pass it again because there's no accountability there. So I'm hoping, and this is my suggestion to our quorum court and our city councils, and you may want to look into this. The library director has great discretion in what kind of material is there. And when Joey talked about obscene material and pornographic material, it is. It's very obscene, and there's no discretion there. In my opinion, they're not using discretion properly, I guess. And I'm going to propose and hope our quorum court will provide legislation that says that the quorum court and the city council must approve all library policy, including their funding. That gives a check and balance that is there. The library could say people have to wear white socks coming in to the library, and there's no check and balance there. They do what they want. So this transparency in government feeds into that too, that we help people be accountable in government for the rules they make. Our whole system of government is based on that. You know, we can't change a comma in the transparency laws and in the Foia laws in state law without having the legislature meet. Not a comma or a period. Yet our library boards get to do what they want. And you have other boards, and commissions in your county, the airport boards and all those. You have all kinds of different commissions. At some point, there has to be some accountability to that. That's what this group is bringing out, and I hope you'll ask in your county, in your area, wherever you are, what accountability does your library have? If you'll remember, that turned the whole nation on its head in Virginia. Remember that? In recent elections in Virginia where they wanted the parents wanted to know about what they're teaching in school, and the governor said, "You got no business knowing what's going on in our school." Boom, he was gone. And that transpired nationally. The same thing can happen with your county libraries and your county governments. The transparency opens things up, because I know I, as a legislator, often say, "I wish they'd quit asking me all those questions. I'm getting tired of answering all of this." But that's what we do. We're elected to answer those questions. And if we can't, then we have no business doing this. Jonesboro's 3.5 hours away. Of course, when you drive here from Jonesboro, you have to stop at the top of a hill in order to talk to anybody. Between here and Mountain Home, you got to stop and talk. I was talking with our board members of our library, and Robert Steinbuck will be on later today, because now the board members are being FOIA'd asking for every text message they sent out while the board was meeting. Even if one of the board members told me that she had text messaged her babysitter. They want that. It's important, if you're serving, that you understand what's legal and what's illegal. I mean, they can ask for whatever they want, right? You don't have to give it to them. There's a law that pertains to what information is accessible and what isn't. But this person was scared to death. Do I have to get every text message I put out between here and there? Well, know the law. Those things are important. One of the bills we did not pass that I'm very interested in is about our foundations in the state of Arkansas. You have multiple foundations. You probably have some here in Harrison that perform quasi-government duties. Arkansas State has a foundation. The state government, the Arkansas Department of Economic Development, has a foundation. Your hospital probably has a foundation. They're not a government entity, but we have foundations at the U of A and Arkansas State, and those foundations often provide services that the state government can't provide. For example, you want to pay your football coach, I don't know what they pay him, let's say $500,000. I know that's way low, but that's all right. We want to pay our football coach $500,000, but the university only has $250,000 to spend on them. So how do you get that up there? Well, you have a private foundation. People donate to that foundation, and that foundation makes up the gap that the state can't pay. Well, our Arkansas Economic Development Commission, the secretary of that, gets a $50,000 bonus from a private foundation. Now, if you want to know who's donating to that foundation, you can't know. That's private information. Now, just as a human, if I know I'm getting a $50,000 bonus, I'd kind of like to know who's providing the funding for that bonus. I'd kind of like to know if we're paying my football coach $250, $300, $1 million, whatever that is. If we're paying that, I'd kind of like to know who's funding that. Because eventually, as flawed human beings, we're going to give in to where that money comes from and make decisions not based necessarily on the whole of the people, but we're going to make some of those decisions based on what's best for me and my money. Joey, I'm running close to time. Do I need to wrap it up here?
You've got a few more minutes?
Yeah, I can wrap it up. Let's see. I guess what I want to leave you with is let's be very careful in frivolous questions, because this is going to come before the legislature again, probably this session. We're going to try to strengthen some of the FOIA, but there'll be people battling against that. And guess what their opposition is? This is frivolous, it's costing the state too much money. That's the first thing they bring up. We, of course, can counter that. So I'd ask you to be cautious in doing that, but be active in asking for information first without doing a FOIA request. But say, if you don't do this, if I can't get the information, then we'll have to do a FOIA. If you walk into to your city clerk and you say, I want to see this information, you don't have to say, I'm exercising my FOIA request. You don't have to say that. All you got to do is walk in and say, I'd like to see this information. And they have to provide it. If you have to get legal with them, fine. But let's help our elected officials and the bureaucratic system that supports that. Let's help educate them also and let them know that you want to work with them, not against them. And if we have to work against them, we will, including a lawsuit. Before I filed a lawsuit against the governor's office, I talked with his office multiple times and said, look, we just want to come in and talk. Likely, if that had come to a vote, likely the governor's position would have passed. I think that's probably true. But if they want us to work together, then we need to work together to do that, and we'll escalate from there. I appreciate your time. I can't tell you how much I'm glad to see the leadership here statewide of these transparency organizations. I'll leave a few cards on the desk down here. If you have any questions, please call me. I always advise people to work with your local legislators first. If you call me, the first thing I'm going to do is ask you if you talk to your local legislator. And then I'm going to call your local legislator, because I got no business in Harrison usurping their authority in their elected office. If you get a bad response, call me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any
Yeah.
questions for Senator Sullivan?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait 1 second.
I didn't mean to stymie your applause.
George Geir. George Geir here. I got a suggestion to save a lot of money and help transparency also, which should start at local level, but you're in the state level, so that's even better. How about intent of the law? How about some kind of maybe a resolution or amendment to the Constitution? That sounds kind of big, but to put the intent of the law as part of the law. Think how much legal money that would save, our taxpayer money that would save.
Actually, there is a written intent of the law. Often it comes in the first segment of that, but people that want to get around that, it's pretty easy to get around. But every law we pass has an intent with it, and you can access that.
What I'm talking about is an intent in the law that is the only part of that law. In other words, this is illegal. Some lawyer can't argue that, well, this, and that type of thing.
Well, I think the law is in writing the law, that is our intent.
Sorry.
To write it so that it can't be disputed.
Obviously it is.
Well, we can have discussion after this about that, but
Okay.
the reason we have a law is to lay those things out. We often write, I think every law has a general intent, and the law itself specifies the intent. But I'm glad Joey and other attorneys have a job, and if we did it that good, none of our attorneys would have a job. I appreciate the comment. I'll be glad to visit with you afterwards. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, no.
George, I think that's a good question, and in terms of intent of the law and what's the purpose of a law, in fact, I include in every one of my complaints the intent of the Foia law, the Freedom of Information Act law, and because they included it, and I think Bill Ray has it over here, but it says they included this in the law, and it says, it is vital in a democratic society that the public business be performed in an open and public manner so that the electors shall be advised of the performance of public officials and of the decisions that are reached in public activity and in making public policy. Toward that end, this act is adopted, making it possible for them or their representatives to learn and report fully the activities of their public officials. As the U.S. Supreme Court has stated, the basic purpose of FOIA is to ensure and inform citizenry vital to the functioning of a democratic society, needed to check against corruption and to hold the governors accountable to the governed. And we've heard, through the various speeches this morning, we've heard every one of those things just echoed over and over. But that's a great question, George, and I appreciate that. Dr. Lewis, did you have a question? Or We've got a few minutes here before we break for lunch, I think.
Thanks, Joy. Thank you, Dan, for coming over. And I just talked to him a while ago. He has a lady over there, and I hope she's listening to all of this and viewing this. Iris Stevens is an activist in his part of the world, too. Jim, just like you've been over in your part of the world. And Iris, if you're listening and watching, we appreciate all that you're doing. And thank you for sending a couple of guys out here today, or three, to be with us. One of the things, Joy, we wanted to do was, in this session today, is call everybody's attention to this little book. If you want to get more copies of this, I keep about 1,000 copies of this in my garage at home. Call the Arkansas Press Association, call the governor's office, or any of those agencies listed here, the co-sponsors.
Or call Bill Ray Lewis.
Or call me. Call me, I'll get you some. But this is a wonderful, wonderful booklet. And the people at the Attorney General's office that put this together, we owe them a debt of gratitude for all that they've done to make this a real valuable resource for us. Also, Joey, I'd like to ask, I've got a couple of more of these Bibles, the big thick book, that'll cost you $40 if you had to buy it. I've got 2 or 3 of those that I'd give to somebody if somebody would like to have one. Luke, have I given you one of those? Okay. And
you want one?
We'll give him one too. I've got some extra copies here. I keep some of those in my garage too. They're $40 each. I get them for $10 because I'm a special person. No. And but I'm giving these away to you free. And if you all will ask me also, I'd like to give you a copy also. But anyway, Joy, thank you all of you for watching and listening. But one of the things I want you to do is familiarize yourself, if you can, with what's in this little handbook here. It's a really good document. We were going to have George Pritchett here at this time, Joy, but he's not able to be with us today. But I'd like to call your attention just briefly to pages 26 and 27 of this document. I'm not going to read anything from it. I just want to call your attention to it. Notice that sometimes, and I wish Judge DeLay was here, but sometimes a judge might want to close a courtroom to the public. But take a look at that, and it kind of gives us as citizens what we might do, Ida, if a judge were to close or attempt to close a courtroom. So take a look at that on pages 26 and 27. I compliment the Attorney General's office and the people who put this together and edited this every year. Were you a part of that, Dan?
No, sir, I had a comment about that.
Okay, go ahead.
You you know, we passed legislation, I think in 2017, that allows legislators to go into court when it's close to you if it involves custody issues. So sometimes they close the court for everybody else except for like first people in those custody issues. Now your local legislator can go in. And I have times, there are times when people will call me and say, Dan, there's a closed case going on. Would you mind attending, or can you find someone to attend? So if your local legislator can help in that way, let us know. Thank you.
Joey, at this time, I'd like to ask Ida Edwards back here, one of our members, and Wendy Moore are helping us on our lunch. Anything you all need to say, ladies, about what we need to do, or are we all set for lunch? Are we all set? You're waiting on them. Okay, Joey?
I've got a couple of, I think, while we're waiting on that, I've got a couple of comments regarding closing the courthouse. Senator Sullivan talked about, you know, in certain custody matters, certainly when privacy of our children are involved, that may be one of the areas that when we want to protect the privacy that we may, quote, close the courthouse. But that certainly needs to be the exception rather than the rule. Ellen Kreth, who is the editor of the Madison County Record, has been following the case in Huntsville. And I've talked about the Foia case, and we've also filed another lawsuit, what's called a Title IX case regarding the abuse. And we've currently in that case, and the judge has issued a gag order that Joey McCutcheon needs to shut his mouth about it probably. So I'll do that. But I do want to talk about one aspect of that, which is part of the public record, and that is that in Ellen Kreth, who you're going to hear from later, really looking forward to that, she has written extensively in the Madison County Record on every aspect of these cases. It's been just great coverage, and Mike Masterson has been unbelievable in terms of covering that issue, as well as other over the years, has just been unbelievable in terms of investigative reporting and covering and whatever the terms are. But thanks to the press, thanks to Mike and Ellen. But as it relates to that case, the school district in that case filed a motion to seal the entire record. And in essence, what that would have done, it would have kept the press out of the courtroom. They could have never reported what was going on in that courtroom. They could have never reported the stories of those children. And that was very disturbing. Various briefs were filed, including even a brief filed by the Madison County Record against doing that. The court denied that motion, thankfully, and so that we're going to have open and transparency in that, while also obviously protecting the privacy rights of students. And that certainly can be done without sealing the entire record. As Ellen said, in her quoting her in her one of her opinion pieces, if the school district had its way, the record would not have been allowed to report on the allegations at all. We find the district's transparency in this matter disturbing. All government and school officials deserve to be held accountable. The public has the right to know how people paid with taxpayer money conduct themselves and perform their jobs. Again, it's the heart of what we're here about today. Senator Sullivan, while we're waiting on lunch, brought up critical race theory, which I thought was Senator or Representative Mark Lowry was really leading the charge on that. I guess the timing of the legislative session just didn't give some of the legislators the courage that they needed to tackle that battle. But along the transparency lines, Isla Campbell is a client of mine, and we filed a FOIA case against the Fayetteville Public School District. We had asked for documents relating to critical race theory in the Fayetteville School District. Isla felt like they existed. They basically responded, we don't have any. We filed suit the next week. About 2 weeks later, we got about 8,000 documents on critical race theory. Now, again, you can call a skunk, but if it walks like one and smells like one, it's a skunk. And those documents, while every 8,000 document was not on point, there were some really critical documents that were found. I mean, clearly they're teaching critical race theory. They're forming, they're indoctrinating teachers. They're indoctrinating students. But the point's not whether you're for, whether you believe this way or that way. One of the things I want to say is what we're here about is getting those documents that Isla received and being able to fully report, we're able to watch what government's doing. So we spent the whole day in court. Court found that they violated FOIA by not timely providing those documents. One of the things that this punitive aspect of FOIA, what I always encourage people to do is if a school district says, hey, we need extra time. Okay, how much time do you need? We need a week. Okay, sure, I'll give you another week. It's not to say you've got a maximum of 3 days to get me those documents. I want them or I'm suing. That's not what we're all about. And I think we all need to appreciate that. As Senator Sullivan said, know the law. And as I will say, if you don't know the law, Professor Robert Steinbuck has spent hours upon hours educating the public, and he's happy to talk to you. I'm happy to talk to you. We're happy to get you answers, and we'll do that. So, I want to close for right before lunch on this frivolous note. As we said, we should not file a frivolous request. We should not file a frivolous lawsuit. But what happened to me recently in the first case I talked to you about was the Kitchens case. We tried that case. We thought we were going to win that case at the circuit court level. As I said, we've now appealed it up. Professor Steinbuck was on my partner Stephen Naparono and my team. We lost that case at the circuit court level. Within 2 weeks, we got a motion from the city of Fort Smith, a motion for attorney fees. They wanted my client to pay their $13,000 in attorney fees. I mean, this is a case, as you heard Judge DeLay talk about, they set these FOIA cases within 7 days. Now, the appeals take forever, and Judge DeLay seems to be going to be seeing about working on that, where the appeals of these cases are not that long. But yeah, they wanted $13,000 in attorney fees. Number one, you can FOIA how much these lawyers are charging the cities. I think it's disgusting how much city attorneys, some city attorneys are making in these cases. I mean, this is a case, this was within 2 weeks. I mean, they had already billed $13,000 and they wanted to charge it off. The judge says, look, it's clearly not a frivolous case. It was not dilatory, and you're not entitled to attorney fees, which was obviously a correct ruling. But sometimes, the government wants to intimidate us, and we need to be reasonable, but we also need to stand our ground. So, I appreciate everyone in here today. We are going to wrap up the morning session, and we will be back at 1:15. It's about 7 after 12 right now. Want to thank Bill Ray Lewis and all the his Harrison support team. These ladies have been working so hard, and Bill Ray has been so gracious to have us pizza and lunch here, and we appreciate that very much. We will start with the media and the FOIA at 1:15. That's one that you will not want to miss. Mike Masterson will be talking to us at that time. All right, let's eat. All right, we're gonna get cranky. All right, I'll,
Mike, the check's in the mail.
testing 1, 2. I think we're almost ready to go. Is the technical ready? Okay, before I introduce Mike Masterson, I wanted to have just a minute here to see how smart y'all are about FOIA, because today is Freedom of Information Day across the country. Some of you may not have been here this morning, but March 16th is James Madison's birthday and also Freedom of Information Act Day, and that's one of the reasons Bill Ray wanted to have it today. So, where was the first Freedom of Information Act? Bill Ray? You good-looking guy, you.
I don't have to say it was Arkansas, I don't know.
No, and we're talking countries. What country?
Oh, what country?
Yes. Anybody have an idea on that?
I don't know.
Sweden.
Sweden?
In 1766, Sweden passes the first FOI law. What was the second? France. The French Declaration of Rights of Man allows citizens to review the government's expenditures. That was 1789. We were third. America was third. In what year?
1967.
Well, that's Arkansas.
You're talking about nation?
America was third, but what year? 1966, which is, you see those 1700s. You did. I thought you were somebody. I thought you had been reading my notes there for a minute.
I wonder if Governor Rockefeller would have picked up on that back in 1966. He really pushed it in 1966 and got it back.
I'm sure that he did. Bill Ray was commenting that we passed our Arkansas legislation in February of 1967, the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. One interesting fact about our U.S. measure, the Freedom of Information Act, President Johnson, Lyndon Baines Johnson, did not approve of the act. Although he signed it, he was never a supporter of the Freedom of Information Act. And the act, as it originally was passed, was not a success. And guess what? When it became a success? 1974, Mike. You know what happened in 1974? The First Amendment to the law. No, I don't, actually. Watergate. Yep. So Watergate. All right. Just some kind of facts about it, and pay attention. Stephen Naparano of my office came up with these quotes. I love the first one, and actually Professor Steinbuck's book, what we call the Foia Bible, kind of has this quote in it about sunshine is the best disinfectant. The best disinfectant for the coronavirus is soap and to wash your hands. The best disinfectant for corruption is government transparency and open records. Nothing more true. With that said, I want to introduce to you a friend of mine and a friend of ours. Someone who routinely in his columns writes about the Freedom of Information Act, and that's Mike Masterson. Just enough can't be said about Mike. He writes about FOIA repeatedly, and his readership is unbelievable. People follow Mike, and we're so appreciative of Mike and how he insists on open government. With that said, I'm going to give you Mike Masterson.
Good afternoon. You know, in preparation for this, Bill Ray asked me to speak for 30 minutes, and I've promised to keep it at least at that. And whenever I speak to groups, I try to follow the adage, talk about what you know about. I didn't come to talk about the law itself today. I mean, look at Professor, the authority in Arkansas will be right behind me. So I just wanted to share with you some of the instances that I've been through over the years that began, let me grab this. That began with my very first job in journalism. And in Hot Springs, when I was editor there, the school board would not give us information we needed. So for the first time ever, we filed an FOI request. It involved student disciplinary matters. And the school board claimed that the students were employees. And we said, no, they're not your employees at all. And so we took it to court, and we won that case. And I realized then that, you know, this law is not only important, but it's one that's vital to not only our society, but to what we do as journalists. And as time went on, there in Hot Springs, I'm not sure how many times we used it, but it was a lot. And it was always successful. We didn't lose any cases. And from there, I realized that I went to the LA Times from there as a reporter. And I realized as I started writing about all the cases I became involved in there during my time, that the FOI law was going to open a lot of doors for me, and it did. I remember at Torrey Pines Golf Course, one of the premier golf courses and a public course in our country, some reporters and I would play golf there regularly, but we never could get tee times in the morning. We couldn't figure out why, because we'd start calling for a reservation right on the moment that we could, and it was already full for the morning. And so during one afternoon when we finally got to play again, I went up to the starter, and the person who keeps time or keeps record of who's going off when, and I asked him if he kept records of who went off when for the last 3 months. And he said he did. So and this is one thing about FOI law and FOI cases. I asked him if he had a piece of paper, and he did. And so I stood there and wrote out an FOI request right there for the logs for the last 3 months, the starting logs. Well, he pulled them together in a couple of days. I went back. And lo and behold, believe it or not, it was the same groups at the same time on a public course, weekend after weekend. So they didn't even start until the afternoon. Anybody else had a chance to get in. So I wrote the story that this same group of people were taking these times every weekend. One of the things that I'd asked the starter at the time was, after I saw that, I said, well, do you know these people? And he said, well, yeah, I know the guys. I know. Have you become friends with them? Well, yeah, pretty. Do they ever give you gifts? You know, Christmas, do you get a little bottle of whatever you like best or something else? And he said, well, yeah, at Christmas they give us gifts. So to make a long story short, the story appeared in the Times, and within a week, the whole thing was completely switched around. Finally, people could get back on who wanted to play golf in the morning on a weekend, other than this group. And that just reinforced what I knew the whole time, that this law is so critical, because had I not had that, he would not have given me those records. And because I did, the whole system changed. And I credit the FOI law beyond myself for having that done. In another case in LA, a young man was murdered. I FOI'd the prosecutor's office for the records. It showed that they had gotten the case in their investigation completely wrong. And so I wrote that story, saying how this young man actually died rather than why they weren't filing charges because they thought it was an accident. Well, all of a sudden, within 2 days, they had to back up and file charges against this young man that killed him, and he was convicted and sentenced for involuntary manslaughter. From there, I went to Chicago. In Chicago, the way they play hardball, by the way, the system for sure in every way. I was reading about a young black man who had hanged himself, supposedly, in one of the police lockups. I think there were a dozen police lockups in Chicago. And he'd been running from the police, and they arrested him on some relatively minor charge, a misdemeanor. And the next day he was dead. He was 21 years old. So I wondered, how many of these deaths do they have in Chicago? And so I FOI'd that for the police department, asking how many they'd had in the last 2 years and which lockups. And it came back, and even I was amazed because it was more than the combined total of New York and LA in that one community, that one city. So I wrote that story, and the next thing you know, other people are coming forward. And before it was over, the police department was having to call police commissioner was having to call a press conference and announce major reforms in the way they handled the people they arrested, especially young black men. And so the thing that happened with George Floyd obviously had been going on for a long time, everywhere, not just in Minnesota. Dixon, Illinois housed the largest. I had 5,000 patients, developmentally disabled, sorry. And we heard that they'd been dropping their population, but we didn't understand why. So we went to Dixon and looked. I came back and wrote an FOI request to the state and discovered in the process, because of that FOI request, that indeed the population had been dwindling, and what they've been doing was busing these poor developmentally disabled people who were in Dixon, who were cared for by a staff that understood how to care for developmentally disabled, into nursing homes around Chicago owned by big political contributors. And the big political contributors wanted those patients to fill their beds so they could get the Medicaid funds. And they've been doing that for about 2 years, and we discovered, that the population was going down in Dixon. And what they were doing was, at the same time, through another FOI request, we learned that they'd been applying to the Department of Justice to turn Dixon into a prison. So they were installing all these things connected with a prison that you would expect to see, cells and cell doors and fencing and wiring. And so they were slowly converting Dixon into a prison while quietly putting these poor people in these horrible nursing homes. They were some of the worst, but they got them because they were contributing money to the politicians, and nothing was particularly new about that, especially in Chicago. And I found one case that I pursued in the group of hundreds that have been distributed, of a young woman who had been moved into one of the homes, and she had died of bed sore infections, where she had been treated really well in Dixon. Now she was dead. She was in her 20s, early 20s. So I took what I learned from FOIing the information around that case into a story for the Sun Times, and blew the whole thing open about what the state was doing quietly, converting Dixon into a prison. And these people were dying. And this woman was a good example, this young lady. Her name was Donna Sonnenberg, I remember. And I wrote about her case and the details around her death. And that led to the arrest of, and first conviction, really in Illinois, of a nursing home owner for abuse, criminal abuse. So that was just two examples in Chicago, and there were a bunch. When I got back to Arkansas, I came back to do investigations for the 5 daily papers of Waco Media, owned by Walter Hussman, and the Arkansas Democrat at that time, now the Democrat Gazette. But anyway, I was traveling around the state and doing stories for all the papers and some major investigations into what was going on in Arkansas. One of the cases I got onto was the Marvin Williams case early on. Marvin Williams was a young black man who had died 20 years earlier in Conway in the Faulkner County Jail, arrested by 2 white police officers. And Marvin he was arrested supposedly for being so intoxicated in his car that he couldn't even walk and they had to carry him. And the 2 officers that testified, let me back up. When I looked at this, I knew that it had been a coroner's inquest. So I FOI'd the coroner's inquest and got about 40 pages of it. And in the inquest, we could see who said what under oath, the 2 officers and others involved in the case at the time of what had happened to Marvin. They said, these 2 men, these 2 police officers, that they had seen Marvin in his car and it was raining and he was obviously intoxicated, so they took him in, and in taking him in, they accidentally dropped him. One on each, they had him in the middle and his arms around each shoulder. And there was a clap of thunder, and all of a sudden he fell forward and hit his forehead. And that's why the pictures later that I also got through FOI, that's how, that was the cause of his death. No, but that wasn't what happened. What really happened was that once they got him in the cell block upstairs, he was seen by a white inmate over across the way being beaten by the 2 officers, savagely beaten. He was on the floor and they were hitting him and hitting him. Then they dragged him into the woman's cell on the other side. They didn't want to put him in the cell with the men over here, but he was watching this. And it turned out that Marvin was dead the next morning, and an autopsy was done, and the coroner's inquest was impaneled, but they didn't wait for the autopsy results. They ruled that it was an accidental death. By now, though, armed with that, with the coroner's inquest, I started moving ahead, asking other questions, trying to find out everything I could, what happened 20 years, this is 20 years later. I started issuing FOI requests of the medical examiner's office, the coroner's office in Conway, Faulkner County. And anyway, before it was over, I don't know how many stories I wrote using FOI. Bill Clinton, who was governor at the time, the pressure had built so high on all the lies that had been told and exposed that he impaneled, he called for a special prosecutor who impaneled a grand jury. And they called these 2 officers in. One had become a truck driver since, and the other one was high ranking in the state police in Arkansas. They left Conway, obviously, and moved on after 20 years. They called them in to testify, and this went on for 3 weeks. The special prosecutor, Gary Isbell from Yellville, he was in a wheelchair, he rolled his wheelchair through the black part of Conway, trying to get people to talk to him and earn their trust so that they could come and testify at the grand jury of what they knew. And before it was over, they indicted those 2 men for first-degree murder 20 years later. And probably 4 months later, the trial was held. And it was a classic, just about what you'd expect. On one side of the courtroom were blacks praying for justice, and on the other side were whites who were supporting the two police officers. And the testimony was given, and when it was over, they were set free. Well, a lot of truth had emerged during that time, and I had promised the father of Marvin at that time, when I started looking into it, that I wouldn't even open it up unless he gave me his blessing, because I didn't want to open this wound, tear the scab off this 20-year-old injury for them unless they wanted me to, and he had. So it all wrapped up with that exoneration of the two officers. And I might say too that as of next week, Ronnie Williams, which Marvin's younger brother, has completed his book on this case called Markham Street, and it's going to be circulated nationwide, and it's going to be in all the Walmart supercenters. And on March 30th at the Clinton Library, Ronnie Williams is reading from his book and doing a book signing. I plan to be down there too, to be there. His family's now gone, his mom and dad. But without the FOI, I would never have gotten the coroner's inquest and a lot of the other information I was able to get in that case that went on for a year before it finally ended. But you know, I was so discouraged at that point that although I was born here and loved the state, I just wanted to leave because I just had this, it was so obvious what had happened to Marvin, and that this jury had, all-white jury, had set these men free, that I was offered a job at the Arizona Republic in Phoenix to head their investigative team. So I moved to Phoenix, headed that team. My predecessor there had been murdered with a car bomb 10 years earlier, and they disbanded their investigative team at that time. Now they were reopening it. So they brought me in to reform their investigative unit and start looking into what was going on in Phoenix. And I can tell you, Phoenix was about as hardball as Chicago. And one of the first steps that I took there was to FOI all the information around the death of my predecessor, Don Bowles, who'd been murdered with a car bomb at a hotel. The last thing they had from Don Bowles was a note on his desk that he was supposed to meet with a source at a hotel in downtown, the Clarendon Hotel in downtown Phoenix. And he went, but the source never showed up. When he got back in his car, it exploded. So someone had put a bomb under it and killed him. At that time, he'd been looking at land fraud in Arizona, which was rampant. May still be, I don't know it. So one of the first things I did was issue FOIAs on everything I could find about the Bowles case. 2 men were later convicted of that. I don't think they ever got to the top, the real people that orchestrated his murder. But Barry Goldwater, at that time was a senator, and he'd endorsed one of these fraudulent land companies that Don Bowles had been looking into. So whether Goldwater had anything to do with it or not, I think if I had to guess or bet the house, I'd say that it went all the way up to his office of what happened to Don to stop him from looking at what he was looking at. But we were able to put a lot more information out about his murder, and 2 men were eventually found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. We did a series on mistreating the American Indians in Arizona. It took us almost a year to do it. And I lost track of how many FOIs we issued, but it enabled us to put together a 32-page special report on how the Indians had been abused in so many ways, from the education to Indian Health Service to slant drilling on their, oil drilling on their reservations. And that led to Senate hearings and a lot of changes in the way the Indians were being treated at that time. Joey, give me the sign when it's 30 minutes. Well, yeah, is it?
Which sign is that?
That just a wink. Nah, and then we learned about how the elderly of America at that time were being over-medicated and mismedicated to a large degree. Thousands of elderly were being put in nursing homes all around the country and hit in the head with Haldol and Mellaril, two really powerful antipsychotics. And what we discovered was, through FOI of the FDA, I can't remember which agency it was, that what was happening was you might admit your grandparent or someone, and they may complain about the food or complain about anything, because lots of times these places were not good places. And so rather than hire another nurse or more staff, they just give them a Haldol pill or a Mellaril and would knock them out. And so at that time, people were going into nursing homes and seeing all these people in wheelchairs with their heads down, you know, and you just think, well, that's a natural state when you get to that age. No, the Haldol was crippling them in every way, but especially mentally. I mean, they're cognitively, they didn't complain anymore, that's for sure. And so that led to about a 28-page special investigation into the mistreatment of the elderly in America. We were fortunate enough in both those cases to be finalists in the Indian case and the elderly abuse, to be finalists for the Pulitzer. We didn't win. We were bridesmaids both days, both years. I guess the point that I wanted to make, Patrick Henry said, the liberties of a people nor were nor ever will be secure when the transactions of their rulers may be concealed from them. And we all know, after just living and listening today, there are lots of people that want to keep out the information, and FOI can make such a huge difference, and it does. It has in my case for 50 years now, and everywhere I've been. And some things I wonder about. I was asking Joey about this on the break, that if you run for office in a free country like this, and you're elected by the public to do their business honorably, respectably, why would you not do it? What happens once you're in office with your group of friends and board members or whoever, or elected officials? Why wouldn't you want to do your job right? If I was elected, I'd want to do it. And if someone told me to, let's do an end run and keep this quiet, I'd say, I don't want to do that. That's not what I was elected to do. And so, but the question is why? Why in the world would you not want to do the public's business in public? Joey said, well, maybe some of these people that are elected really don't understand the law, and so they just kind of trust their local board attorney to tell them what to do or not do. I think that's true, but I also believe another thing, that some of these people that end up on these boards don't realize that there's pressure involved in it, the decisions you make. Not everybody's going to be happy with your decisions because you're following your own moral code or your own, what you know is right. And so you want to do it in quiet. You want to do it behind the scenes so you don't have to face the pressure. And then all of a sudden someone comes along, issues an FOI request, or the media that's doing their job, and let me emphasize that's doing their job instead of feeling like they're part of the system, starts to ask questions. And then all of a sudden you are embarrassed. You're right in the situation that you wish you'd never gotten into because you didn't do the right thing to begin with. But, and I have to say that I get disappointed all the time nowadays in my colleagues. When I look around this country and I see the media pretending to be media, but really just apologists and propagandists for a political party. For gosh sakes, why do you sell yourself out, your integrity and your credibility, to please some politicians? Why do you do that? Well, I'm sure there's various reasons, but it's been very disappointing to me of late to see what I have seen and we continue to see in the media. Because if they don't hold the dishonorable accountable, who will? Who will? The attorneys. You have good people like Joey who'll sue you. How many Joeys are there? I know one. You know, I look around, how many other, do you read in the media about any other attorneys in their towns taking on their school board or their board of directors in the city? I don't. And, you know, so I hold Joey up in my column, hoping that it will transfer to other attorneys who will say, you know, Joey's doing the right thing. We need to do it here in this town. It may not happen. It hadn't so far, but I'm going to keep plugging. And there's people like Robert Steinbuck, who follows me in just a moment with more detailed legal descriptions of what's going on in this, who also feels the same way. And he stands up for what he believes, rather than caving in to the good old boys or the system, which always has pressure on you and forces you to make a decision. You're going to do what you promised to do, you're going to do what your heart tells you is right, or are you going to cave in and go along? So, anyway, this is a brief account of some of the things that I've used the FOI for that have been extremely effective in making change, positive change. And I look forward to hearing what Robert Steinbuck has to say in just a moment. And thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Wow, that was powerful to see what a media person, a journalist, a reporter, the information that they provide to us. I mean, in uncovering major corruption. That's just so impressive. Quote, I think this is the quote maybe Mike referred to, Patrick Henry, who's my hero. The liberties of a people never were and nor ever will be secure when the transactions of their rulers may be concealed from them. It's true then and it's true today. And all right, I know that we have got Professor Steinbuck waiting in the wings. This is going to be the treat of the day. Really, really excited to have Professor Steinbuck. Kevin, how are we going to do this switcheroo?
Oh, good, he's right there.
Yeah. He's waving at us. We don't have you up on the screen yet, Robert, but we'll get you right up here. Can I go ahead and keep
One
talking
second.
while we're...
Sure, let me get this wire.
Am I okay? Can they hear me out there as well as...
Yeah, they can.
Okay. While Kevin's doing that, I want to talk a minute about Robert Steinbuck. First of all, we have numerous times mentioned the Foia Bible, which Robert has now taken over exclusively. And as we read in Mike Masterson's column a little bit ago, the 7th edition is coming out, which Robert is writing on exclusively. I'm really excited to get that. The other news in Robert's career and life is he's now running for a state representative, and really excited about that. Because I see Robert as a man of the people, a candidate of the people, somebody who's going to stand up for rights. Not only the right to know that we're here about today, but all the other rights. Robert has His background's unbelievable, Ivy League, I could go through all the list, law review articles. He's been a professor at the Bowen School since 2005, received various awards. One of the things that we mentioned earlier was the Foia Task Force, of which Robert is a member. And the Foia Task Force, I thought it was just going to be another task force that does nothing, but I've been so pleased and so surprised that the task force looks at every piece of legislation. The public is involved. I'm asking everyone who's listening today to get on that email chain during the session because those bills are vetted by folks like Robert who are the experts in FOIA, and to make sure there are no unintended consequences of laws that's going to affect our right to know. Robert, we've got the two technical gurus here trying to get you situated, and you're on the main screen now, and I think we
should be able to hear us.
Can we hear Robert?
He can hear us, but we can't hear him. We got to unmute him. Hold on just a second.
We're going to unmute you, and I think you're ready to go. Not yet. Just 1 second. We can't hear you. No, not yet.
Well, he's speaking. Now it's not in the system. Okay. Zoom, on Zoom, he's speaking, but it's not in the system. I don't know why it's not in the system. Where's this iPad connected to?
No, still can't hear you. Hang on just 1 second. They're working on it.
There's got to be a connection here. Because because you can see that there is input from him and input from us, so he can hear us.
Yeah, you can hear us, right? Can't hear you yet.
That's a 3x5. Yeah, this should be a whole. Uh-oh. Okay. Hello. All right.
Robert, can you hear us? Okay.
Oh, I hear him a little bit. You can hear him. Yeah. Crank
We're
up
getting
the volume.
something. Hang on just a second.
Crank up the volume on this thing. Where's the volume on here?
Do we need to switch over to my computer?
Oh, we might. Oh, there should be volume.
Okay, try it again, Robert. Can you hear us?
Test 1, 2.
Testing.
There we go.
Got it.
Is it good?
Yes, perfect. All right, you're set, Robert. Take it away.
All right, folks, thank you for having me, and it's wonderful that you're able to get me electronically. Sorry, I keep the now there, so let me just adjust the camera. Anyway, let's get right into it. First of all, thank you very much, everyone, for the kind words from Mike Masterson, from Joey, Dan Sullivan earlier. All the nice things that you all say to me is going to make my head swell. I, as Joey mentioned, I'm a law professor. I appear here in an individual capacity. That's particularly important now that I'm running for office to draw that distinction, so I do so happily. I'm a trial attorney, an appellate attorney, a FOIA advocate, as Joey mentioned, the co-author of the current edition of the FOIA, what we colloquially call the Foia Bible, the treatise of the Freedom of Information Act, and the author, the sole author of the next edition, and to be clear, with the explicit direction of my two co-authors. They both said to me, well, we've done it long enough. One is fully retired, the other one has moved out of state, and when they brought me on to be co-author, they were both out of state already and said, we'll transition with you, and then thereafter it's yours, so handle it. And I happily do so. So that book will be coming out, incidentally,
from Lexis. So it's going to be national press now, and it will be available online through Lexis, as well as, of course, hard copy. And Joey is mentioned in the book. I suspect I cite to at least one, if not more, Mike Masterson articles. I certainly cite to some laws written by Dan Sullivan, a real, true advocate for transparency. You know, let me just make this point more broadly. Joey made a very nice comment about me running for office and that I'm a man of the people. I like to think that's true. I'll tell you a short story in a moment about that. But before I get to that, let me mention Dan Sullivan. Dan Sullivan is a state senator. He doesn't have a polo shirt with the little emblem senator written on it. Why? Because he didn't run for office to get the fancy shirt, to get the title. He did it to do good. You might not agree with everything he does, you might. But he did it because he has the right sentiment at heart. I once worked in the IRS of all places, not doing tax law, I did ethics law, in fact. And I worked in an internal office, meaning it wasn't something that had a liaison to the public. We didn't interact with the public. And I got a phone call on my direct line, and it turns out it was a woman who had been forwarded to me. And she said, I was told you're the person to help me solve this tax problem. Well, I know already that's incorrect because I don't do tax law. I don't know tax law. I didn't know it then, and I don't know it now. But rather than saying, no, you just have the wrong number, I said, okay, well, I know I'm not the right person. Here's who I think is the right person. She gave me a little description of what she needed. Here's that person. I'm going to connect you to that person. Here's that person's number. And since you called me through the switchboard, here's my direct line. And if that person is not the right person, or that person doesn't get you to the right person, call me back. And we'll find out who is the right person. Why? Because I equally have a commitment to doing the right thing. And unfortunately, government bureaucracy doesn't operate that way. On the whole, there are notable exceptions, but on the whole, it doesn't operate that way. Government bureaucracy is like a living creature. What creature? Well, it's kind of like rats and cockroaches. Why? They like to breed, they like to eat, that means be funded, and they don't like sunshine. They don't like light. Guess what the Foia is? It's sunshine. So we have to continually shine the light on government to make them scurry, bring out those good government workers who are doing good in the first place, who welcome those phone calls, who welcome that light. Not everyone's made. But when you hear a government actor, and I've heard it many times, say, we don't need this law, this new proposed law. Why? Because we would never do that. We would never act ill-motived. I'm going to tell you a story exactly about that issue. I've been working with the legislature for at least a decade now, I believe, on a variety of bills, mind you, gotten several of them passed, including Freedom of Information Act amendments, positive amendments. Equally so, fighting to beat back amendments that seek to restrict it, that seek to undermine it, that seek to turn the law into Swiss cheese, so it's inoperable. So there was, across this country, on all Freedom of Information Acts, there's a notion developed by courts, because it's not explicitly in the statute, but it is implicitly. And it's known as the catalyst theory. So it's a fancy name, but if you know anything about chemistry, catalyst is when you drop a chemical in with two other chemicals, and it makes those two other chemicals react. And so, as you likely know, in the Freedom of Information Act, if you're successful, you can get attorney's fees. So what does it mean to be successful? Because that's all it asks for. It asks for actually not complete success, but substantial, significant. Statutes differ, but it's all the same notion. You need to have been the better of the two in terms of the litigants, in terms of how the outcome came. And if you were, you get attorney's fees. That's to incentivize attorneys to take the case and disincentivize government from putting up roadblocks to transparency. Well, I brought a case. Actually, I was the litigant and co-attorney on it with another attorney. And I brought a case. And the university system said, well, even though they got a bunch of records, which we did, they're not entitled to attorney's fees. Oh, wait, what? Why not? Well, they're not entitled to attorney's fees because they didn't get the records by winning a judgment given by the judge. Well, how did we get the records? Well, of course, they turned them over. We sued, they settled. It's funny how that works, isn't it, right? All of these bureaucrats are big talkers. They're like internet bullies, right? They make a lot of noise until they show up in court. So we sued, and they turned over documents. So they said, well, that could never be a win. Wait, so if we get all the documents we want, that's not a win? That's right, says the university. Why is that not a win? Well, because the judge didn't say you won. But if we get all the documents, that's still not a win? That's right, not a win. That was their argument. By the way, I heard them make that same claim. We would never try to do anything that abuses the FOIA. We would never try to act in a way that's inconsistent with transparency. So the courts across this country have already developed an answer to that question. It's called the catalyst theory. The courts have said, well, if the catalyst was the lawsuit for you getting the records, then you get attorney's fees. That's a win. And of course, as a matter of logic, it is as well. They said, well, there's no case in Arkansas on that. There's no case in Arkansas on that because nobody had ever had the temerity to make such a ridiculous argument, right? Here's the thing. Courts don't have to give opinions if people aren't dumb enough to show up with ridiculous arguments. Until now. So, they made that argument. So Dan Sullivan got wind of this. Dan Sullivan said, we need to make a law. Dan and I sat down and we drafted that law. Oh, the story doesn't end there. The university showed up to the legislature on your dime, by the way. Who's paying for them? On your dime to lobby against the law. So this is what happens, by the way, with bureaucrats all the time. They show up, they're paid by the government, and they show up to lobby the legislature to have less oversight. And you're paying for it the whole time. That's some setup, ain't it? So they lobby against the law. They say, well, maybe there's a good idea here, but it ain't this law. This law passed, by the way. It was such a good law that sponsored by Dan Sullivan, a Republican, and it was co-sponsored by a Democrat. Because the thing about transparency is it's not right or left. It's right or wrong. And it's just right. So we got that law put into place. So they were all concerned, the university was, well, we want to make sure that the legislative history says that it's not retroactive, because we're still going to fight this one that we have in a proceeding. We're still fighting. We ain't never letting go like a dog with a bone. All right, we'll put that in the legislative history, no problem. Law passes, I think unanimously, but I'm not sure. I mean, it sailed through. I don't know, a few months later, Joey and I litigated a case up in Northwest. And we asked for attorney's fees. How did we get the records? Because we sued and they settled. You mean exactly the same facts? That's right, exactly the same facts. So you got the records pursuant to the catalyst theory, right? Or as a catalyst. The lawsuit was a catalyst, so you want the attorney's fees pursuant to the catalyst theory. That's right. And we went to the judge, and we said, we'd like attorney's fees. He said, you got them. And it's clear that the old law already recognized the catalyst theory. So all that litigation and all that legislation, why? Because a big state agency that can throw around its weight, that has unlimited funds to litigate because you're paying for it, decided to say that the law doesn't say what it says. So we put it on the books. And so that law serves two purposes. One is, that was a trial court, We don't have to go on appeal. I mean, we won, but the point is, they're not gonna appeal that. Why? Because the law's on the books. So this saves the public all that extra litigation. And it sends a signal to every bureaucrat around the state. We're here, and we ain't going nowhere. And we're gonna fight you. We're gonna fight you every time you're anti-transparency. And that's what that act was, that behavior. That was anti-transparency, and we're pro-transparency. So that's a little story about how legislation comes about. Let me tell you about disclosure and discovery as well. I thought Mike did a wonderful job, Mike Masterson, talking about that in the cases that he's handled over 50 years of history. I mean, what a wonderful journalist that we have in this state. He was both an academic and a journalist. He was a head of, I think, the nation's largest journalism program at the Ohio State University. And he was a journalist for years and years, and now he's a columnist, which, as you likely know, is a journalist who gets to give you news and opinion at the same time. And the good thing about Mike Masterson is he doesn't lose focus. When there's an issue to be followed, he will follow it and continue to follow it. That's the kind of perseverance that we need in journalists, and that's the kind of perseverance we need in the public when it comes to the use of the FOIA. I had mentioned, and Joey had mentioned, maybe Mike did too, I don't remember, that I'm running for office. Well, my primary opponent works for a government agency. He's on the board or something, I forget what the title is, of a government agency called the Arkansas Economic Development Commission. I'm aware of that organization. I've never been a fan of the organization. That organization is the public version of the Chamber of Commerce. They take your tax dollars and they use it to advance private business. Not small business, big business. You think Walmart needs advancement? Walmart's great. And they do their job just fine without any public subsidy. But that's what the AEDC is. It's corporate welfare. So I said to myself, I use the FOIA. I know the FOIA. Let me make a FOIA request of the Arkansas Economic Development Commission and see what they've done in terms of giving money to a private lobbying group that is the Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce is a private lobbyist paid for by business. And they go out and they advertise for business and they do whatever they want. And they, of course, they lobby the legislature. You heard them lobby the legislature when the legislature wanted to enforce individual liberties, and the chamber, along the big business, said, no, our employees don't have individual liberties. They check those at the door even when they're not working. So I made that FOIA request. Let me tell you what I found, because this is the power of the FOIA. I got 58 pages back from the AEDC. They were very compliant, to their credit, by the way, with the FOIA. 58 pages, and I'm going to read to you just a few of them. Here's one. $5,000 check for membership to the Arkansas Economic Developers and Chamber Executives. It's a type of chamber, private lobbying group, $5,000 membership. $5,000 Mid-South Basic Course Sponsorship in Presenting Sponsor. $25,000 annual membership. I'm going to show you this paper. And what does it say on top? I don't know if you can see it. Arkansas State Chamber of Commerce. $25,000 for 1 year annual membership. And there's more than one, folks. There's a lot more than one. This is where your tax dollars are going, and this is what's disclosed pursuant to the Arkansas FOIA. So the $5,000, the course sponsorship, here's what you get. You get top billing on promotional material, logo on promotional material, sponsorship given highest acknowledgement at course reception. Oh yeah, there's a fancy gala dinner, you know, and they eat the fish dinner and the apple pie. You're paying for that. You're paying for that. How do we know? Freedom of Information Act. This is the kind of what I call government corruption and cronyism that goes on every day that you wouldn't be aware of if it wasn't for the Freedom of Information Act. Right? Let's talk about some of the laws. By the way, Joey or anybody, if you all can hear me, just tell me what my time frame is. It's, I got 10 after. When am I on until? Anybody there?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
We've got about 2:15 or so.
Okay, so about another 5 minutes or so, right?
Yeah, you bet. You bet.
Okay.
If you need a little
Okay.
extra,
Yeah.
that's fine. If you need.
That's fine. That's fine. I thought I was coming near the end, so I wanted to make sure that I was going to keep it in. So we'll be fine. Don't worry. I want to talk about 3 bills, but it won't take me very long. Now, I've been working with a bunch of legislators over the last 10 years on many different laws, including Freedom of Information Act. Happens to be that the 3 that I pulled are sponsored by Dan Sullivan. He's not the only person who's pro-transparency. I want to make that clear. There are many in the legislature who are pro-transparency. These bills wouldn't pass if it wasn't for them, right? One guy doesn't pass a bill. It takes 2 chambers to pass a bill. But Dan is at the vanguard amongst a select few. So one of the laws that we did was, it's another interesting story, I'll keep it short. An attorney by the name of Ben Motal made a FOIA request. No, excuse me, he went down to City Hall with his camera and he said, let me see a police report, I want to take a picture of it. They said, well, you can't take a picture of it. You can't take a picture of it. Why not? And they said, because you got to give us $10. I said, no, I got to give you $10 pursuant to your silly little local ordinance if I want you to make a copy. But pursuant to the FOIA, I'm allowed to copy any record I want. So let me copy it. It's cheaper than $10. And he also was making a point about it because he sued over it. It cost him $175 just to file a suit. So he sues them. They said, no, you can't take a photograph. Why not? Because a photograph ain't a copy. And you're telling me that government bureaucrats are not going to try to manipulate the FOIA? Because a photograph ain't a copy. That was their legal argument. They ultimately lost that one in the Court of Appeals. And you know what the city said? City of Little Rock. We're going to take it to the Supreme Court. They're going to let it go. What I say earlier, dog with a bone. That's how these municipalities are. Dog with a bone. So we wrote a law. Guess what? We don't need to go to the Supreme Court anymore. We resolved it. Done. That's one law. Next law was, bear with me. Oh, I think Dan, like we talked about this, foundations. You know that the university and other public entities, the universities, excuse me, and other public entities do their fundraising through a charitable foundation. You know why? So that it's not subject to the FOIA. That's why. To avoid transparency. And then they tell you, we're not subject to the FOIA. Doing government work, sometimes on government property, with government employees, taking in donations, which is government money, because those donations are designated for the universities. No, says the universities, not subject to the Freedom of Information Act. We haven't passed that bill yet. Why? Universities have a lot of tentacles. We're going to pass that bill. With my help, hopefully, in the legislature. Next one. Catalyst theory, I talked about that one. We passed that one. Bipartisan, over the objections of the universities. And finally, Joey, I think you mentioned this already, the definition of meeting. We haven't passed it yet, but we've got to get some better laws out there because I think the law is clear, but the courts don't. So we've got to make it clear that when governing bodies, people who are on governing bodies, get together and talk about government business, that's a meeting. I mean, sometimes it baffles the mind, but after these stories that I told you about, can't bring your camera in, can't use the catalyst theory, nothing amazes me anymore. So we're going to pass that one too. So these are the items that are on the agenda going forward. Some have been resolved. There are always more. Government always finds a way. to get around transparency, and we will constantly be vigilant in watching them and enacting legislation to ensure that transparency persists. So anyway, I think that's my time. I thank you so very much for this kind invitation. If you would like more information about the FOIA, you can contact me directly at any time. I can be reached at 501-ATTY, like attorney, ATTY-804, 501-ATTY-804, or you can send me an email, rob@steinbuckforarkansas.com. My name is spelled STEINBUCH for FOR, Arkansas.com. rob@steinbuckforarkansas.com. Feel free to get in touch. Joey, thank you very much for having me on. This is the second time that I participated, and we've had it twice, and I hope to continue every year that we do this.
Well, hey, let's give Does anyone have any questions for Robert?
I have a question for Robert.
We have, I think Mike Masterson has a question. Mike, let us get the microphone if we can.
Hi, Robert.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me at all? This doesn't seem to be projecting, but that's okay. Here it is. There it is. There. Okay. Robert, earlier I made the comment that I really didn't understand, and you addressed this to a degree, why people seek public office and then elected by the public to do their business with trust and honor, and then decide that they're going to keep everything from the public. Why does that happen, do you think? Is it the corrupt nature of humankind? Go ahead.
It's a great question, Mike, and I'll try to answer that, because I do have some thoughts on it, but I'll tell you in advance. I'm not sure I can entirely answer. I think some people seek office with good motives, and then bad things happen.
Yeah.
I think some people seek office with bad motives, and we've seen some of that in this state notably, right? We've seen, your paper has covered those events quite clearly. And then bad things inevitably happen. And then I think perhaps maybe even the biggest category is people seek office, seeking to do good, but don't know exactly how things operate. And they try, and sometimes they fail. And they fail as a function of motive, or they fail as a function of knowledge. I'll give you an example. You know, one of the big issues in my campaign is safety and security. Little Rock area has seen such an increase in crime, it's devastating. And I'm committed to the #1 issue of safety and security for my constituents. So someone happily said to me, but wait, the police are city police. You're running for state office. What are you going to do? And I've heard elected officials make this claim as well, because they don't understand how it operates. The fact is, cities exist at the pleasure of the state, and state law determines whether or not we can put state police in cities. And we can. All we have to do is pass a law. So we need people who have the fortitude to stick it out, to do right, even when there's pressure not to, when there's donors pressuring them to do otherwise, when the municipal league comes with bills drafted in hand telling them, this is good for your local folks, and it ain't good. It may be good for the local bureaucrats, but it ain't good for the constituents. They need to understand what's really going on. They need to have the fortitude to push back when the municipal league that writes big checks to candidates says, we want you to do this. I'm not owned by anybody. People can write me a check or not write me a check. It's not going to make a difference. They should write me a check if they want someone who's high-minded and not able to be bought in office. If they think they can buy me, don't write me a check. Same thing for individual donors.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt. We've got another question for you.
Okay, yeah, just to sum up. So the point is, there are a lot of factors going on, and that's why we have to watch our elected officials the same way we watch our bureaucrats. Ultimately, the people are responsible for government, and the FOIA is a powerful tool to enforce that. The other one is elections. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for that response. Colonel Parsons, do you have a question on this subject? Because I've got something that I want to do here, and I want to bring you into this discussion. Before you ask your question, and before I ask Colonel Parsons a question, I want to go to Senator Brian King is come in. What'd you say?
Former.
Well, former. I call you senator. And he is running for state senate. We've talked about that Robert Steinbuck is a man of the people. I have seen that in action with Senator, who I still refer to as Senator King. And I'm going to ask you a question in a minute, Jim Parsons. But before we go to that, I would like to ask to get Senator King's comment on, Mike, your question was, why do good people get into office and then they betray our trust? And,
No, that's it.
and
Yeah.
can you,
Yeah.
Senator King, can you speak to that?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
here,
Brian King.
I want to get you a mic here.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. So I'm Brian King, and, is it on?
It's kind of finicky.
Okay. Okay. I probably have a loud enough
Here,
voice.
can you come up?
Yeah.
We've got YouTube and Facebook, so they're going out all over the state, so we'd like to hear you.
So I am Brian King. I reside in Carroll County, but I was elected to the legislature in 2006 to 2012 as a state representative, which included all of Carroll and the western part of Boone County. So I did represent that. And then I was elected in the Senate in 2012 to 18, which did not include Boone County. But so my first, Mike, the first instance I had with FOIA was when I was running for office in 2006. I had worked with the county extension agents on a Carroll County leadership program. Of course, they're funded by federal funds. We had worked on just a leadership program. I was running for office, and we dealt with each other implementing a leadership program. So then a newspaper out of Eureka Springs FOI'd all our emails together, trying to see if there was any type of using the program to campaign, in which they had. And the first time I heard it, it's like, you just got FOI'd. And I was like, oh my gosh, what, I knew about it, and it was like, oh my gosh, this thing came over. I was like, well, I don't know. Well, they didn't find anything. We kept everything professional. And so that was my first instance. When I got in the legislature, I went from 2006 to 2012. The staff people told me I was the most FOI'd legislator down there during that time. And then I would, because we had, in Carroll County, you have the river that divides the county, and you have different types of people, let's say, on different things. And they would FOI me a lot in my communications with government officials. And obviously they didn't find anything nefarious or anything like that. And it was just good government. And I learned through that process, even though I didn't like it. And, Mike, some of it is like, it's for good reason. It's like somebody, like a newspaper, say, going off the record and trying to tell you something or talk about something. Sometimes you have personal issues that deal with family members or school or things like that. That's very difficult for somebody to explain. So there is a lot of things that people hide things. We've had numerous people in the legislature, my colleagues, former colleagues, that have went to federal prison now. So there are a lot of different things that can happen out of this. So I think a lot of people get in good, and then in 17 session, we had Senate Bill 373, which would have closed FOI for colleges. And the intent of that was to hide things. Let's just say that. So it's one of those things is you want to be able to operate as somebody that deals on personal matters and be able to have confidentiality. And sometimes as you can explain things to somebody and you can talk about it without making accusations, where if it's an email or something out, it seems like an accusation. And somebody can plead their case from their side. So there's a lot of different reasons, and they're also nefarious, but I think that FOI, I have learned, as I went through the legislature, I think the last time I was major FOI was, if you remember, Democrat Treasurer Martha Schaffner was up on bribery charges. Literally got the money in the pie box. And so the lawyer for her, Chuck Banks, who I know and had, have a real good relationship with, I was audit chairman at the time, and so there was things as audit chairman we were looking into with that situation. And so he, as a good attorney does, looked for all the information in FOI. And I would tell you this as staff people came up and said, I never deleted one email when I was in the legislature. And so they said, oh my gosh, you've got all these emails, even from my House days. I did not delete an email. And that's hard too, because sometimes in email you might say something that can be construed differently, you'd have to explain yourself. But I just really believe that, my first instance with FOI was so valuable to me because, and I didn't like it. I mean, it sometimes when you feel like you get FOI, you feel like somebody's questioning your integrity and stuff. By the time I got done in the legislature and saw what happened with the corruption, with what saw with Ecclesia College over there and the taxpayer money that they still will not today produce the records for, I learned that, you need to operate in that world because it can keep you better. When you're sitting there like Ecclesia College trying to hide the records, I mean, that's not good. So, there are good reasons why somebody will, as I said, the personal instances, sometimes the opportunity for someone to be able to talk openly and honestly with you, those can be good things. So it's a mixed bag, but the overall thing is the direction it should go is that FOI in our transparency in government is critical. So thanks, Dr. Steinbeck.
Thank you. Yes, well, I appreciate all positive words about the FOIA, and it takes a team to protect the FOIA, and that's legislators, it's private individuals who use the FOIA, it's judges, it's courts, perhaps that's the same thing. Joey and I, and Chip, his partner, got that great ruling up there where you are now, basically, up there in Northwest. I forget which court it was, but maybe the court in which you guys are physically sitting, that jurisdiction.
Yeah, Washington County.
Washington County, right? And that opinion, as I mentioned on the catalyst theory, is not necessary going forward because Dan Sullivan's bill took care of that, but it was useful for that case, and it's a reflection of a judge who believes in the FOIA and understands its purpose, and that's critical. I will vote for judges based on how well they interpret the FOIA. To be clear, not whether they rule in my favor, whether they get it right, whether they understand that the purpose of the FOIA is to shine light on government, and it should be read in that fashion. How do I know it should be read in that fashion? It's literally written in the law itself. So it's not my instruction, it's the law's instructions.
All right, thank you for that. I want to kind of segue into something that we've been talking about. Of course, Robert's talked about the bureaucrats show up in Little Rock, the Municipal League, the Associated County Governments. Anytime there's a FOIA bill, you can bet our right to know is in trouble. But on the other side of that coin is people need to show up in Little Rock to testify, to be part of the task force. And I want to, Colonel Parsons, I want to talk to you on this issue. At one point, you and I showed up in Little Rock, and we waited all day long to testify on a bill that we thought would gut FOIA. And I want Colonel Parsons to tell his story about what happened on that day. Can you do that for us?
Well, we had signed up first in the morning. We got there early, and we were first on the roster to speak, and we were there till 5:30. And finally, they called on Attorney McCutcheon, and they let him speak for quite a while. And I asked him in the car going home, how come they let you talk, and how come Bob Ballinger had me to sit down? Why is that? He said, well, because I'm an attorney and you're not. But anyway, there at 5:30, I got up to speak to get my 3 minutes, I hope, and Bob Ballinger said, no, you can't speak. And of course, I was going to speak about FOI, and he didn't want to hear it,
because he had that bill which was anti-FOI, and so that was quite a thing. Do I have the mic now to ask questions?
You sure did.
Professor Steinbuck, in all of your experience and your writings, what about the word entwined? Can you give us an example of when maybe the word entwined was successful, or what is meant by that? We're kind of foggy on that situation. What is that?
I think what you're referring to is when a private entity serves a governmental function, and that is the private is intertwined with the public, they receive public funds, that they are subject to the FOIA. I think that's what you're getting at. And of course, the classic case that exists is, I don't remember the name of the case, Joey may remember the name of the case, is when a city, I think Fayetteville, I think up there again in Washington County area, hired an attorney as a city attorney, but instead of hiring someone as an employee, they hired a law firm on an ad hoc basis.
Is that the Edmark case? Edmark?
That's right, thank you. That's right, Edmark. And they hired a law firm to do the work for them, and that happens. They decide it's more economical. I'm not sure it generally is, but that's up to them. And so they got government funds because they were paid with government dollars. They were doing a government function because being a city attorney is a government function. And so that was the intertwining that we're talking about. And the Supreme Court said, yeah, those records relating to that work, not other work, are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, as if this law firm, in this regard, was the city attorney as if they were employees of the city. So they can't, in other words, the city can't shield public records by outsourcing a government function that's paid for with government dollars. And every case is a little bit different. Every fact pattern is a little bit different, and the court has to determine whether it's a government function or not. For example, the government doesn't typically make furniture, although they do in prison, right? But typically government doesn't make furniture. So if government buys furniture, they get a lot of furniture from prison, right? I mean, that's actually a source for government furniture for offices, etc. But they also buy furniture. So if they go to Office Depot and buy office chairs, Office Depot is now a recipient of government funds. Are they performing government function? No. They just sell office furniture and office supplies, etc. So Office Depot is not subject to the Freedom of Information Act. The government office that procured the chairs still is, but Office Depot is not. So that's that distinction. Those are kind of the black and white distinctions, and then the gray sometimes gets a little more difficult to discern. But what I always recommend to folks is, when in doubt, go for transparency. I will tell you, by the way, before I turn it back over, so there was a Supreme Court case recently that said if you are making a request of a private entity that is performing a government function and paid for with government dollars, you have to run that request through the government entity that is paying that private entity. I'm not sure that makes most sense, but it's also not particularly prohibitive. So what I recommend to everybody is, if you're ever making a request of, say, like the Edmark case, the private entity, you send the same request to both the private entity and the public entity. You address it to both in one letter, not separate letters. I mean, separate copies, but one letter. Dear public entity and private entity, and you send the same letter to the public entity and to the private entity. I always recommend that people make FOIA requests using email. If they have email addresses, it's a good way to track things. And I recommend that you write in that email, please send me all responsive records to this email address in electronic format. And you don't have to pay for any copying costs. Remember, they can't charge you for labor. They can only charge you the actual expense of copying. There is no expense for scanning. There's expense for copying because there's the cost of the paper, the cost of the toner. There is no cost to run a piece of paper that you already have through a scanner. If they try, as some public entities have tried to do, even just recently as last month, say, well, we had to print it out before we scanned it because we had to redact it by hand, and we're going to charge you for that printing, they wrong. Don't pay it, and we'll sue, because they can't charge you for that. That's a cost of redaction. That's on them. Cost of production is on you. Redaction's on them, production's on you.
All right. Now you see why he is the professor and he is the expert in FOIA. I mean, wow. Anybody have any other questions for Professor Steinbuck? I think Bill Ray wants to know what's in your drink.
It's coffee and creamer, and I ain't telling what else.
All right. Okay, we'll hold you to that then. So right now I would want to make a couple of comments. Colonel Parsons, again, he's one of my heroes because he's 88 years old and he's always fighting the freedom battles. He's fighting for transparency. You mentioned Ecclesia College. I think Senator King may have. You know, out of this Ecclesia College, where all this money was being funneled into the college, there were several federal indictments where people, one former state senator, I think, is going to be spending about 20 years in the federal prison, which is just unfortunate. But and others were caught up in that funneling of money where they were getting this money. But Colonel Parsons and myself, we filed a records request in that case, and we fought, it seems like, forever to get records and went through this hoop and that hoop. But on the other side was the Story Law Firm, of which Bob Ballinger is a part, and you've heard Colonel Parsons' experience with being cut off. Spent the whole day in Little Rock and then gets cut off. There is what I would consider a monstrous state Senate battle right here in Harrison. I don't know, but it's two of the participants are Senator King and Senator Ballinger. And so the folks in this room and on the YouTube channels and Facebook channels, you need to ask questions, and you need to delve deep into what's your position going to be on the Freedom of Information Act, because to me it's on the plate. And that's what your record is too. Huh? That's what your record is. Yep, and that's right. And they both have proven records. Ask what their records is. You know, I think that's important. But I want to thank Jim Parsons for the Ecclesia trying to bring information to the public by filing that lawsuit and that FOIA request. Senator King?
When Jim stepped off the Ecclesia lawsuit, I stepped in his place as the lead plaintiff to find out what happened to the taxpayer.
And Brian King stepped in, and it was at Matt Bishop, who's an excellent trial lawyer and lawyer out of Fayetteville, stepped in for us when we got out of that case, so now we're going to move. We're going to change subjects slightly. Bill Ray, how do I turn on those lights? I was over there fumbling around for them. Robert, we appreciate you, and we'll be in touch soon. Great job.
Thank you so much for having me. Talk to you all soon.
Okay. Now we're going to move to, and I think we've got, I think, probably not as much time as we had, but we're going to move to construction and submission of a FOIA request and that's Luke Charlton again. But I would like, Michael, I'd like for you to come up too if you can. And I'm going to say a couple of words and then turn it over to y'all. I mentioned Michael earlier. I got to know Michael, I guess maybe the middle of last year. Michael called and he was having issues with the city of Centerton. They just weren't giving him records. So long story short, we filed a lawsuit and took that case to court in Centerton. It was an open, so we've got in Foia, for those who aren't as familiar, in our Foia, we have kind of two sides of the coin. The first side of the coin is open records, where a citizen asks, okay, I want this, and this from a county government or a city government, in your case, city government, or a school board. On the other side of the coin is the open meetings provision, where you've got discussions occurring by the governing body, like a school board, where they're texting each other on business that's likely to come before the public body. And so, as I said, in Michael's case, he had requested records. He had become kind of a thorn in the side of city government up there in terms of holding them accountable, on both sides of that coin I just spoke about. So, Michael, can you tell your story, please?
Yes. And to be fair, I'd like to start by saying I like what was said earlier about not doing it maliciously, and that was not my intent. And honestly, it started well before that with the AEDC. That was something I had FOIA'd. I'm just a citizen. I went down to the State House talking about or speaking on issues in the House, Senate, or the House and then the Senate, healthcare issues and stuff like this. And then I heard about the AEDC, and I was shocked. They were bringing a bill that would prevent opening an office in China on behalf of the AEDC. And that bothered me, with everything going on. So I was like, how do we find out about this? And I have no clue. I'm just a guy. So I look up FOIA. There's a form. I filled it out. I sent it to AEDC, and I got a phone call from their lead attorney. This is so-and-so. I'm the lead attorney for the AEDC. What are you looking for? And I said, well, I sent a FOIA. And he said, okay, we have nothing to hide. That's what he told me. That made me suspicious. That's a strange thing to say, right? So I said, I would like my forms now. I would like my documents. And I was too stupid to be afraid of him, honestly. I didn't know better. I got my documents, thousands and thousands of documents. And honestly, it took a long time to read through, and a lot of it I didn't understand. But in there was something very interesting. They didn't have an office in China, but they hired a guy to have an office in China. They paid the guy to open an office. We didn't have an office, but found that through the FOIA records, and that's crazy. So it started there, and then I decided to get involved with politics, which I'm not a politician. I'm a citizen. But I saw problems in my local city that concerned me and made me ask questions. So I started asking questions. And then I decided to run for mayor. And then when I did that, that seemed to really upset the status quo. I didn't want to give up the documents. And for good reason, I find out now. But so I sought out Joey, and we went to court and forced their position. They wanted to force me to pay, like they said, production costs, $400, $500 to produce documents that were in existence. They didn't have to make them, they were there. I didn't know better. Thankfully for Joey, he was able to help me and get me through that process. But it's important that I'm thankful for this. I'm thankful for everyone here getting involved in this, because we have to know what happens. And if you don't know, it's just happening anyway. So it's important for us for this process. But anyway, so we were successful and got the documents, and now they're public, and I value that as a citizen. And I'll push for that as a mayor. Transparency in government, it's important. There's no business that should be done behind closed doors. Nothing. It's all our business. So no excuse.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Michael. Okay, Luke, sorry to cut into your time
That's
like
okay.
that.
How much time do I have?
You've got about 2.5 minutes.
All right.
No, I'm kidding.
I'll speed
I'm
read.
kidding. You got, yeah.
We'll make it
Yeah.
quick. And my wife was supposed to be here, so I apologize. You guys have to listen to me again and look at me. I promised I would try to represent her professionally, so I put my jacket on for this section. So Bill Ray wanted me to wear a dress, but that was out of the question. So I wanted to start with, I did want to mention the initiative that we're working on, which is the Arkansas Medical Freedom Amendment. And I wanted to start out with a quote as well. This quote's by Dr. Benjamin Rush. He was, I believe, the personal physician of George Washington. He was a Declaration of the Independence signer. But he said, unless we put medical freedom into the Constitution, not that top one.
Is that yours?
Unless we put medical freedom into the Constitution, the time will come when medicine will organize into an undercover dictatorship to restrict the art of healing to one class of men and deny equal privileges to others, will constitute the Bastille of medical science. All such laws are un-American and despotic. So, anyway, so the amendment that we're doing, this is a proposed amendment to the Arkansas Constitution that will add medical freedom to our protected rights. It will secure the rights of Arkansans that no person, regardless of race, age, gender, or previous condition, who chooses not to partake in any medical intervention, examination, treatment, or other health-related pursuit may be mandated, coerced, or discriminated against regardless of pandemic, state of emergency, or other conditions of the state. Humans are endowed by their Creator with inalienable rights to bodily autonomy. This amendment would make it unconstitutional to try to force people to do something with their bodies that they do not want to do. We are required to get signatures to get it on the ballot. If we get 89,151 signatures by July, we will be able to put this amendment on the ballot for November for the people to vote on. It's going to take many people to accomplish this task, as time is of the essence. So if you are able to help, please let me know. Or if you're watching online, you can visit defendarkansas.us or find the Arkansas Medical Freedom Amendment on Facebook. So, thank you. Back to the FOIA. Submitting a FOIA request is a simple and easy task. Anybody can do it. There are a multitude of places where FOIA can come in handy. It'll save you time, money, and energy if you use FOIA when gathering information. Last year when we were doing some research on the Arkansas Board of Health, we couldn't find any information on how it went from a legislative body into the current executive branch. We even called Mr. Rogers, and he wasn't able to answer any of our questions. But when we emailed him a list of questions through the FOIA initiative, we had, within a few days, I had all the answers at my fingertips. We would never have found some of that information. It only took a simple email to him, outside of the phone call and everything else, to get all that information. We had it. More recently, when we were working on the Arkansas Medical Freedom Amendment, we called the Secretary of State because there's a whole list of things that we have to do, to get a ballot initiative like that done. The last one is, once we get it all done, if we get the signatures, then the Secretary of State, they will run it in the newspapers and they will charge the petitioner whatever that costs. So we were like, how much does that cost? So we called them, they wouldn't tell us. Well, we don't keep those records, we can't tell you how much that'll cost, we don't have any information on it. So we FOIA'd them, like, well, how much did it cost the last person that did this, right? And so within just a couple days, we had a blank redacted check, but it had the amount on there, and it was over $17,000 that it cost the last person to do this. So at least we now have some understanding of what possibly it might cost. Whenever they told us, they had no idea. Recently, many school districts across the nation have seen a rise in parental involvement, especially pertaining to curriculum and library books, as we've talked about earlier. I'm aware of one school wherein a community member requested information regarding the purchase of certain books. She received some of the information she requested, but some of the information was not granted. When she questioned the custodian of records, she was informed that the school does not keep records who purchased the books. Who purchases the books? The community member who had requested the information was wise enough to refer back to the school policies that state that the district must keep records of such purchases and referred the custodian of records to this policy. Suddenly, the custodian remembered that they do have those records, and they were able to retrieve them. Whether it's an accidental or an intentional act, if the community member hadn't been aware of the policies and requirements of the school, she would not have been able to attain the information she requested. This is an important reminder that we need to be aware of our rights and the policies that are in place to protect those rights. So how do you write a FOIA request? A good FOIA request is addressed to the custodian of records and contains a clear, concise request for information. The request should clearly state in as much detail as possible exactly what information you are requesting. If your request is vague or confusing, it will likely cause a delay in receiving the information if you get what you're looking for at all. Overall, submitting a FOIA request is pretty simple. There are multiple avenues that you can take to achieve the goal. Depending on the recipient, you may be able to call, email, snail mail, or fax in the request. Most of the time I find, just like Dr. Steinbuck said, that emailing is the quickest and most efficient method because it's a recorded format that transmits quickly and it's free. Different public bodies do request various methods of delivery, so it may be beneficial to ask for their preferred method of receipt, what it is, before sending the request. Again, include as much information in the request as you can. Here are a few examples for people like me, just a citizen, on what kind of powerful information you can get from this FOIA. If you've been in a car accident, you can call the police department within 24 to 48 hours. You can ask them to save the video from any camera at an intersection. Now, those videos do overwrite themselves fairly quickly, but if you're on top of things, you can request that and they will save it for you, and you can have a video of that whole scene. You can ask for police video footage from an incident by filling out a form and submitting it. So whether they have a body camera on or whether they have a dash camera, they're recording all their audio that goes on, and you can FOIA that information and get that exactly what was said. No more questions about he said, she said. You may request a multitude of information from government agencies, usually by email. Try to include specific details of what you need, whether that's of the conversations between specific officials and other entities, or you need more information than you're able to find on your own, like I had to do with the Department of Health. You should include key phrases that would trigger words for the topic you are seeking information on. Once I sent a request for information that triggered a terabyte of data. My request was obviously too broad, so I had to go back and narrow that request down. So it wasn't intentionally being punitive like some people have mentioned earlier, but we came back and we're like, okay, maybe we need to reword that. One example of a good FOIA request is on the tables for you guys to review. I know Dr. Bill Lewis mentioned that before, so there is a very good one there on the tables. It is addressed to a specific responsible party. It clearly states that as per the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act of 1967, this person is requesting the following information, and it clearly lists the requested information. At the end of the request, it is signed with the entire return address, the phone number of the person requesting the information, so the custodian of records knows where to send the documents once received and can contact her for more information if necessary. Also notice that this letter was sent by certified mail. If you choose to do snail mail, it would be wise to have some documentation of when it was sent and received. Since FOIA requests are to be granted within 72 hours, you will want to know when the request was actually received. Again, it's generally a quick and easy process to request information. The most important thing is to request in a clear, concise manner. The custodian of records has 72 hours to present you with the information or to request more time for your FOIA request if your FOIA request is lengthy and requires more in-depth search for information. I would certainly recommend that when you send that request, if you don't hear anything back in 3 days, follow up with them. Make sure they got it. Don't be argumentative, but say, hey, it's been 3 days, just want to make sure you got my request. Try to get some kind of response out of them. If they need more time, great. They should really be asking you or letting you know, hey, it's going to take me about a week or so to get this information. And if they do, I think like Joe said, fine, let them have the time that they need to get you the information. As long as they're communicating with you and replying, then that's a good sign. So I think that's all I got. Speed reading my wife's speech. So thank you guys.
Thank Thank you. I think what Luke said in terms of crafting these FOIA violations, don't get too caught up in it, but try to be specific as you can about what you want. I think that's very important. The Municipal League, as Jeff can probably attest to, but probably won't, we had this case in Washington County that Professor Steinbuck on critical race theory documents, and they had this business of, they told Isla Campbell, who was the plaintiff, this is too broad, we just don't know what you're asking for. Well, it looked pretty good to me, but we took it as lawyers, and I had my partner, who is right along the intelligence level of Robert Steinbuck, smarter than me for sure. I said, I want you to craft a FOIA request that is really specific, and he did. We sent it to him. Same thing. It's overbroad. We don't know what you're asking for. Okay, well, thank you very much. Here's your lawsuit. And we go to court, and, before we get there, they produce all 8,000 documents or whatever it was. But do try to tailor and work with the city. If they say, hey, this is too, okay, how can I, it doesn't need to be confrontational. Okay, well, I'll try to make it more specific. But sometimes you run into city government that it sounds like here they're really cooperative. They want to send notice to people, they want to send documents, they want to answer your FOIA request. But then on the other hand, you have some cities out there in Centerton, for example, they have a lawyer who's running the show, who's telling them how to answer these things, and they're just not doing it in good faith. And you ever heard the story about the egg-sucking dog? Well, you got to break them, and that's what we've attempted to do. One of the great things about the Professor Steinbuck and book, in the back of this, it has sample forms, so you can go to the back and you can see how to craft a FOIA request, and it's got the information you need. But again, don't hesitate to call me or Robert Steinbuck. We'll help you, and we'll direct you and show you. So appreciate that talk, Luke. Now we're going to move to thank you, a good friend of mine and someone who is, as I mentioned earlier, who is doing awesome work in Conway with the Faulkner County reports, Bob Gregory. And I should have mentioned earlier, I talked about a case that I had with Bob where they just weren't giving him documents, but Bob has also done some great work on critical race theory and getting documents in Conway, and has got it sounds like they probably get close to filling up this room, but maybe that's a little bit of an overstatement. But Bob is going to speak with us today on questions and answers about the Arkansas FOIA. I want to give credit to Dr. Lewis, who obviously these documents that he's produced, he always does a great job in his presentations. For years I came up and spoke, and he's just always so well organized and prepared. And some of the things he wanted to accomplish was take this little handbook and go through each little section. And so that's part of the program today, just to kind of give you the inner workings. And so with that, I'm going to present to you Bob Gregory from Conway.
Just unhook that.
Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Joey. Appreciate it. Glad to be here today to talk about this subject just a little bit. But really what I feel like I'm doing, I'm actually just simply a huckster, a simple salesman of this particular book. This little booklet is so thorough, so complete, that it can only help you ask a good question to Joey or to Robert Steinbuck. can ask good questions if you read this book. There's a lot of detail in there. There's a lot of just plain Q&A in there, which helps answer a lot of the things you talk about. I've spent some time doing this and learned a little bit about it, but I always end up writing a draft up of what might be a FOIA request and then sending it to somebody who's an expert at it and say, tune it up here, change it here, or every now and then one's good to go. I thought I would just use, rather than explain everyone, I was to start on page 28, which is a Q&A section about FOIA, and it starts out who is the subject and who may obtain records, and gives you all the basic information, most of which we've been talking about already today. And since I'm making the rash assumption that everyone here can read English, I'm not going to go plowing through all those questions, but rather I'm going to give you an example of something that we did using this booklet. I asked a question in the last meeting regarding the intent of, in a public meeting, when they ask for public input. That's when do they ask for public input? The law says, and after I asked Dr. Lewis that question, he called me up a few days later and said, oh, you need to look in this book. Oh, hate that when I miss the obvious, read the book first. You need to look in this book, check page so-and-so, and you get a copy of the law. And importantly, if there is one, you need a copy of the Attorney General's opinion, because that way further strengthens your case when you're talking to somebody about it. So I went out and made a copy of the law which regarding public meetings, 1414-109, public meetings. And it says in there, just the part that I've dealt with, is that the entity, the public body, shall adopt rules for conducting the meeting which afford citizens a reasonable opportunity to participate prior to the final decision. Prior to the final decision. So in a meeting, we have a discussion about allocating some money for some specific purpose. Everything is all ready to vote. You would think then, prior to the final decision would be public input time. Maybe the public has something to say about how the tax dollars are spent. So the Attorney General's opinion, which was done in 1999 on this particular subject, the answer was they need to ask for the public input. But in the Attorney General's opinion, it doesn't say when. It doesn't say when. So the interpretation we're getting now in one body we have there, that regular meetings I attend to, the Quorum Court, what happens is the agenda is read, go through the first 2 or 3 pieces of it. Before they start discussing any of the proposed ordinances, it's time for public input. And then all the discussion happens, and the vote's taken, and the meeting's over. So I think the group there is complying with the written law, the part of it, but they're not really complying with the intent of the law. Because before the public hears the discussion, how can you make any inputs that might really bear more closely on that? So that's I think they're following the copy of the law, but really not following the intent of the law, because the public doesn't get a chance to make a comment before a final decision. To make it before. This one was a little bit different. I think they were asking for public comment in the meeting, clear at the end. Everything was all done, all decided, and then they're asking for it, and that was stopped the way I read it. So that's an example of what by asking the right questions, you can use this little booklet to figure that type of stuff out and get to the bottom of it. What's the actual law? What does it really say? And if there's an Attorney General's opinion, you're really helped by doing that a lot. By looking it up, reading it, and then understanding that, and ask better questions. So that's really what I see in this booklet. There's a lot of, I'm on page 28 and 29 in there. There's a lot of really basic questions concerning all the basic elements of how to file a FOIA request. It's really a fairly simple process. As we proceed along with this, more and more and more, and people are active making FOIA requests in a community or in a government bodies, you'll find out that the officials are much more aware of what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, that type of thing. And it becomes more and more, never quite, but more and more routine business. Here's a request, it's a reasonable request, we understand what you want, and you get the information. So that's the benefit of doing it a few times to get the information you're looking for in a particular area. The hard part is asking what's the right question to ask. what area you're looking into, and then when you get it, what are you going to do with that information? Because we did one there in Conway to the school board, and it was unbelievable the amount of information we got back. Probably took me 15 or 20 hours to read it all, and I didn't read every word. I scanned through it and was looking for certain things, and I did that. So it's just a matter of figuring out exactly what you're looking for, getting that type of information, and then what do you do with it? And how do you publicize it? How do you get it out? I always make this plug. One thing we do is specifically with county information, but also with school board information. We have a website which we've had for 5 or 6 years now, so it's a large body of information where we report on every single quorum court meeting, what's going on, and what are the issues. And we don't try to report in a negative way by saying this is wrong, this is right. In our opinion, we simply try to ask questions. Is this really the right thing to do for the taxpayer in Faulkner County? Is this the right thing to do? And let the public decide. So, Joey, that's what I had to talk about. Again, selling this booklet is luckily the price is down today, I think, especially, right? It's really cheap today. It's a free book. So it's something to use to really study, learn about, and then ask questions based on what you see in this booklet. Okay?
So what did you learn going through the process with the school board in Conway?
In that particular, the result of that particular FOIA request was that lots and lots of information we were given, lots of it not particularly relevant. We learned a lot of things about, we were specifically looking for CRT, is that taught in the schools, what's out there. We were given a lot of documents that talked about what the teachers were learning, what training opportunities there were for the teachers. And so that was one thing, and it was CRT, written as CRT. And then there's a lot of other things where they've changed the language a little bit. Off of that, it's not called CRT, it's called something slightly different. But we learned that, so the result of that was a group of parents, which were in the Conway school system, were upset about the way the school board was running things. So the result of that is for 3 of the school board positions, there's 7 of them, there's now a new candidate filed from the parents group. So there's a lot of activity, a lot more interest in what's happening in the schools than there ever has before.
Yeah.
And that's the result of the FOIA and the result of the mask mandates also. That's what initially got people really upset, was the mandate to wear the mask in school. Okay. And then, oh, by the way, what are they being taught? Since everybody was at home, they found out what they were being taught and didn't like it and got more involved in that also.
Right.
So, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right. Does anyone have any questions for Bob? Okay. We've got a couple of minutes, it looks like, before is our break next, I think. Yeah. Breaks. We're going to take a break here in a minute, and then we're going to hear from Ellen Kreft, who is the owner publisher of the Madison County Record. One thing that I do want to emphasize, and I think maybe somebody's brought it up, is, and I think Professor Steinbuck may have brought this up, is FOIA, open government, transparency, is not a liberal issue. It's not a conservative issue. It's not a left issue or a right issue. It's a freedom issue, right? I mean, we've got people, probably in this group, we have more conservatives than that are in this particular meeting are that are FOIA advocates and transparency advocates, but we've got people in other areas of the state who want transparency, and their cause may be more to the left. But the important thing is that everybody, from the most powerful to the most vulnerable people in our society. You heard Mike Masterson talk about, folks who were probably, who've been kicked to the curb time and time again. Those people need access to records just like everyone else. And they need to hear public discussion, open dialogue in meetings just like everyone else. So to me, it's just not a liberal or a conservative issue. It's an issue. It's a freedom issue, and that's why it's so important to me. And I think listening to Mike's talk, it just seemed like that just went to the importance of his work over the years just goes to the stratosphere. But we've heard example after example of holding government accountable. I was reading about today the Freedom of Information Day, and it was given the history, and it has some of these little facts that we were talking about. To carry on where we were before, in 1966, America implements the Freedom of Information Act. And then apparently in 1982, more countries adopt the Freedom of Information Act. Canada, Australia, and New Zealand implement their Freedom of Information Acts. To me, it's hard to fathom what our state and what our nation would look like if we didn't have the Freedom of Information Act. I mean, and be able to request records, have open meetings. I mean, we would just literally not be able to hold our government accountable. And so I can't overemphasize how important it is. They talk also in this about how to observe Freedom of Information Act Day. Number 1, gather information. Number 2, share information. Number 3, take it online. And I think that's been the game changer, is the ability to take this on Facebook, good, credible, they talk about check your sources, good, credible information. I know I've used Facebook over and over again to get a document that I think is important. I'll put it out on Facebook. It's just, I just think that is so important. Bill Ray, any comments before we head to our next break? And we're going to be back at about 3:30 to hear Ellen. Yes. Any thoughts? Does anyone else have any thoughts or comments before we? Yes, sir. Mike Masterson, and then Jeff.
Joey, one thing I didn't say that I think is important.
Let's get this mic where they can hear you.
Okay. Our famous microphone.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It takes a minute to warm up and still okay.
Oh, hey, okay. No, I just wanted to say
That in my experience.
that Mike's,
The little one's still picking up the long line. Okay, well.
okay, oh, let me keep it right there. In my experience,
Over the years, I
found
found
a number
of people in the bureaucracy who want to help. They want to give you what you want, and they know what you want, because they know what's there. But they don't want to get fired for giving it to you. So what I do in that case is ask if they have a piece of paper, and I get a pen, and there's no formality involved. I write down Freedom of Information Act request, I date it, I write down what I want, and I hand it to them. That gives them cover to say, hey, I didn't have any choice. He came in here, he gave me an FOI request, I had to give it to him. Now, if I hadn't done that, they probably, I can think of 2 or 3 instances where they would have gotten in trouble. So there are some good people in the bureaucracy who know what's going on, but they don't want to get fired, understandably. And if you can just think out of the box for a minute to do that, kind of like I did in Torrey Pines when I asked the starter if he'd give me a piece of paper. and give him an FOI request, because I knew that as soon as they say, well, why did you give him those? I had to. I think that's an important point to realize. It don't have to be formal. You just have to put that in their lap.
All right, thanks for sharing that.
Sure.
Great point. Jeff?
I wanted to pick your brains of this group that's well-versed in FOIA. You know, on the open meetings, it's my understanding that really about the only executive session you can do, like a city government or county, is with personnel matters. Can go into executive session. Is that pretty much it? And the reason I'm asking is, I've seen a few times where it's tough to do the best work for the public in an open meeting. And here's where I'm going at. Like, for instance, a county or a city trying to maybe purchase a piece of land or a building or something. And when you're negotiating in an open meeting, it really weakens your position for the seller. You know, if you take it to the city council and you get approval for a mayor to negotiate up to a certain amount of money, you have now cut your legs out from under the city for for that mayor to go negotiate, because the seller already knows, hey, well, the council approved up to $1 million, so I'm not going to take under $1 million. Is there a good ethical way to look out for the citizens when you're trying to conduct business and still be like the final approval or whatever be voted on in an open meeting? But it's just, you see what I'm saying? How could a city go about negotiating on something like a purchase and not give up their position, their max spending dollar or whatever?
Well, we can go back to the city of Fort Smith case where they litigated that very issue when the city of Fort Smith decided that the Harris case, Harris versus City of Fort Smith, where our city administrator, there was a piece of land, it's just the exact example you're giving. Okay. And so what he did is he polls every board member. Because they didn't want to do it publicly. I guess you can justify if we do that, we're really hurting the people's interest, and, we can't get our best bargaining position, or others are going to outbid us, or, where's the slippery slope end with regard to public open discussion? There was a bill down at the legislature last time, which I testified against, which would allow multi-million-dollar economic development projects to go into private session, whether it's executive session and I thought of you, Jim, because there was the mayor from Bella Vista was there touting it, and so I think you get on a slippery slope. But in the city of Fort Smith, he just polled, and this is where we get this polling. He just called up Director A and said, how would you vote on this? Director B, and then called up Director B, C, D. Instead of having an open meeting, so they polled and they got their vote, and then they went into open session, and had their vote. The unfortunate thing is, and the problem I have with that is we're entitled, and the Supreme Court said that in numerous Supreme Court cases, we're entitled to see the sausage making. We just don't want to hear, we, the city fathers, we had all these secret, and we came to the best solution in secret, and we're just going to give you the final outcome. No, we're entitled to hear the entire discussion, the entire process, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then come to your decision. That's what Fort Smith wanted to do recently when they do this case I talked about earlier, where they're going through the city clerk polling whether you want the parks included in the huge, massive tax increase. And I want to see those discussions. I want to know why why city director A feels this way and B feels this way, and who butted heads, and then how they came to their conclusion. And then, as the Pickens case said, I believe it was, then I may say, I may not like the final result, but I can say, okay, I can stomach that because I saw the discussion and I saw how the dynamics work. But if all this is done in secret and then we just have this glorious decision, that does not, in my opinion, it doesn't build public trust. And I get the point, but what we have to remember is we're dealing with public funds here, public dollars. It's for good or bad or the ugly, we're not just dealing with private funds and best bargaining positions between two private individuals.
Right.
That's my take on it.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I just try, I know we were unable to get the best bargain for the public because you had to deal in an open meeting. So I didn't know if there was a better way, or if we had interpreted wrong that it could not be discussed in executive session. We didn't do the polling. We had to, you discuss it in an open meeting, but it does kind of cut your legs out from the city bargaining on a purchase or something like that. I just didn't know if there was a better way to do it. So.
Jeff, if you stay around, I'll mention that after a while when I talk.
Okay.
But you're totally right. In my opinion, it's basically related to personnel.
Well, I tell you what, appreciate that question and dialogue. And so why don't we take a break? We're kind of running short on time. We're going to be back with Ellen Kreft at 3:35. So we've got about a little under 15 minutes. And if you eat those cinnamon rolls, you're definitely going to fall asleep, right? Your phone? Uh-oh.
Sir.
Yeah, she's on. She's on. Apparently her video's not on. Oh, I'm talking to myself. Never mind. Oh, there she is. She's on, so let me watch how you're going to do this.
Oh, it's not the 3 box dots. Or maybe meeting settings. No? Participants. Participants.
Ellen Kreth.
At first we're going to unmute her. Okay, it took a while to do that. Where is it? I saw it somewhere. No. No. What is that pen section? There it is. This is just double tap.
Oh, okay, and then pen.
And then you jack it in with the audio.
Yeah, already did.
Oh, and what else would we need to do to have her speak? Just turn it on, that thing.
Hi, Ellen, can you hear me?
It paused.
It's not good. Can you hear me? Okay, we can hear you too.
All right, so we'll crank up the volume in a little bit and then we can start.
Yeah, Joey will introduce you in just a moment. We're trying to get people to come back from their break. Okay? Okay.
All right. Hi, Ellen. We appreciate you very much speaking with us. We've had a good crowd here, and then by way of the technology, YouTube and Facebook. So everyone, Ellen Kreth is the publisher and editor and owner, right, of the Madison County Record. We've mentioned you a couple of times this morning.
I hope it was good.
But I have watched Ellen over the years on the Foia task force that we've talked about. She's also has been the president of the Foia task force. also on current member of the Foia Coalition. I've asked her to talk about those and how citizens can participate in those. Really, I hope Ellen will talk about the Huntsville case, which she has written on extensively. That's where some young people in the Huntsville School District were abused. There was student-to-student abuse, and Ellen has been unbelievable in terms of FOIA and getting the documents and writing about it and protecting our right to know. And she's done that in other instances, obviously, throughout the years, and just amazing work. Mike Masterson said he wished he had to leave, but he wanted to hear what you had to say and wants to personally meet you. So, but anyway, Ellen, I'll turn it over to you now, and
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I would love to be there and visit with you guys. I know we're all advocates and passionate about the Freedom of Information Act. To me, we use it for our newspaper, but to me, it is a citizen's right to know what goes on in their government, and I wish more people would use it. So I'm thrilled that you guys are having this today so that you can come together and talk about ways that we can use it and how important it is to us. As Joey said, I'm Ellen Preth, and I'm the owner and the publisher of the Madison County Record in Huntsville. That newspaper has been in my family for years. I'm actually a third-generation owner of it. I'm a journalism graduate of the University of Alabama. I did go that way for just a little bit, but I came back to Arkansas. And I took a little departure from the newspaper business to go to law school and, you know, learn to use the laws. And the most important one being to me in my business now would be FOIA. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about how we use that in this instance of sexual assault that went on in the Huntsville School District. And then I want to talk a little bit about how I think FOIA can be, how other laws can be used to try to circumvent FOIA, and I think it's something that we all need to pay attention to. So I've learned that during this process, and I want to talk just a little bit about that, and then of course talk about the coalition and the task force. So let me start with the case in Huntsville, and even though I'm remote, if anybody wants to jump in and ask me any questions, I would love to answer them. I do better with feedback, so please don't hesitate to jump in and ask me or give me comments. I would love that. Back in March of 2021, we received what we call a Title IX document, Title IX complaint. And we received several of them. We received 3 or 4 from people in the community, and we also, interestingly enough, received one from an email that had been set up just to send us this report. The report detailed student interviews about sexual assaults that had taken place in the boys' locker room before and after basketball games. And the older boys called it a ritual, and they would baptize other players. And what they meant by that was actually sexually assaulting other players. We were surprised by it. Of course, the first thing we did was authenticate the report. You know, you just can't take something like that and assume that that's true. So we authenticated it, we got it from several other sources, and we started to interview people off the record and anonymously, just to get the background of the case. Parents were eager to talk to us. I know the Huntsville School District, as this case and story has progressed, they've kind of said, oh, you shouldn't write about that. You're hurting the victims when you write about that. And we've been very diligent in what we've said about the incidents that have taken place. And we've been very diligent of not naming victims, not naming the students who perpetrated the assaults on the other victims or their families. We have definitely protected their privacy, but the victims were the ones that brought us these reports. The victims wanted us to write about it because they felt like the Huntsville School District would absolutely sweep this under the rug. And we began to interview the parents and get some background information. We knew basketball season was over, and we had figured out at this point that this abuse had only taken place in the basketball program. We knew that it was not taking place in the baseball program, the sport or the track program. So we didn't act, within the first week or two that we received the report, because we needed authenticated. And we wanted to make sure the students were safe, and that's why it was important for us to make sure that this abuse had stopped. So we waited for the school district to act, because we knew it was up to them, and our focus needed to be on the school district's accountability to these students, and thereby we could protect their names and not bring the students into the story with names. So we began to interview the parents, and interestingly enough, the parents would say to us, well, that secret meeting that took place. We're thinking, secret meeting? No, we don't know anything about it. But then we realized that there was an appeals hearing going on. An appeals hearing, just a month or two after we got the report. An appeals hearing to us didn't make sense. What were they appealing from? There had to be another meeting. So we asked the superintendent, we put the whole story together, and we were ready to go with it. And we asked the superintendent for comments, and then we said, tell us about this other meeting. And sure enough, she admitted that there had been a disciplinary meeting that had been held prior to this, that they did not notify us of this meeting, even though they had to under the Open Records and Open Meetings law. The law states that when a disciplinary hearing happens, the press and the general public are notified. The press attends. At that point, a parent or a custodian or a guardian says, yes, they want the meeting open, or no, they don't. If the meeting is closed, we take our leave at their request, and we leave the meeting, but the press and the public are invited back into the decision part of the meeting, in which the meeting's called back to order out of executive session, and the vote is taken in public. Well, we were notified of this appeals hearing, but when we showed up, our general manager, Shannon Hahn, when she showed up, she was immediately asked to leave. She wasn't given the option of hearing the parents say, yes, we want you here, or no, we don't. And she was told to wait in her car. Well, the meeting went on till 4 a.m. in the morning. She didn't wait that long, and so she went home. But interestingly enough, thank you to the Foia Task Force and to Joey McCutcheon, a law, I think, Joey, was it in 2018 that was passed, that government meetings have to be recorded, which is great for us, because at that point, we could ask for the recordings. But guess what? They didn't have recordings, and so the past recordings of those secret meetings were not available to us. We asked for the minutes, but as you can imagine, the minutes were very raw. They called the meeting to order, they voted, and they left. And it really didn't even delineate in some instances who voted for what as far as punishment. I'll tell you the background of this story to let you know that the only way that we were able to report on this story was to use the FOIA. So we began to use that. We began to ask for recordings, we began to ask for the minutes, we began to ask for emails, and we began to piece together what had happened in this sexual assault case that the parents of the victims are asking us to write about. They want us to know what happened so that we can report to the community. I mean, to me, the safety of children in the community are one of the most important aspects that you can cover. And so that's what we wanted to do. I think one of the things that we did that I would say ended up being a very effective FOIA for us was through the meetings and through some of the emails, we had figured out that not only had they held disciplinary meetings without notifying us of just in this one incident, but they had had a student at the beginning of the year in August who had been expelled for an entire year because they had brought a gun to school. There was another student who had gotten into a fight in February, and that student was expelled, and they didn't notify us of that. There were training sessions in which they would go and learn about a millage and how they can use that. It had been passed a couple of years earlier, and they were voting on how to use that money. As you can imagine, they were talking about a mask mandate. And just some background on their meetings, the Huntsville School Board meetings. You walk into the boardroom, they're all in this back room having dinner together, and they come out, they call the meeting to order, there's very little discussion, and just an example is the mask mandate. They would vote on whether there should be one or not, and as we all know, that's a very volatile issue in our community right now. I mean, we read all across the country about these school boards where parents are so vocal, but not in Huntsville. It was, should there be one? 7-0 yes or 7-0 no. So it was very odd, very little discussion, but they were having all the discussion over text messages. And so what we did was we issued a FOIA to them, and we found a date that we knew wouldn't be so hard for them to collect all the information, where they could say, well, it's too much information, you need to narrow it. So we narrowed it from the beginning as best we could, and then we kind of tried to sweep all of them, just a blanket FOIA. And we did that beginning February 1st, because we knew some of these results and these issues had come up prior to when we got the report. So we started at February 1st, and we asked for their text messages. And I don't think that the school board ever realized that we have access and a right to those text messages, because they are talking about school business. And when they realized they had to give over those text messages, most of them did. Most of the board did. The superintendent, I think the key was the superintendent had communicated individually with board members and also had been part of a group text. So she knew that she had been caught on violations of FOIA. So when we asked for those text messages, at this point she was nervous, and she knew that she pretty much had to turn it over because she'd been caught in all these other violations. So even though some of the board members involved didn't tender their text messages, we had all of them because she would send and reply to those. Does that make sense? Like, some board members would say, I'm not going to give you the text messages, but it was okay because we got them from the superintendent, she was a party to them. So we were able to build a timeline, and we could see all the discussions that had taken place with the mask mandate, with the training sessions, and most importantly, with this Title IX issue. So we were able to piece together the board's thoughts. I think what's important to note here is the board did not discuss any student by name. And honestly, we don't really want that. That isn't what we're trying to publish. Our job as a newspaper is to hold government officials accountable. So we're not trying to go after students for what their involvement was in the Title IX. We wanted to know what the school district did to handle the situation. And we were able to piece together a timeline of their thoughts and all the actions that they took, and all the votes that they took. And so without FOIA, we would never have known what the school board had done to talk about the actions in this case. Now, interestingly enough, and I think this is something that I learned through this process. I've always been an advocate of FOIA. And I don't mean this naively, but I've always just thought if you turn over a FOIA request, you should get the documents. So two things with that I've learned. One, the school district now has been told, if you don't have the text messages, you don't have to tender them. And that's true. FOIA doesn't make you recreate anything. You could delete a text message and say, I don't have it. I don't have to give it to you. And that's what's happened as of late in this case. I know a couple text messages, because I have them, that the superintendent has sent. And I also know that she has deleted them because I have the response in which she says, I'm deleting this message. So I think what we now are faced with is combining FOIA with other laws that can enhance FOIA. And one of those laws is the Arkansas Records Retention Act. And I've learned to do some research on that as of late. So here's one of the scenarios. Recently, the Huntsville School District hired an assistant superintendent, and there was an exchange of some text messages and some emails. And whenever I asked for them, I reminded our superintendent that under the Records Retention Act, those records must be kept for a period of years. In other words, you can't just delete an email or a text message and say, well, I don't have to have it. If I don't have to have it, your FOIA is useless. No, under the Arkansas Records Retention Act, you have to keep personnel records and other kind of records. You know, there's a set number of years for each of those categories. Now, granted, that act does not cover everything. So you have to be very specific in what that act requires. But personnel records is just one example. So I was able to say, I need all your emails, I need all your text messages, any electronic messages, including attachments, I need those under FOIA and the Arkansas Records Retention Act. So I think I'm in the position now, because I've used FOIA and I've received text messages that the district didn't want me to have, and they know now that I have access and can receive them, I think they, instead of just complying, I think they try to circumvent. Just delete it if it doesn't exist. FOIA means you don't have to tender it. Not true. You have to keep some of those records under the Records Retention Act for a period of years. So when you combine FOIA with that, then you're able to get the documents that you need. Another thing I think the school district has done that gives me great pause is to use FERPA, the Education Act, in which it does protect student records, and I don't think that that's a bad thing, and I think FERPA does a good job of protecting student privacy. But what the school district has tried to do is to circumvent FOIA by saying we can't give you those records because they're protected under FERPA. Well, what the school district has done, instead of protecting a student's right to privacy, the school district has tried to protect their malfeasance and any nefarious actions that they took in this case by saying, well, if we've mentioned a student's name, we can't give you that document. I had an interesting situation the other day where in the same school district, the school resource officer literally beat up a child, lost his temper and beat up a child. The child went on various news outlets, including came to our paper, and did show, I'm not exaggerating when I say he beat up a child, he had injuries to his face. And the school resource officer is now under criminal investigation for his actions. But again, they used FERPA because there is a camera in the school district's office. And I know that they redacted the faces of the students because they showed it to the student who was beat up, to his mother. And she came to the newspaper and she told her story because she knew that she could trust us to tell the story. So we did issue a FOIA for that. And the school district says, we can't give it to you because that violates FERPA. But what they've done is they've used this FERPA law to protect the bad actions of the school district's school resource officer. So we can push that if we want to, but we also know that because he's under criminal investigation, that investigation will be wrapped up, and when it is wrapped up, that at that point, we will get that information from the sheriff's office. So we've gotten to the point where we kind of know, push and pull a little bit.
Right. You did it this time. Thank you so much. All right.
So anyway, I think that
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Kayla. Bye-bye.
I think under these circumstances, I think that the school district has begun to use other avenues to protect them from having to give FOIA documents. And so I think we're starting to see a little bit of push and pull on the part of the school district on trying to figure out ways that they don't have to give us those documents. Joey can speak a little bit to this too.
I don't have my screen pulled up, so I can't imagine you can see me, and I've got my...
I'm getting somewhere. Is there...
I'm sorry.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, great. Okay, good. Right. So Joey can speak just a little bit about this too. Joey did a great job in handling this lawsuit. He did sue the school district for their multiple FOIA violations. And I can tell you, from a newspaper's point of view, we were very grateful for that. Whenever he sued, it protected the newspaper in a sense that we didn't sue the school district, so we can continue to cover the story and not look biased in that situation. So it was very important for us, for Joey to stand up and bring that lawsuit and thereby keep us out of it and keep us neutral so that the school district couldn't attack our credibility and say, well, they're suing us, so of course they're not credible, so this story isn't credible. So we were very grateful for Joey for doing that. And he won many points in that case. But one of the things that the court ordered was for the school district to be able to undergo FOIA training. And the school district was told to do that within 60 days. So the time passed with us, and we thought, well, this is interesting. They either haven't done the training or they haven't notified us. Now, what school district or what party to any lawsuit who has been sued and lost on multiple FOIA violations wouldn't notify the newspaper of the training session? And that training session would be considered a meeting, and we would need to be notified under FOIA. Well, we waited for the time to click down, and we saw that the school board was having a meeting on February the 14th, which was day 61. We asked for the documents that would be tendered to the school board meeting and their members at that meeting, and that part of those documents are a check registry. So we went through the entire check registry looking for any documentation that they would have paid someone to come in and do their FOIA training for them. Well, it turns out that they didn't do the FOIA training at all. And I think that's important to note, because even though they had lost on several of Joey's points, they still didn't take FOIA seriously. They still didn't say, oh, we really need to get trained and we really need to do this training within the court mandate. Now, a court mandate's a court mandate. When the court tells you to do something, whether you like it or not, you do it, and you do it within the time frame. So I really thought that's a good feeling of how they regarded that order and how they regard FOIA. And FOIA is an incredibly useful tool, but I sometimes think the other party views a FOIA request as laborious and not one of their priorities. And I always love when somebody says, well, I really don't have time for this. And I always think, but FOIA, in my opinion, answering that request should be that should be your top priority. You are getting paid government money to let the people know what their agencies are doing. You know, really and truly, what goes on in a school, I would say, is of the utmost importance to a community. And when you have sexual abuse going on in your locker rooms for 2 years, I think that you would want to be transparent about that so that you could show those parents that you know what's going on and that you're taking care of it and that you're doing something about it. But the school district really hasn't shown that they want to comply very much with FOIA. And I think the SRO situation, school resource situation, is a pretty good indicator that I still don't know that they're taking FOIA as serious as they should. So I know my time is running out. I get on FOIA and I get on this case, and I probably talk too much about it, but I do want to visit with you briefly about the FOIA Task Force and the FOIA Coalition. I was chair of the FOIA Task Force a few years ago, and that is a wonderful tool for legislators. Some of the legislators that we worked with, they took our response very seriously. And what I did in the very beginning was I would scan any bill that was filed during the legislative session. And if it mentioned FOIA at all, I would definitely get in touch with the sponsor, and I would bring that sponsor in to talk to the task force. What's the impetus of your bill? And honestly, many of the legislators were very genuine in the way that they would come to us, and they really had a good reason to have the bill, but they didn't have a concept of the long-term effects of the bill or how that bill would affect people getting information. So they worked very well with us. It was always a good indicator if the legislator took your call or not, took my call. Many of them didn't, and we would discuss the bill anyway, and we would pass on our recommendations to the Senate, the House, and to the governor. And then the House and the Senate would vote on it accordingly. We just really rendered what our opinion was, but it's a really nice task force in that, you know, there are government attorneys on it, there are press representations on it. So it's a very good broad coalition of people who, I think, people who use FOIA from a government standpoint and people who use FOIA from the press standpoint. So it was almost kind of a meet you in the middle kind of task force. The FOIA coalition is part of, well, it's not part of the Arkansas Press Association, but the Arkansas Press Association is very involved in the coalition. I do believe there is confusion about the task force and the coalition. The task force was created by an act of the legislature. The coalition is much like what you guys are doing. It's just a group of private citizens who come together who are very passionate about protecting FOIA. And so the coalition just renders its opinions on basically how the bill will affect the press and any FOIA bills coming through, how they will affect the press. The one thing I think is daunting to me is that I sometimes think citizens think only the press can use FOIA, which we all know is not true. It is a vehicle. We are a conduit. The press is just a conduit, and the FOIA is just a way for us to get information to the public to better democracy. And it really is used for the greater good. And so I think that I would love to see private citizens become much more involved with using FOIA. I think my time is up, Joey. I'm happy to take any questions or give any other comments that you guys have, and I may have talked too long, and my apologies for that. I am very passionate about FOIA, and so I get long-winded about it.
No, you haven't talked too long at all. I think it was perfect. I tell you what, very, just an excellent example of the use of FOIA, and sometimes what we see is just arrogance of government. And I always say conduct rewarded is conduct repeated. And, you know, just the fact of the training that you talked about, how, you know, you have a court order, a court mandate, and it's just like, oh yeah, we didn't do that. We'll do that tonight and spend a few minutes on it. And it's, especially as you've said, I mean, what's more important than the safety of our children? And
yeah.
And that's why I appreciate your work so much, is that you are, gosh, I mean, protecting our children. Through your work, you're protecting our children. We saw that from some examples that Mike Masterson gave. And I know that the press is, you know, under a lot of attack these days. And but I just think freedom of the press is so important, and that where would we be without FOIA? And to carry that a step further, where would we be without the press to take the information and get it out to us? So.
Honestly, FOIA was what the vehicle that we used to break this story. I mean, parents did bring us the Title IX information, but really and truly, a lot of that stuff we really had to protect in order to protect the students, and these students are young. I mean, they are 14, 15 years old, both the perpetrators and those being abused, and so it was really important for us to protect them and focus on the school board. And without FOIA, we would have never been able to do that. We would not have been able to hold the school board accountable. And one thing about that too, Joey, and I know I get long-winded about this, but there were many protests. The school board, the community came out and they protested. They wanted the school board removed. They wanted them to step down, but really their hands were tied. But democracy at work, every school board position but one returning member is contested. There are 18 people on the ballot to run for school board May 24th, and if I could place a bet, I would say we're going to have one returning school board member. And so, you know, the story broke. It broke almost a year ago, but people remembered it, they read it, they knew we got it through FOIA, and what they're running on, the school board, the candidates are running on is transparency. And you can see it all over social media. All they want is transparency. Those candidates are touting it, and the voters want it, and that's because of FOIA. And thankfully, we had FOIA to do that. And thank you, Joey, for your hard work in always promoting FOIA, because without people like you, I'm not sure we would have a strong law as we do right now.
Thank you. One of the things that, I mean, just what she talked about, I mean, we've got the same thing going on in Fort Smith, where we've got contested races for school boards, where we have just had nobody interested in running for school board. And but to give credit, in Ellen, in the Huntsville situation, obviously Ellen and her work, you've just heard about that. But also a client of mine named Ben Reitzel, who has children in the district, who has decided to have the courage to come forth and be a plaintiff and say, hey, you violated FOIA and I'm going to be a plaintiff, I'm going to hold you accountable. So important. And now Ben Reitzel is running for school board. And now we get text messages from some folks who we've got a superintendent up there who is recruiting people to run against him.
Well, and also sending a couple emails asking if he's even able to run because he sued the district. Now let that sink in. You have someone who actually is suing the district for transparency and really for the common good, not anything in particular with one of his children, but really standing up for the community and suing for transparency. And the superintendent is questioning whether he can even be on the ballot because he brought a lawsuit. And you know how we know that? Through FOIA.
Yes.
It's important.
Can you talk to us about, as you know, in the Title IX case, and I don't want to get into a lot of the facts of that, obviously, but on the transparency angle, can you talk about, I know that a motion was filed to, quote, seal the record, and what you all did and why you took action with regard to that?
So what they tried to do is simply a gag order. The school district filed a motion for a gag order, and really and truly a very broad gag order. You know, we see gag orders and really the courts don't look favorably on a gag order. But this one was not only, hey, the parties involved, you can't talk to the press, but hey, parties involved, you can't even post it on social media. That was I was really surprised at the limitations of you can't post on social media. Haven't seen that one before. But we did intervene in the case only to protect the public's right to know. Because what the school district was saying is, your Madison County Record, Ellen Kreth, reporters, you're harming students by printing this. The victims don't want to talk about it. It's a small community, and everyone's going to know who the victims are. The funny thing about it was, the school district had granted us an interview and had named 3 of the people involved in the case to us. We never named them. They have no idea who we talked to. We protect our sources because our credibility is at stake. But the school district, in the interview with the Title IX coordinator, she point blank said, oh, did you hear that from so-and-so? And oh, by the way, so-and-so's transferring from the district. I'm sure you'll hear about that. And then named, oh, did so-and-so tell you this? 3 different people involved in the case, she named them outright. And the school district would literally mail out all of their documentation, not certified, and some of the people involved in the case, they never received the documentation. So where it got lost in the mail, we don't know. But what we interviewed and said, listen, we're here to protect the victims in several ways. Number 1, we're not going to name them. And number 2, they want to know, they want the community to know what happened to them. They want the story out there. And the community also wants to know that something is being done and that the school is being held accountable for its actions, both violating transparency laws and handling the Title IX situation. So the school district lost on that. Joey, I know you had a motion that also said that's not right, and the school district did lose on that motion. Now, just this week, they filed another motion, and we're gonna get in and look at that. They want to seal the record from interrogatories and depositions. And so, you know, I thought the court handled that in a really nice way. They said, hey, Madison County Record, don't print the names of the students, and the parties involved, instead of naming the students, you're going to say student 1, student 2, student 3. The only people that will know that are the parties involved. We will have no access to who student 1, 2, or 3 is, but we still then can learn the facts of the case so that we can tell the public what the school district did right and what it did wrong, and are the children safe in those schools. So now we've got to go back and look at this motion that was filed this week on what we're going to do about depositions and interrogatories. Again, we're not going after the children, but we have an obligation and a duty to hold the school district and the school board members accountable. And you know what? People do care, or you wouldn't have 18 people on the ballot running for those positions. And honestly, the school board elections right now are the hottest races talked about in Madison County, because people care. They want transparency.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Well, hey, we really, really appreciate you spending your time with us. Ellen, it's been very informative. Let's give Ellen a big hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. All right. Good deal. Now we're going to move to comments from Dr. Bill Ray Lewis, who is has been just unbelievable in terms of transparency in government groups. Really, he was the first to start a transparency in government group, Boone County Transparency in Government Group. I was interested and decided that we would start one in Fort Smith in western Arkansas, and then we decided that we would
Tell me when you're finished.
easy. But you know, we just so fortunate to have Dr. Lewis and his leadership in this area and passion for it. You know, he was an administrator in the school district for, how many, did you say 110 years?
110 years.
But for a lot of years, and developed a passion for Foia, and really helps a lot of folks in this area. And we look forward to hearing your comments, Dr. Lewis. Thank you.
I was just kidding, Joy. Jim Parsons, will you stop me when my time's over? Jim said he didn't think I could be through it in 10 minutes, but we'll see what happens. Let's give Joey McCutcheon let's give him a big hand for his MC. I think the longer he lives, he'll get pretty good at doing this one of these days. I think so. Let's also give a big hand to Ida Edwards back here with the food, and Wendy Moore. Good job, ladies. And Jeff Pratt, I appreciate, sir, you're staying with us. Jeff is the city clerk for Harrison, and he's a dandy. He's a dandy. He knows how, and I really appreciate what you're doing here. He knows how it's done, and he does it well. And Jeff, thank you for staying with us. I know he wanted to be home selling real estate or golfing or something, but we appreciate your being here. Real quickly, if you want to contact the Attorney General's office to ask for some Attorney General's opinions, call this number. They're really a good session down there. 501-682-2007. I'll repeat that. 501-682-2007. And I've always encouraged, Joy, everybody to try to back up, as I think someone said today, your Attorney General's opinions request with Attorney General's, rather your FOI request with Attorney General's opinions. It's really nice to know you've got an opinion that the Attorney General has in front of you to back up what you're saying. I've been told, Wendy, by the Attorney General's office in the past, that if your thoughts parallel with an AG opinion and there's a lawsuit, you're going to win 99% of the time, and I really believe that. Also, be sure and look up, if you haven't, the Arkansas Transparency and Government Group website. It's arctig.com, ARKTIGG.com. Let's also give a big hand to Kevin Dooley back here, our tech man. He knows what to do here. Our website is a work in progress, and we're continually changing and adding to it, but I think it's probably one of the best, so keep that in mind. Also, you have, I believe, and I wanted to pay a compliment to our Chamber of Commerce president and CEO here. He and I disagree, I think, on an issue because there's a lot of public dollars here from the city and from the county going into the Harrison Chamber of Commerce. I disagree with that because I don't like to see public dollars go into a nonprofit agency like that. But if you will look, and I hope you'll take a look at this, look at the response that he gave when one of our members filed an FOIA request. And Luke, I believe, if I were a college professor, as I said maybe earlier, I would use this as a model for how I think a response should be given. This is really a model. Now, I disagree again with how the money is being brought from the city and the county to the chamber. But Bob's response here, I think, deserves accolades as to how he did it. And I asked Bob to come and speak to the group. He maybe had another appointment or something or didn't want to, but I really think that this is a model for how I think an Attorney General's opinion should be answered. It's very clear, very concise, very open, very transparent, evidently. Now, whether his figures are right, I don't know, but it's well done, it's well put together. I even complimented, or was going to compliment Jeff, his secretary, and I called and they said Bob did it. So it's very good. I did want to mention that. Also, something hasn't been said. Am I okay on time, Jim? Something has been said about, nothing has been said about venue. If you ask for a meeting or request a meeting, or there is to be a meeting or a hearing or something, and the people who are sponsoring that try to cram you in on a real small, closed meeting, there's a way to get around that. I would suggest telling the governmental officials that you expect a much bigger crowd, much bigger audience than what they're providing for. We taught a local superintendent a lesson 2 or 3 years ago on a situation like this, where we had a hearing was to be scheduled. We knew there'd be about 250 people there. There were 245. He tried to put it into a small high school library. And we told him that if you do that and you don't make a big enough place and you have reason to believe there's going to be more people there to hear this hearing, we're going to sue you. And he did bring us into a much bigger venue. So keep that in mind. In other words, we didn't want him to close the public out. We wanted him to make it where the public could come in. Keep that in mind. Also, if you have in schoolwork, you can mandate by law a school district to meet by filing a petition. And I have a copy of the petition that I've designed. If any of you ever want to contact me, my telephone number is 870-741-1269. I'd be happy to share that petition with you. But you can force a school board to meet. They don't have an option. They don't have an option. They've got to meet. If you petition a school board to meet, you have to have 50 signatures of 50 registered voters in your school district. Keep that in mind. A moment ago, Jeff Pratt asked something about the executive session for maybe personnel only. Let me call your attention to item C1 C1A on page 14. C1A on 14. I'm just going to read this. It says, except as provided under subdivision C6 of this section, an executive session will be permitted only for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of any public officer. That might be a city council member, school board member, trustee of the county, of any public employer or public officer or employee. There's basically your specific reason. It is designed, I think, as a way of protecting personnel, people, not necessarily job possibilities or construction projects or things like that. I think you all have done it correctly, yeah. Be sure, although Jeff does a great job here at Harrison of formulating FOI request answers, if I were going to file a request, I wouldn't send it to Jeff. As much as I like him, I might give him a copy of it, but I would send it to the mayor. To me, the law states the custodian of records. To me, the custodian of records is defined as that governmental person who has governmental control of those records. And generally, that's the mayor. So I would send it always to the person who has governmental control. Be sure and take a look. This is not in your little handbook. This is not copyrighted. But I wrote this about, I guess, Joey, 8 or 10 years ago. One day, Wendy, a lady came to me after one of our TIG meetings. She said, Bill, knowledge of FOIA, which she didn't know a thing about it, but she said, knowledge of FOIA encourages me to do certain things. Bingo, the light went on, and I couldn't wait till I get home, Luke, and I wrote this. I didn't stop until I wrote it, finished it. And if you look at that, in a way, even though I wrote it, it's pretty true. The knowledge of the FOIA does encourage, I think, respect for the public's right to know about the government's business. And I said it encourages Boone County, because this is us here, encourages the citizens of Boone County to become knowledgeable about governmental affairs. So on and on and on it goes, and you might add some too yourself. But I wanted to put that in there, and every time I give out a copy of the little booklet here, I always try to put that in there. One of the things you'll run into, Jim, and I'll let you go. One of the things that we run into, I find this to be true, that sometimes when your Attorney General's requests are turned down, I find it's maybe because of a lawyer, an attorney, who represents that agency. They want them to turn it down, because what? That gives them joy and opportunity to sue. That's not always true, but I find in some of the cases we've handled here and we've dealt with over the years, sometimes the attorneys really have no reason to request that their clients turn those down. Jim Parsons, I know you and I have a great deal of wonderment about what do we do with nonprofits.
The beauty of our coming here today and the organization and what we do is that we have a diversity of talent and specialties to bring to FOI, and we have Attorney McCutcheon, who can do things that none of the rest of us can do, and so that's his specialty, and he does a great job of it, and he could be out chasing an ambulance today and making some money, and instead he's doing this with us. We appreciate that very much. And Dr. Lewis, he's done, I think, maybe more of school business. And you heard him say this morning that he was fired because he spoke out and was speaking for FOI. Join the club, Billy Ray. So his specialty is education, and he gave to me page 37 and 38, which is the nonprofits and our role in FOI, and I think that is my expertise because I happen to live in a city that, what would it be like to live in Arkansas without FOI? Living in Bella Vista is an example of that. And the way it happened and the way we got where we are, back in 1965, Cooper Communities bought this great vast piece of land. It's beautiful, hills, trees, beautiful, you have to wait for the deer to get out of the road before you can get home, and they'll just hang around. Raccoons, you got foxes running through, birds of all kinds. We're almost an aviary, and it's just a beautiful place to live. And after being in the military for 30 years and pretty well around the world, my wife and I chose to live in Bella Vista because of its natural beauty. But when Cooper bought all this land, set up an organization and a nonprofit organization, 501c4, sell homes to people from up north, rich people, Yankees, have them come down and live in Bella Vista where they could fish, and 7 lakes, 7 golf courses, dance at the country club on Saturday night. Beautiful place to live. And for 20 years, it was Shangri-La. But then, of course, these 70, 80-year-old retirees that came down and were living, they died. And the spouses went back north, and they sold these homes to young people who were working at Walmart coming up at that time. And our population changed, and our demographics changed. And so in 2003, with half the people under the age of 50, we wanted to know some of the answers of where was our money going, because it was a property owners association, and they handled all the money. And so I went to the court, 2003, and asked, are we under FOI or not? Because at that time, really, that was a big question. And the judge said, do you receive any federal funds, any public monies? And we said, no, it's all just assessments. It comes from us. And he said, then you're not under FOI. Well, not being under FOI, you can't ask any questions or anything, and you can't find out where your money's going, and it's just not a good governance to not be able to do that. And so we just went ahead and filed lawsuits like crazy. And today, we're controlled by Cooper, and it's almost a company store type of atmosphere. And the drugstores and the grocery stores and the shopping centers and everything, we're under the heel of Cooper. And we can't ask any questions. And so what we're doing right now is Architectural Control Committee have finally really abused us enough. They're appointed by Cooper, and there are 6 board members. 2 of them are Cooper members, family members. And Neff Besor, who is the CEO of Cooper, he is the head of the thing, and so they control the board and appointed by Cooper. There's no way for us to elect them, and we can't get rid of them as board members because they're appointed. And so they do whatever they want. And under FOI, in that they're not under FOI, they can do really just anything they want to do. So the latest thing was, January 1, they said no more white fences in Bella Vista. You cannot have a white fence. And if you don't get your fence down by January 1, we come by and we see you haven't, we'll fine you $50. And if we come by the next time, it's another $50. And every time we come by and you haven't complied, it's $50, and you're going to pay it until you finally get it down. And if you don't get it down then, we'll sue you. And so it's just not a good form of government. And I just wanted to come and say today, if you'd like to know what Arkansas would look like if we weren't under the FOI, come to Bella Vista and talk to some of the people, because a lot of them are moving out. We got a lot of people who don't move to Bella Vista because of the governance. Even though it would be a beautiful place to live, it's not. And so what you do today and this group, we thank you very much, and we'll keep you posted on how things go in Bella Vista. Thank you.
Well, I really felt like Bill Ray would still be talking at this point, but, you know. And the other thing I wanted to say was this morning when I walked in, I saw a red car parked in a no parking zone right in front. And it kind of looked like your car.
You're not on.
Huh?
Miss Stevens is,
All right.
is not on.
Let me see. Can we see her?
You can ask her if she'll turn her video on.
Iris, can you hear us?
There it is.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. Great.
Yeah. Okay, am I on?
Yeah, but we're just kind of seeing a shadow in your I think it's maybe the light behind you. We're just kind of seeing a shadow right now.
Okay, that may not change. I have to get up and move the entire system here. This is where I sit. Let me see if I can turn a light on, and that would be better.
Okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's a little bit better.
Before you get started, Iris, I wanted to say a few words about you. I met Iris many, many years ago. She's part of the Tea Party group in Jonesboro, Craighead County, and along with Bob Hester, who's part of our group today here, and Debbie Pelley. And, you know, I get a little choked up. Debbie is not doing well, you know, health-wise. But you know, between Iris and Debbie, I tell you what, the accountability to government has always been in good hands. And Bob Hester in Jonesboro. And they've inspired me over the years. And we're really, really pleased that Iris and Bob have taken the bull by the horns and said, we want to be part of the Transparency in Government group. So they formed a group here recently, although they've been doing great work forever. And so it's just, I'm just so pleased to have you, Iris, and wish you could be here. I know you're not feeling well, but we wish you the best and look forward to hearing your comments here. And thanks for being on.
Well, you're welcome. This is a lot of fun. I have listened the entire day here, and this has just been amazing. It's been great, just really been great, and I have very much enjoyed it. And Joey, we have known each other a long time, and we've had a lot of fun in different areas, haven't we?
Yeah.
especially with Debbie and Bob. We just, we were just little troublemakers. As I listened to all of this today, I thought the one thing that I didn't really hear an awful lot about was instances where you couldn't do an FOI. And I got involved in one of those several years ago, and I'll get to the little booklet in just a minute. I got involved in one of those several years ago when we had a man with a camera show up at our tea party to film us. And that's okay with me because we actually put out a public invitation to everybody to come. But I was kind of intrigued, and I know he was. I actually had taught him during my first or second year at Mark Tree. And so I went over there and asked him, and he said he was there at the governor's behest to videotape our meeting. And I said, why would the governor care about our meeting up in Northeast Arkansas? Well, he didn't know. So after the meeting, I made some phone calls and couldn't get any answers, so I filed an FOI. And after several days, I called the secretary and I said, what has transpired? And she said, well, the governor said that's part of his personal papers and he wasn't going to respond. And I said, okay. I said, well, then he won't mind if we make this all public and send it all to the newspapers around the state. And the next day I got a phone call and they let me know what had happened. And actually the governor said he had nothing to do with it, but he had a nephew who did, and our local state senator had. So that became a problem then with our state senator, and a couple of years later, we unelected him and we hired Dan Sullivan, and we've been very happy since then because we really think highly of Dan. So that's that little story about not being able to get information from certain people in the state. Okay, my section deals with page 42 and 43 of the little booklet. And I'm kind of like the rest of y'all, so I understand adults can read this. What I thought I'd go over was some of my personal experiences with some of these examples, and I've had personal experiences with a lot of them because I was a teacher for 35 years. I taught everything from 7th grade through freshman English in college. I was secondary English. So I believe the first one that I wanted to talk about was, is a school district permitted to release the home addresses of public school employees? One day I was teaching and I got a phone call, and I was teaching a 9th grade English class, and I got a phone call during class time, and I stepped out to take it, and it was a friend of mine who was a fellow teacher, and she said, Iris, she said, they've put all of our information online at the school district has on their website, and all that information is available. And I said, Anna, yeah, that's fine. I said, that's part of the transparency we had. And she said, no, you need to go look at it. And when I did, they had put it online, but they had simply scanned our contracts, which of course had our name, our addresses, all of our personal information, our education, which is legitimate, they can ask for that, and it also had our signatures on there. And I thought, okay, that might be a problem. Plus the fact that we didn't need our names and addresses being spread out there, around town. But what I did was I did a copy and paste on our signatures, and we could lift our signatures off of the contract there as they had it online and simply drop it into a document. And I think most of you that are aware of identification theft realize how dangerous that was. And I thought, oh my gosh, they could drop my signature into any kind of a contract or anything, and then it looks like I've signed it. So I contacted the school, my principal, and I said, please come down here and take a look at this. And he saw what had happened. And he said, they're not supposed to do that. And in the meantime, I had quickly looked at several different districts who had not done anything like that. They had not simply photocopied this contracts. They had pulled off the specific information that the state was asking. So I contacted the assistant superintendent, and I said, y'all really need to do something about that. And their attitude was, it's okay, don't worry about it. Well, it's not okay when you endanger people's identification online. So I had to get a little bit assertive, and I said, you need to come over here and visit with me. And one of the assistant superintendents came, and he was a little ugly. He said there wasn't anything wrong with this that they had done, and my principal, who had come over with him, said, oh yeah, there is. He said, go in here and look at what she can do with this. So I took him in there and showed him how you lift the signature off and put it on any document you wanted. And he still said, there's not a problem and we're not gonna mess with it. And so I had to tell him, okay, you're not gonna mess with it. I understand that. I said, at 3 o'clock when the school is over, I said, I will be leaving at 3:15 and I will go straight to my lawyer's office and we'll file a lawsuit. And so this was at 2:30 or so. By 3 o'clock, I got a phone call from the superintendent's office and said, everything is offline, we're gonna redo it all. So they didn't even adhere to this Part B, that they're not allowed to release the home addresses of public school employees. They hadn't even cared about it, and that's very frustrating. The next one, can a superintendent meet with the school board in executive session to discuss the possible dismissal of an employee? Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I've been in schools, 4 different school districts in Northeast Arkansas, and I don't ever remember a superintendent not being present when a student or a teacher was being considered for dismissal. So that's pretty, I'm sorry, you're probably gonna hear my dogs bark. I'm at home and I'm sorry. The next one is, can a superintendent hold a series of individual discussions with school board members to poll members and thereby arrive at board decisions before a public meeting? Absolutely not. But that's what they've done in the past for years. It was kind of common for them to get together, and we knew that because I taught in a couple of fairly small districts, and it wasn't hard to find school board members and superintendents sitting down at the local diner visiting and talking. And of course, when they came back into school and there were decisions to be made at the board meeting, they were all in agreement. No discussion, just they were in agreement. So everybody knew what was happening. But yes, they cannot poll members anymore. And of course, that also involves how many can get together at one time. Okay, must schools release records of disciplinary actions taken against students? And no, we're allowed as teachers to very severely limit any kind of information involving students anywhere. So the school district would be in violation of the Federal Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, and that one is one that is very strictly adhered to and has been the majority of the time that I taught. Okay, the next one, are school board retreats considered public meetings? And I think that's funny because I actually taught at a school where the school board took a retreat to Colorado skiing. Now, I'm sure there wasn't a single school board policy, a school employee, or anything that was discussed during that trip to Colorado. But how would we know that? So to me, this is a weak area. It says, if the retreat will involve discussion of official school matters on which foreseeable action might be taken, then yes. Who determines that? And how do you know when the school district is in Colorado that that's happened, unless there are laws that I'm not aware of that would keep them from going on a retreat somewhere like that. Okay, the next one, is there a particular notice requirement with respect to school board meetings? And that's already been covered, so we're all familiar with that. May an executive session be held to discuss student discipline matters? Yes, and teachers have seen this, but it's only if an appeal of the disciplinary action of the student is pending and if the parent or guardian requests the closed session. And if you're a teacher and you've had some things like this happen, that you've had a student who had extremely serious situations arise, several of those we've seen. I was in, not of course in the executive session, but was part of a problem when a student had set the building, the classroom on fire, and actually injured a teacher. So that was a very serious situation, and the parents appealed that, and all of that went through executive session, and it was very interesting what happened to the student. I can tell you what's happened to him lately, but that's not part of our discussion. Can a school board go into executive session with all principals and assistant principals present? And that's no, absolutely not. Can a school board meet in an executive session with its attorney to discuss pending legislation? And I've also seen that happen, the attempt for that to happen, and that's a firm no. Everything like that is supposed to be available to parents to see how the school functions. Not just parents, teachers. So, you know, I can't complain about any of that. To me, that's simply, in a way, common sense. Okay, and I'm going to skip those of the state university. I don't have enough experience on that to provide any discussion on it. But can a school board meet in executive session to discuss the blanket hiring of certified personnel? And no, and I can tell you personal examples of that where there were some couple of teachers that some of the school board members had a problem with, and they wanted to meet in executive session, and they weren't allowed to. And so that got kind of ugly, and of course some of the teachers in question, I'm not mistaken, they eventually filed a lawsuit. But they were, the board did not meet in executive session for that. So there are a lot of things that teachers have seen over the years. It is so much better now than it was when I first started in 1976, with the ability to get information and the fact that we knew that information was available and that the school boards and the educational personnel could not keep this information from us. I just can't tell you how much better it is now than when I started, where you got very little information, and if you tried to get information, a lot of times you were really strongly criticized, and there are some of us who have been threatened with our jobs when we asked, you know, about, can I have the information on that? Can you tell me where that comes from? So, and yes, because I'm a troublemaker, I've been one of those that has asked for information that the school did not want to give. Budget concerns are one of the areas that I got involved in one of the school districts. We could not get a clear picture of how much money was available for our school district to use for salaries. And it required meetings with the school board. The meetings got ugly. It required petitions to see the materials. Eventually, it wound up that we had to get a lawyer because they would not cooperate in letting us see the amount of money. And keep in mind, we lived in the community. We were paying that money. It was the tax money that we were contributing, and they would not allow us to see how they wanted to divide it up. When it all came down to it, teachers wanted a salary increase. That was in the days when we made very little, and teachers wanted a salary increase, and the president of the school board was asked, why will you give the administrators a salary increase, but you will not give teachers a salary increase? His remark, and I have written down somewhere, because it won't cost that much money to give the administrators a raise. It'll cost a whole lot of money to give you teachers a raise. It'd mostly be gone by the time we got finished with it. And this was said in a public school board meeting. Of course, there were a lot of teachers who were not happy with that. Okay, the last one that we have on here is, can a school board meet in executive session to deliberate and reach a decision whether to terminate a teacher, even if the teacher has requested a public hearing under the Teacher Fair Dismissal Act? And the answer to that is yes, and I've seen that over the years. I saw a teacher come in at 8 o'clock in the morning one year. He had some problems. The school board had an emergency meeting, had an executive session, and I saw this teacher hauled out of his room. He left, it's approximately 11 o'clock. At approximately 11:05, he left the building as in a thundercloud. He had been fired during the executive session, and even though he wanted a public meeting, they did not allow him to. So yes, I've also seen that in action too. Once again, that was years ago, but it was still under, fell under this, it was within this time period. So I really have to say that the FOIA law and how it has affected schools has been one of the best things that I saw when I was in education. I've been retired since 2008, so I have not seen and been a part of that, except that we are getting ready to FOI some of our school districts here in this area over curriculum matters, and it has to do with CRT, because as taxpaying citizens, parents have the right to see what those students are being taught. So we are getting ready to do that to some of our school districts that we've already caught having a problem here in Northeast Arkansas. So that will be interesting. We have an FOI right now, two or three of them going against our city because of some things that our city, that's a problem. So we haven't dealt with those yet, as far as acted on those yet, but we have filed them and we're in the process of looking at them. But that doesn't relate to the school district, but we are getting ready to get into the school district. And that's basically all I have for the schools, unless you have questions. Is there anybody out there?
Anybody have any questions for Iris? All right. These, if you look at that book, you'll see, and Bill Ray mentioned it briefly, you'll see that it references Attorney General opinions. And what happens is there'll be an issue. One of these issues, for example, that Iris talked about regarding can a such and such go into executive session. And so what will happen is a legislator will, on behalf of a citizen, submit the question to the Attorney General, who will then give their trained lawyers. They have, they deal with these FOIA questions, and they will write an opinion. And so on almost every issue, you can go to the Attorney General's website and you can get an answer to a lot of your questions. So in court, for example, in our trial up in Fayetteville on the critical race theory documents, I forget which issue it was, but the other side, they wanted to, well, Judge, there's an Attorney General opinion on this, and the judge is like, I'm the judge here, they're advisory, and most times, they hit it spot on, but so they rely on, we can rely on Attorney General's opinions, and sometimes, yes, Bob?
Do those Attorney General opinions change sometime? Like, this Attorney General says this, and then somebody brings it up another time and it changes it?
I think they can. It's Bob asked if Attorney General opinions change sometimes.
I've seen one time.
But there's different fact scenarios that come up, like under the open meetings provision. Maybe the opinion would be this under one instance and then change with a fact that may be subtle or not subtle. And then, one of the things is we heard a little bit of discussion about today are these exemptions to FOIA. And this is where it becomes vital for citizens to get involved and get in touch with your legislators, because what happens is you've got a strong FOIA, and then legislators get down here and create these exemption after exemption. Well, this is exempt, this is exempt, this is exempt. And then finally the exemptions become the law and you no longer have a law. And I think Tennessee is a state where there have been just exemptions have taken over the law. It's been amended and so many exemptions passed. Same thing with But Arkansas has kept, over 50-something years, it kept the exemptions to a minimum, and we need to continue to fight for that. All right. I was going to mention something about venue. You know, this business of, you know, a small room, or I know that Luke went through this up in Benton County, I believe. We went through it in Fort Smith, where during COVID, they stuck 14 seats in the school board meeting. You know, spaced them out 6 feet apart, and then wouldn't let people into the meeting. And then had police standing at the door, and then shoved them out in the lobby, and you know, the monitor wasn't working. I mean, to me, that's a violation of our open meetings provision. If people cannot watch a public meeting, I mean, people, you know, 100 people show up on the mask mandate, and they shove them out in the hallway, and you got people standing out in the parking. That's not an open meeting. And the same thing, then move your meeting to a room like this and spread people out. You know, don't. So, all right. Well, Iris, we sure appreciate you and your expertise on school-related matters. I think, you know, that's so important, your experience and dealing with these FOIA-related issues. I think that talking to Dr. Lewis over the years, I think this is what kind of inspired him to get involved in the Freedom of Information Act. And I think there's people all over, I think there's people all over this state, and one of the things I would say to people on the either Kenny's Facebook, which he's doing great work, by the way. Kenny Wallace, I'm mentioning you again. Kevin Dooley doing great work also. Between the two, we're covering this, you know, and digitally across the state. There's people watching all over the state. So, yes, I'm sorry.
This might be a question you should not be able to answer. How long?
Can you hear Iris?
No, I couldn't hear that.
We'll see if we can't get on that.
This mic is kind of dead.
Maybe you can just ask
but
her.
The smaller one is the one that's broadcasting
Okay.
live stream.
You're the mic whisperer.
Well, it's in my,
Okay.
it's in my mic.
Go ahead, I'll repeat the
I'm
question.
just curious. I'm curious how long, if there is an expiration date on information that the school carries, such as emails, is there a certain time that they can delete them? Do you know what I'm saying? So if I want to, I've been FOIAing for some emails, and I was told that they're supposed to keep those for 10 years. Is that correct, or is there no expiration? Is it just up to the schools, each individual school?
Do you know the answer to that, Iris? Did you hear that? She asked how long a school system has to keep emails.
Would that relate to the retention act?
It probably it could, and I don't know the answer to that. It could relate to the Arkansas Retention Act that you heard Ellen talking about. Yeah, and I'm just not sure what the not sure what the answer to that is. Yeah. All right. We will thank you, Iris, and let's move on. Are we ready to move on to the next speaker? I know that we will see if we can't get Greg Harton on. Thank you, Iris.
I did the other one okay, but he's not on yet. Greg Harton. Yeah, it worked great. Just double tap and pin, and then unmute if needed. But otherwise, is anything good?
Oh, we have a projector here.
He's not on just yet. You don't have to go away. Oh. Yeah, 504 maybe.
When we finish this, can we put up one of our, we'll take a picture, maybe?
Oh, one of your sayings?
quotes or-
Yeah, we'll just have to switch some
Okay.
wires over.
Okay.
Okay. He's supposed to be on 504, is that right? Wrong. We're so
Very well could.
5026.
You know, and then his son,
Transparency and government. Are you going to be able to log in? Okay.
yeah, probably maybe 10 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, that should be correct, but you're not showing up here on the participants. That message doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. He's trying to get on, but he's getting an error message.
All I can tell you about, and I was young at the time, obviously, he wrote this law in 1967, passed it. My dad actually worked on his campaign. Yeah, my dad drove him around, took him various places. Went on for, my dad went to another business.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be great for you to finish off the day. I'm not sure how that message. There's somebody here. Maybe I can ask them. was talking to another person about it. He said, well, we can log out of the meeting and,
Said not to do that, huh?
yeah.
Send another invite to them.
Oh, we can send you an invite?
Share content. Only the host can share in this meeting? No, not share
I'm the
content.
host.
Okay. Minimizing settings, chat settings, meeting settings, minimize meeting. Okay, yes, you gotta send the link to him. He's gotta accept and log in.
Okay,
But Joe's logged in.
yeah.
There's no way.
Okay. From here, can we send him another invite?
Invite link.
Copy.
And then I can lower that, but how do I send it if once I lower it?
Can't send it from here?
We could, let's see, is there, can we text him? What's his number?
Yeah. Greg, we're gonna send you a text with the link. Can you remind me your number? It's 479. Okay. Oh, okay.
What is it? 479.
Yeah, hold tight. Oh, okay. It's 479-872. Oh, a different number. Okay. Okay, it's 479. Read that again. It's 466 1237. Okay, the link was just sent to you.
Where does he have the passcode? 160330.
Well, if he needs it, we can read it off to him. He shouldn't need it. I think anyone with the link can get in. But
I'm sending it anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send him the meeting ID just in case.
Okay.
Make sure it's the right one. Oops.
Oh, it's not the link. Is it a dead link or something? Or, uh-huh. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not an active link.
It's active. It's on right now.
What's that?
My show, it's active. This is the. You're connected to Zoom. Host Joey McCutcheon.
Well, I think he got the link. It's not an active link. Not a hyperlink.
Oh, he has to copy it and paste it into his search bar. It should have sent us a link.
It should have.
Let's see what we got here. More.
Uh-huh.
You know what active
You
speaker
should have
is?
received it. It was sent to you in a separate message.
Is it active for a passcode? I knew it.
You're one
I
step
knew
ahead.
it. Oh,
Oh, look at that. There it is.
man. Oh.
Good.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Greg.
Awesome. All right, I'll make that. Thanks.
There's only his picture, so that's all you're going to get of him unless he decides to go live. So.
Okay.
All right, we do have Greg Harton on. He is the opinion page editor for the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. He lives in Springdale and has been very kind to us for promoting FOIA, and he's very passionate about that, and we appreciate him very much. Greg, can you hear us?
I can.
Not yet?
Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, we hear you. All right, go ahead, Greg, and we're glad to have you here. Thank you.
All right. Had to turn down the YouTube feed, so I think we're okay. Yeah, let me just double check again. Y'all can hear me there? Yes. All right, awesome. Well, I appreciate y'all having me. I hope there's still a few people in the room. We didn't lose everybody because of technical difficulties. As they said, I'm the editorial page editor at the Northwest Arkansas Democrat Gazette. I've been around Arkansas for a long time, except for 4 years that the crazy years that I spent in Texas. But I got back here as fast as I could. So I was asked to speak a little bit today about the exemptions, and I will sort of do that. We can talk about those. But I just wanted to start off with kind of a story from legendary reporter Roy Reed, who some of you may know. His career included reporting for the Arkansas Gazette, the New York Times. And he wrote a book that is titled Looking Back at the Arkansas Gazette. And in that book, he relates a story told by the former Gazette librarian, Linda Pine, how people, this was probably back in the 70s or so, the people would come in and they would go to what is called the newspaper morgue, which is where they kept all of the articles, the kind of the library of articles. And people would just show up and they would ask for information that the newspaper had published. And they would show up night and day, and they would come in and they would say, I need an obituary from 1964 from an uncle. I think it was 64, maybe 65, not real specific. And the librarians would have to say, this was back before things were electronically filed. And so it was quite a chore to go find information. And people would, the librarians would have to tell these folks, I'm sorry, we don't have the time or the manpower to go through that. They generally would try to help people out, but, they couldn't with that kind of broad request. And Ms. Pine recalled how a lot of people just responded very negatively to being told no, and would essentially say, you can't deny me this information. This is a public institution, and I have a right to that information. And she wrote that she kind of finally got the impression that people kind of viewed the newspaper as very much like calling Washington, D.C. to their representatives there, or their representatives on the city council, kind of that fourth estate that they had kind of a claim to. And I know in newspapers we appreciate that kind of connection with people, but we are a private business. And so we're not covered by the FOIA. But I think that story kind of reflects how many Arkansans really do not fully understand what agencies or organizations the Freedom of Information Act applies to, or how exemptions listed in the Act actually work. So as I said, the organizers of this forum asked me to talk about exceptions. There are more of them than I care for, and the most direct thing that I can say about exemptions is I don't like them. But when you look down the list, I can't look at all of them and necessarily say they aren't necessary. Some of them I think are, and others aren't. When I hear people talking about a new exception to the FOI, my gut position, my gut response is no. Prove it. That sort of thing. For some time now, I've from time to time given FOIA presentations with a gentleman named Scott Verity. who formerly is of the University of Arkansas's General Counsel's Office. He's an attorney, and now he's head of a little operation known as the Razorback Foundation, just a small organization. And that organization certainly has been subject to unsuccessful, for the most part, FOI challenges, perhaps totally. So it's kind of interesting to see Scott's perspective versus my perspective on things as we present information about the FOI. And what I've learned through those presentations and through some Attorney General forums that were held for government officials is that journalists and advocates for transparency have a different perspective sometimes than people who have the responsibility of fulfilling FOI requests. Journalists and the advocates for public information really, view through the lens of transparency and public information. As I listened to some of this earlier today, I couldn't be with this all day long, but you heard Mr. McCutcheon earlier say that transparency isn't a conservative issue and isn't a liberal issue, and I completely agree with that. But the FOIA can be interpreted conservatively, and it can be interpreted quite liberally at times. And I think, the liberal construction is generally from people who are trying to get information, and the more conservative construction comes from the people who have the job of responding to FOI requests. Excuse me. So the journalists and advocates for public information, they take very seriously that 1968 decision in Lehman versus McCord, where the Supreme Court said, and this is a quote, "Statutes are enacted for the public benefit or to be construed most favorably to the public. The FOIA is passed wholly in the public interest and is therefore to be liberally construed to the end that its purposes may be accomplished." So I love that interpretation. I think that's great. But from a government official's standpoint, and I try to understand the perspective of people who have to respond to these FOI requests. I think they're I won't say they're less inspired by transparency, but they're not they're not quite as robust in their response on that, and they're more intensely focused on what they don't have to release or what they're prevented by law from releasing. I think the people who have to respond to FOI requests live oftentimes, not all the time, in one of two conditions related to the FOIA. One of those is fear. And I think y'all touched on this a little bit earlier with Mr. Masterson. It's probably the first time I've called him Mr. Masterson, but with Mike. They are extremely worried that they're going to release something that they're not supposed to. The exemptions are not simple. They can get quite complicated. And so they do operate at the most conservative level possible. And it's not without some justification. I'll cite the example in Springdale, where the Springdale police released some documents back in 2015 to a magazine called In Touch magazine. And this involved a years-old investigation into allegations involving Josh Duggar of the big, huge Duggar family, 19 kids and counting, reality TV show. And the investigation had determined that Duggar had sexually abused 4 of his sisters when he was 14 or 15, and they were between 5 and 11. He was never charged with a crime involving that, but there was a police investigation. And you may remember, that Josh Duggar has been the subject of a child pornography charge more recently. In fact, next month, he's going to be sentenced in his conviction on that. But back in 2015, the Springdale officials determined that those records were releasable under the FOIA. And that finding was later determined to be wrong by a federal judge. And in 2017, the four sisters filed a lawsuit. And just to let you know why some government officials may be a little hesitant, a little afraid to just hand over records without really looking deeply into this. The defendants in that case included the city of Springdale, Washington County, the former police chief, the city attorney, a major from the Washington County Sheriff's Office, Washington County attorney, and the group that publishes the In Touch magazine. There were also 10 people listed as kind of John or Jane Does, who were public employees who were kind of in the mix of responding to this, but they were not named specifically in the suit, but they had definitely been noticed and were made part of the lawsuit as John and Jane Does. So, all of this happened, and at the end of the day, the federal lawsuit, the federal judge dismissed the claims by those four sisters against all of these defendants. But it took until last month. So that was just shy of 5 years that litigation was kind of hanging over the head of all of those defendants. And, I don't care who you are, 5 years with litigation kind of hanging over your head is not a fun place to be. So the other kind of condition that some officials live in is plain and simple ignorance. They have these day-to-day jobs to do, and for whatever reason, they don't see knowing the Freedom of Information Act backwards and forward is a fundamental part of their job. And as I think Mike kind of referenced earlier, the safe play for them is to just deny access until somebody above their pay grade tells them they have to release the information. I'm sympathetic to those emotions, but the law is the law, and we're out here, all of us are studying the FOIA. We're trying to understand it the best that we can, and public officials ought to do that as well. I can't tell you the number of times that we've run across somebody who's been in office for a year or two or whatever, and they step across the line on the FOIA, and they're just not familiar with it. They've never had somebody actually sit down and say, you need to be familiar with this, and you need to be responsible for complying with this. And that goes for meetings and records, both. So let's talk for just a minute about exemptions, which certainly y'all have talked about some today. They're both involved both meetings and records. I think it's important to make sure everybody understands that direct public funding is really that fundamental requirement to trigger when entities are within the scope of the Freedom of Information Act. So something like a tax incentive to a business doesn't suddenly open up that tax incentive or that business to inspection by the public. And certainly these sorts of things lead to some different perceptions of these circumstances. As Mr. Parsons talked about earlier, he's certainly got what I would call a high level of discontent with the Bella Vista Architectural Control Committee. He has kind of fought their efforts, he has. That control committee has serious power over properties within Bella Vista, and that's by virtue of those property covenants that the property owners, whether they know it or not, when they sign the documents, they sign them, and it's more of a private agreement that they go into. So Mr. Parsons did want to attend one of the Architectural Control Committee meetings, and thought it was awful that he and his supporters were denied access. I think he spoke with a television station about it. But what he could not claim, and I think he clearly understands this, is that the FOI gave him a right to be in that meeting. And it's an interesting discussion about nonprofits, which I assume the Transparency in Government group is probably a nonprofit group. I don't necessarily know how you bridge that gap of should the public be somehow given access to those thousands of nonprofit groups out there. It gets a lot more complicated when those nonprofit groups are kind of closely engaged with a public entity, the Razorback Foundation being one of them. They don't expend public money, and that's the thing that keeps that organization from being open to inspection. But I know that for me to get a good seat at a Razorback game, at the baseball games being played right this week, or at the basketball games, I know I've got to make a certain level of donation if I want to get good seats, and so they've got incredible power over what are public facilities, the stadium, the Bud Walton Arena. So those kinds of close relationships. We've talked a little bit about chambers of commerce. Somebody had mentioned earlier the Harrison Chamber. I know Fayetteville's had that over the years and had some Supreme Court cases involving, those contracts with the Chamber of Commerce and between the city and the chamber. And when do those become open to inspection? So it's a challenge with nonprofits, I will grant you that. But I think it's certainly worth challenging when there is a direct contract, a direct exchange of public money to the chamber or to other organizations. At least within that realm, I think that really opens the door to public inspection. But not everything about the chamber is open to public inspection. Just that part that the funding is involved with. So y'all have talked some about meetings and exemptions for that. Certainly the most common one, exception that allows for executive sessions, is the one y'all have talked about with appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, resignation of any public officer or employee. That people really, kind of stumble with that one a lot of times. Not necessarily because of they're holding an executive session improperly to begin with, but they will, then invite somebody into that executive session who has no legal right to be there. And if they are there, then the rest of the public should be there. We had a recent school board meeting in Benton County where they were talking about hiring a new superintendent, one that they just hired. And the school district had hired a search committee, or not a search committee, a search consulting firm to kind of handle a big part of that. And they went into executive session, excluded the public, but then they said, hey, you search consultants, y'all come on in. We want to talk with y'all. And so that was absolutely not permissible under the Freedom of Information Act. Other exemptions for meetings are more limited. I think it's fairly rare for people to get kind of entangled in these exemptions because they involve like security matters, testing done by licensing boards, some child maltreatment, oversight committees of the legislature. I did hear the gentleman earlier, and I apologize, I didn't catch his name, but talking about real estate deals, which it seems like repeatedly that issue has come up with the legislature to create an exception on real estate or economic development deals to allow executive sessions on that. And I get it, you know, if you know, a lot of people come into public service, serving on public panels, and they're part of the business community. And when they're negotiating deals, you know, it's private. They're not out there broadcasting that to the world. So I get that they have that concern, and I get that, yes, government is giving up some of its negotiating power. But I've always felt like there is definitely a cost to being a public body, and a different expectation for public officials, that they're using not their own money to strike a deal, but taxpayer dollars to make a deal. And whatever challenges that situation creates, the theory goes, is simply worth the value of living in a society with open government. So, you know, I don't know personally, I don't think it's worth the bargain to be able to strike a deal behind closed doors if it costs our society scrutiny of government when they're striking deals, and that and the public's knowledge of what promises were made behind those closed doors as opposed to what was revealed out in the public. So you know, negotiating is easier in private, but you know, if you're dealing with taxpayer dollars, I just really believe that's not an appropriate approach within an open government. So we can talk as well about other exemptions to records. I know we've just got a couple of minutes, but you know, the things that come into play are like the constitutional right to privacy. You know, even though a public document may have some other information in it, but we had a case where there was some, how do I put this nicely? There was some romantic involvement, and they were using some public emails and all that had some fairly amorous information on it. And, you know, the judges in those cases have to make a decision about whether, you know, keep in mind, we're trying to evaluate the performance of public officials, how they perform their job. Well, if they're sitting there sending emails back and forth, you know, lovey-dovey kind of emails during their work hours, is that a performance issue as far as their job goes? And, you know, or do they have this constitutional right to privacy? You know, the judges have to make that kind of balance test. A lot of the exemptions are law enforcement, government records that involve medical, you know, information like Medicaid, as I mentioned, security records for water systems, state capitals, public schools, governor's mansion. And I can understand that, but it also prevents any public evaluation of just how strong or weak those security functions are. You know, we just kind of have to trust that our public officials are getting it right, and for example, our kids in the public schools are protected. Adoption records, juvenile records, tax records. So, you know, the list of exemptions really do go on and on. And Mr. McCutcheon said earlier that at some point you wonder, you know, is the law about openness, or is it the law about all of the exemptions? And I'm not sure where we fit on that scale. Certainly, we're a long way from 1968 when Winthrop Rockefeller signed this. So, just in closing, you know, I think it is important to recognize some of the biggest misconceptions that I've heard from people. And the biggest one I hear fairly often is that people feel like they can write a letter, write an FOI request, that it's just a list of questions, you know, almost like an interview of the mayor or a city council member. and they think that under the FOI, they have to answer those questions, and that's really not an FOI request. They have no obligation to answer those questions. They can if they want to, and certainly public officials ought to respond to public questions, but there's nothing about the FOI as far as that goes. So that's really all I will say. I know that we're pressing the end of the session, and I hope I've contributed something of value, and I really do appreciate that you guys have put this event on today.
Well, thank you for being with us, Joey. It has been very informative. We appreciate you talking about the exemptions. I'd ask one question. What do you think, I've got concerns about where we are on our open meetings provisions, and where do you think we are in terms of open meetings, and do you think we need to have a definition? Because I see confusion from both ends. You know, you talk about fear. I know that, you know, there's school board members in Fort Smith that are fearful they're going to be engaged in a, quote, secret meeting. And I have fears that they don't know what a meeting is because the Supreme Court has muddied the water so much over various court rulings.
Yeah, you know, believe it or not, back when the FOIA was passed and made into law, I've been told that there were some reporters who didn't care one bit for it. That you know, they had been reporting for years, and they had good sources, and you know, they could oftentimes, perhaps because they were looked favorably on, you know, upon by the officials that they reported on, you know, they could talk their way into getting public records, and some of them viewed the Freedom of Information Act as getting too specific, because, you know, there are things that are exempt in the FOI. You know, before the FOIA existed, they could sometimes talk the local officials into providing that information. So, you know, I get that there are people out there that want a very strong definition of what constitutes a meeting. It's a lot like, you know, what Supreme Court Justice was it, that, you know, talking about pornography, who said, you know, I'll know it when I see it, but I can't necessarily give you an inclusive definition. It's, you know, having a public meeting, if you're 2 members of a body, 3 members of a public body, and they're at a cocktail event and they're just sitting there talking about their kids playing youth baseball and all of that, you know, that I don't think anybody complains one bit about that. But that you know, they're not overstepping the line, but you know, it can be 2 or it can be 6. You know, if they're talking about information that the only reason that they are talking about it is because they are public officials, they have power to make decisions, then they, you know, they know that they're in the wrong, and that's why so often it is very difficult to, you know, to get them to fess up to what it is that they've been doing. So, you know, I know a lot of people in the newspaper business that feel like, you know, getting down to a specific number is not necessary. That's going to open the door to, you know, as soon as you say, you know, 4 is a meeting, well, there's going to be a whole bunch of gatherings of 3. You know, and so I don't have a solution to that, but I certainly recognize that I think it's worked pretty well over the years to just say, don't sit down together and start talking about something that really, the only reason you're talking about it is because you're a public official who has a duty to do that out in the open.
All right, well, I appreciate that. Any other questions? All right, well, listen, we thank you for your time and effort and hanging around with us for most of the day and speaking this afternoon.
Absolutely, good job, guys. Y'all did a good job today.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, I think it's been a good day. I've definitely learned a lot, and we've had a lot of input from I think a lot of different folks with a lot of different experiences, and I think it might have been Jim that said different talents, and I just think that's what our transparency groups do is we've got such a diverse background. We focus on different issues. Jim may be involved with white picket fences in Bella Vista, and Bill Ray may be involved with the hospital, and we have an issue with the school district, down south of here, and I mean, it's just so many different issues, but we all have there's common threads to all of it, and we all face the same challenges, difficulties, and it's good when you have people to talk to. And I think this group provides collaboration, and we're able to talk through, hey, they did this to me. Well, they did it to me too, and here's how I handled it. And you get a different perspective, and you just get that will. Every time I come to one of these, I get that, I just get that, the sense that, okay, that's good. They're facing that there. I'm facing it here. We talk through, and then I want to go fight some more battles. And I think that's probably the most important thing with me.
We need to have those remarks up on the wall there, like Patrick Henry.
Yeah. Oh, Patrick. All right. Any other thoughts? Jim, you want to close us in prayer?
All right.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, we're thankful that we were able to gather here today and the freedom that we have. Bless this group as we go out now into our different communities and try to spread the gospel and to try to get information that is better for the better good of America. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you all.